Prologue 1 of 4. Sitting on a stump by an outcrop of evergreen trees and with colourful spring flowers blooming all around, Peter pushed his blonde hair out of his face, looked blankly through his light brown eyes, and wondered just what he had gotten himself into. What seemed like just hours ago, he was walking home from work. He was making his way through snowy Boston streets, with every expectation that the next day would repeat his normal routine. Yet now he was in an unknown place, with only a handful of hard facts, none of them good. Thinking back to how he ended up here, nothing made sense. It started when, walking home from his job at the brewery, he had chanced on an old hobo who had a cup out, apparently begging for change. Now, normally, Peter would never give hard cash to the homeless, but the man's age coupled with the wintry weather weighed on his heart, and fishing out a few $5 bills, he stuffed them into the man's cup. Turning to walk away, he was stopped by a somber voice. No money in the cup. Turning around, Peter wondered if he had mistaken this old man for a hobo and insulted him. But after looking the old wretch up and down, he was sure this man didn't have 2 nickels to rub together. Seeing this and feeling that his goodwill had been denied, Peter shrugged and moving quickly went over to get the money back. He responded rapidly, "Whatever, dude." Reaching his hand into the cup, he felt the paper bills and pulled. But weirdly, there in his hand was not the few $5 bills, but instead appeared 6 boned, 6-sided dice. "What tea?" he was about to say, but was cut off when the old man looked at him with piercing ease that almost made Peter fall back. Speaking with a voice that sent chills up the younger man's spine, the old man then spoke. "The wager has begun. Roll the dice." "Wager?" asked Peter, after an embarrassingly long period of time when he found the courage to do so. Seeing no response coming from the old man, he tried to drop the dice and realized to his astonishment that they wouldn't leave his hand. Shaking his hand with more and more urgency, Peter stumbled backwards and shouted, "What kind of joke is this?" Again, he spent an embarrassingly long amount of time doing so until he realized that neither the old man would answer nor that the dice wouldn't leave his hands, and so stopped struggling and asked another question. "If this is a wager, I need to know what I am supposed to be betting." This got a response, and it wasn't one that Peter liked. "You're wagering everything." Hearing this, Peter's eyes urgently scanned the old man. He himself was roughly 6'' tall, in all right shape, and naturally could fight given how he grew up. The old man in front of him was perhaps 5'' tall, skeletal in figure, and because he was wearing nothing except rags, Peter could tell that he wasn't armed. If he had been annoyed at first, now he thought it was a joke, and laughing he said, "Yeah, very funny." With that laugh, he forgot his prior fear and decided to roll the dice and got 111666. "Good roll," said the old man before Peter could respond, and snatching up the dice with inhuman speed, rolled them himself. "Tie!" Confused by this, Peter had been unknowingly caught under the old man's spell, and laughing, he sat in front of the spectre, rolling and re-rolling the dice. He lost some, but won most, until finally the old man fixed him with a ghastly eye, angry for some reason, and said, "One more roll." "And the wager?" Peter asked, happy because he had won so many rounds. His joy didn't affect the old man, who just looked at him evenly and said, "A one-way journey to the fated place." Shrugging, Peter didn't take anything this old pauper said seriously, and so said, "Haha, yeah, sure. Loser goes to the fated place." Picking up the dice, he rolled 154232. "Not bad, 17, said he, and waited for the old man, who, looking at Peter, deeply picked up the dice and threw them. 4, 2, 2, 4, 4, 2. 18. And that was the last thing Peter remembered before waking up near an outcrop of trees in the middle of nowhere. After checking that he still had his kidneys, his teeth, and was missing no parts of his body, Peter sat there cursing the old man and himself for being so dumb. He sat there for several minutes until he heard, "Ding! Congratulations, high roller." Seeing a blue box suddenly appear in front of him, Peter flung himself back off the stump screeching like a wounded animal. "What the actual farm?" he yelled audibly, talking to himself, but got a response anyway. Ding! Welcome to the Fate Casino. High roller status. Current winnings 8,500,000. The Fate Casino? Dude, I'm trippin'. I must be trippin'. God, I've never done hard drugs in my life. Damn, that old man must have slipped me something. Waving his hands side to side, Peter suddenly paused when the blue screen changed. Caution, recommended to cash out before leave Fate Casino. Dismiss Fate Casino, yes, no. Suddenly stopping when this message appeared, Peter didn't know what to think, but something in his heart told him to not be hasty, and so he carefully poked the air that said no. When he selected no, the blue screen rebooted and he was back at the highlighted Welcome to the Fate Casino screen. And after tapping on the message, he saw 8 options pop up underneath. Adaptation, appearance, item, reincarnation, skill, species, spin to win, system. Somewhat confused, Peter still understood what cashing out meant, and so clicking adaptation. He was awed, though not totally dumbfounded, when he saw an incredibly long list of powers. Now, many of the things on the list could not be called powers, and were more like genetic traits such as Hitchhiker's Thumb, 0.1 FC, or Morton's Toe, 0.1 FC. And then there were some wild adaptations such as Regeneration, Model, Deadpool, Marvel Comics, 3,800,000 francs. Regeneration, Model, Wolverine, Marvel Comics, 4,000 FC. Super Solider Serum, Model, Albert Wesker, Resident Evil 5, 1,000 FC. Super Soldier Serum, Model Captain America, Marvel Comics, 2,000 FC. Super Soldier Serum, Model Luke Cage, Marvel Comics, 1,500,000 FC. There were so many, literally every conceivable adaptation, that Peter could have been looking at them for days without reaching the end. He had 8.5 meters points to cash out with. And suddenly that didn't seem like very much. Then again, he didn't understand why these prices were fixed in such a way. After all, Captain America was physically much weaker than either Luke Cage or Albert Wesker, so why should his serum be more expensive? Peter didn't know this. He remembered about as much about comics as any casual fan, and just figured he must be forgetting something. And naturally, that higher price was more enticing because of it. Moving down the list, the Appearance tab was exactly what it sounded like. For next to nothing, he could change his physical appearance. For only a pittance, he could even add muscles. But in the end, he decided not to venture too far in this tab. Peter was certainly no underwear model, but he was 6'5" tall, with blonde hair and brown eyes, and had generally always been satisfied with his looks. The next tab was Item, and it had far more options than adaptations. It seemed that the Fate Casino treated buildings as items, because mixed in with things like Philosopher's Stone, Model FMA, 3,000, there was Rebel Starport, Model Star Wars, 800,000. Luckily, there was a search feature, and so browsing around the item list until midday, Peter highlighted a few cool items. Excalibur, Model, Arthurian Legend, 4,000 FC. Elixir, Model, Final Fantasy VII, 550,000. Master Sword, Model, Legend of Zelda, 4,000 FC. The Golden Fleece, Model Chrysomalis, 6,000 FC. Of course, there were many items that Peter searched for fun that he couldn't even think of wanting, like Infinity Gauntlet, Model, Marvel Comics, 99 3999 9999 FC. Or All's Forge, Model, The Silmarillion, 99999999 FC. Moving on from the item tab was Reincarnation, and from there Peter saw a list of scenarios that he could buy. These scenarios were relatively cheaper, and it looked like he would get relatively more, but being that he'd have to die in order to redeem them, he naturally moved on. The Skill tab was almost as expansive as the items and contained every move he had ever heard of, from the Kamehameha model Dragon Ball 1000,000 NFC to the Hadouken model Street Fighter 150,000 Dan. Again, as Peter sat on the stump, he was confused how this so-called casino made its prices. Surely the Kamehameha was many times more powerful than the Hadouken. Besides these, there were skills like Kung Fu, fire manipulation, second wind, astral magic, and even blood magic. Each and every skill had its own model, which made the list much wider. Peter wondered how these would all work. He didn't know where in the world he was, but surely learning fire manipulation was a waste. In the end, due to the costs of other things, Peter only highlighted a few skills to come back to. They were Second Wind, Model Borderlands, 200,000 FC. Vectors, Model Lucy, Elfin Lied, 8,000 FC. Wraith Abilities, Model Shadow of Mordor, 5,000 FC. Finally standing up and walking around to stretch, Peter couldn't help but laugh when he saw the vectors. He was never a huge anime fan, but he had seen that particular anime and joked that if nothing else, he could become Earth's most successful hitman. In truth, though, the skill tab was the first really practical tab that Peter had seen. As cool as it would be to gain the abilities Albert Wesker and shoot around Kamehamehas, in reality that wasn't so useful. So, besides these skills that were obviously fantasy, Peter highlighted more down-to-earth abilities such as monetary theory, mathematical affinity, and enhanced memory. Going past the skill tab, he moved to the species tab, took one look, and dismissed it. He had no interest in turning inhuman, and powerful humanoids like Scion or Kryptonian were naturally more expensive than his 8.5 minutes EFC. Interestingly, though, Kryptonian was more expensive than Scion, Martian, and basically everything else under the realm of deities. Shrugging his shoulders, Peter figured that was due to the fact to be a powerful Kryptonian took nothing but time as long as you were under a yellow sun. The spin to win was just a roulette wheel, and at the price of 500,000 FC per roll, Peter was not very interested in it. Sure, maybe he could get a Scion body, or maybe he could get a chicken, which for some reason was under the Items tab. Moving to the final tab, System, Peter was met with initially a much barer bones list than the others. Each system had a wide cost range. Some started as low as 500,000 FC, and some reached the same heights as the Infinity Gauntlet. Being 21 years old in 2022 and having lived through the pandemic, Peter naturally played games, but he didn't play or need nearly enough to recognize what half of these names were referring to. Strongest Sword System, Gamer System, Super Gacha System, Pokemon System, Fat Bastard System, StarCraft System, etc., etc. Scrolling down the list, ignoring almost all of the names on it, he was focused on the price ranges and stopped at one that he actually knew. Mount and Blade System, Model Warband, 3,000, 15,000 FC. Peter hadn't played that many games in his life, and those he had played were mostly single-player strategies. But he loved Mount and Blade, and quickly tapping the icon, he was astounded by the extent he could modify this system. The barest bones, Mount and Blade System, were just a character sheet, an inventory, and a backstory, which by itself was nothing small. Having anything that could replicate stats was naturally powerful, Peter thought, and having an inventory was like an invisible backpack. Of course, he couldn't figure a need to have a backstory. He may not be in Boston right now, but he still had his clothes and ID on him. Hell, he even still had his lunchbox. That old man was really strange. Thinking that he'd never actually use it, Peter sat down and started fiddling with the system in front of him. Hilariously, he could use cheat codes on the character and inventory screens and quickly made his character level 60 with 200,000 dinars. Sure, these upgrades cost more FC, but Peter wasn't really going to select this power. He had already decided to select really useful skills and items to make money with. Clean and simple, he didn't care about having superpowers or anything else. But still having fun, He selected the mount and blade system. He increased the character sheet level and amount of dinars. He selected his banner and finally finished by making the backstory of a poor noble pushed out of his house. He had to say all of this was very cost-effective, and he could have it all for a mere 4.2 me FC. There were other functions for this system too, such as the ability to recruit from various in-game factions, although the price of this upgrade was steep, and Peter figured out where the range of cost came from. To recruit from the mercenary faction added 500 Fiends FC. To recruit any of the 4 major factions started with 800 FC and quickly jumped with each consecutive selection. Doesn't actually seem that bad, but I wonder what it means by recruit, thought Peter. 5.5 Fathom FC for this system seemed very good value compared to the others, but Peter wondered if that was because at the end of the day, Mount and Blade Warband took place in roughly the 1500s Europe, and in general was nowhere near as powerful as having vectors or wraith abilities. By now it was past midday, and looking up, Peter thought he needed to move before it got too dark. He wasn't scared of the dark as such, but his lunchbox only had a leftover sandwich that he was already craving, and he was afraid of going hungry in the woods. Getting up and stretching his legs, he did his best to ignore the holographic blue box in front of his face and started walking. There had been nothing in the small clearing beside the thicket of trees he was near, but he readily noticed a hill and decided to go and take a better look from up there. Walking step by step, Peter felt happy. Of course, he considered that he may have actually lost his mind, but for now, until he used the Fate Casino, he would be glad. He thought so until he walked about halfway up the hill and started hearing noises. Now, naturally, in his situation, you'd think hearing noises was a good thing. But in reality, the noises he heard were pops, yells, and in general, the sounds of mayhem. Wary but undeterred, Peter boldly moved step by step until he christened the hill, and despite first seeing tall mountains in the far distance, his eyes naturally wandered downwards, and what he saw made his bowels turn to water. My God! There was a giant battle happening, what must have been only a couple miles away, and fumbling for his phone, Peter zoomed in and clearly made out green creatures fighting fully bearded men wearing thick armor. The bearded men were outnumbered at least 3-1, and though Peter had never had to estimate numbers before, there were at least 5,000 green-skinned monsters attacking between 1,000 and 2,000 bearded folk. Standing there alone on top of the hill with his mouth ajar, his eyes were drawn to movement in the near distance, and he saw scores of wolf-like animals smashing into the line of armored bearded folk, and feeling the crash from where he was, Peter didn't hesitate. He didn't hesitate. He didn't think. He didn't even breathe. He just dropped his lunchbox, turned around and ran as fast as his legs could go. Prologue 2 of 4. Huff, huff. Running for his life, it didn't take long for Peter to become winded. After all, he was just a brewery worker from Boston. He was just a 20-year-old know-nothing who at worst had been in a few fistfights. Stumbling and catching himself on a tree, Peter's world was spinning, and calming himself down, he thought, "Am I going crazy? And if I'm not, are all those guys dead?" Not a military expert by any means, Peter didn't see how anyone could have survived that greenskin attack. Firstly, the armored men were outnumbered at least 3-1. They were fighting hand-to-hand against larger foes, and then, to top it all off, they were hit from the side by what looked like monster wolves. Thinking that he just had to run, Peter stopped for a brief second and clicked out of the system tab of the so-called Fate Casino. Then, quickly tapping the Adaptation tab, he looked at his highlighted options, and with a shaky hand, he prayed to God he wasn't just crazy and chose. Super Soldier Serum, Model Captain America, Marvel Comics, 2000 FC. Besides the obvious self-explanatory ones, Peter didn't have much knowledge about most other adaptations. He knew Resident Evil enough to know that Wesker very powerful, but was literally insane, and figured that there must be a good reason why Captain America's serum was so expensive. After tapping the icon, the effect was instant. Bathed in a bright Vita rays, Peter hit the ground and began shaking madly. Originally 6 if tall on the nose, he grew to 6 ft 5 inches. Originally in moderate shape, his fat diminished, and muscles grew to those of a statuesque lumberjack-turned-bodybuilder. Originally hungry from only eating a sandwich and half for lunch, even that went away. By the time he was able to get up, he looked down at his hands, which had grown proportionately, and felt like $1 million. That was, if not for the fact that he was only a short distance away from a massacre that was going to take place. His clothes had shrunk, but not to the point of tearing off, and without thinking, Peter ran and ran and ran. He only noticed what was directly in front of him and ran for the rest of the day and then the following full night. He ran so fast that by the next morning he was in a completely different biome. Whereas before he was on hilly ground, he finally stopped at the stony shore of a river. Collapsing to the ground, more from mental weariness than physical exhaustion, Peter lay there and cursed himself. I just had to pity that homeless pauper, see if I'd try and give anything to anyone again. Ugh, thought he. He didn't actually believe that, but right now, venting was all he had. After cursing himself for a long time, he began to notice a stench, but put it in the back of his mind. Looking at the blue screen, he looked for information. Realistically, he thought, he could be completely out of his mind. Of course, he felt that he wasn't out of his mind. But would a crazy person know they're crazy? Fumbling through the Fate Casino, Peter didn't find anything what would tell him about wherever he was besides an integrated world map item that sold for 250,000 FC, but after thinking for some time, he ignorantly dismissed it. Given his mindset, he hadn't searched the lists that hard, or he would have surely found what he was looking for. Anyways, after buying the Super Soldier Serum, he only had 6.5 Pepons FC to work with, and thinking that he needed to be sure of each purchase, he sat there on the stony shore, wondering what to do next. He sat there until he couldn't accept the ever-worse smell, standing up quickly and audibly saying, "Gah, what is that smell?" And, to his chagrin, from just beside his head, he was answered with a wet and croaky growl. Turning around in fright, Peter was face to face with a green monster that stood at least 12 feet tall. Hunched over, it still dwarfed Peter's newly grown frame, and raising its arms slowly, Peter saw that it wielded a piece of driftwood nearly the size of his own body. Jumping back just in time to dodge a blow that would have easily crippled a grown man while screaming, "Shit! Holy fucking shit!" Peter scrambled aside on his hands, instinctively reached out, grabbed a fist-sized stone from the rocky shore, turned, and threw as hard as he could. Unfamiliar with his new strength, he was stunned for a moment when the stone slapped into the monster's mouth and broke a few teeth. Clearly hurt by this, the large beast swung the driftwood wildly with one hand and covered its face with the other. Bellowing out a croak that made the water stir, Peter was torn between the monster in front of him and the rumbling water behind. He had been in fights growing up, but fighting monsters was well beyond his skill set, and so returning the croaks with shouts and whoops, he picked up and threw one rock after another. And maybe this would have been enough to chase the creature away, but its croaks called forth more of its kin, and suddenly Peter found himself facing 4 green monsters, each more gnarly than the last. The monster he had been throwing the rocks at was bleeding putrid yellow blood all over the shore. The smell made him want to gag, and seeing his companions, Peter didn't hesitate to flee. Running along the river's shoreline, he had no plan, and he wasn't ashamed to admit he was lightly crying from the excessive emotions. Peter didn't know how far he had run, definitely not as far as the day before though, when he came across a ruined stone bridge that was nearly as wide as a 4-lane highway. Stopping because this was the first sign of civilization that he had seen except for the battle, he walked slowly until he could make out the bridge deck. And on that bridge deck, at about a quarter of the distance across the river, there was a wrecked wooden wagon and the visible corpse of a half-eaten horse. Walking slowly, because he felt like he needed to see what was happening, he saw that sitting beside the wagon, gnawing on another dead horse, was the same kind of green monster as those who had just attacked him. And not a moment later, he noticed a broken trunk with small tatters of linen strewn about. And finally, he saw a human corpse that made his blood run cold. He couldn't tell whether it belonged to a woman, a man, or a child. Whatever it was, it was almost completely eaten away. Only the crushed skull and hollow looked back at him while he looked at it, as if it was pleading for help. Peter Ivankov was a native of Boston, Massachusetts. The eldest of 6 children, his mother was a teacher, and his father was the owner of the brewery that he worked at. Both were second-generation refugees from the former Soviet Union. Like the rest of his family, he was a Roman Catholic. Like the rest of his family, he had graduated from a private Catholic school. Perhaps unlike the rest of his family, Peter had never been a devout believer. However, in this situation, where he hadn't eaten in over a day, where he had run over the course of a day and night, where he came face to face with green monsters, and where he had seen his first dead corpse, Peter snapped. With the cry of "God damn you," he charged the green monster at full speed. He ran faster than any horse, so fast he would have been a blur to most men at close range, getting to the wrecked wagon. In less than 10 seconds, he broke off a wooden harness with a stomp that finished destroying his shoe. Quickly picking up the wooden harness like it was a giant spike, he met the obviously surprised green monster head-on and shoved the spike up its hooked nose. Feeling the wet resistance give way, putrid blood spilled out and the monster croaked loudly. But Peter wasn't done. Dodging under a failing arm, he grabbed the monster's own club and swept it low in a wide arc, knocking the creature to the ground. Then, without stopping, Peter raised the club that was as big as he with 2 hands and smashed down. He smashed down once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, and finally, when the monster was no longer moving, he gave it the final coup de grace and smashed its head into oblivion. Breathing heavily, more due to the pressure than anything else, he slumped down and looked at his kill for a minute, before steeling his heart and standing up. He didn't want to look, but he had to. Walking over to the wrecked wagon, Peter lifted back the covered top and fell back, gagging. In the split second he looked, he saw at least 3 human skulls accompanied by a grisly assortment of mostly eaten body parts. After he stopped dry heaving, because by now he had nothing in his stomach to throw up, in a rage he picked up the monster's club and gave it a few more hits. Depressed and enraged, Peter scowled, looking back where he came from. He needed something to take his anger and helplessness out on, and dragging Monster's club behind him, he knew what to do and where do so. It took longer this time because he didn't run, dragging a cracked branch of hardwood behind him, and walking with only 1 shoe made him feel even more miserable. But step by step, he made his way to where he had been attacked before, and seeing 2 of the 4 monsters, he hefted the club and started to sprint. Ignoring the rocks under his 1 bare foot, Peter caught the first monster off guard with a massive baseball swing that shattered both the already damaged club and whatever bones it hit. Moving with an angry instinct, he grabbed the fallen monster's club and whacked it a couple more times before its companion lumbered over with an unbalanced sort of run. Unlike the other 2 monsters that he had ambushed, this one was ready and fighting back and forth. It took him a while before he put it down. The green, fish-like monster was gross. It spat up putrid yellow bile that sizzled the rocks, and had Peter not been in a trance, he would have immediately fled. But while not being in his right mind, he used his new body to its fullest and breaking the creature's arm. First, he aimed for its tree trunk leg. Dismantling the thing's limbs one by one, and then finishing with the head, he heaved when it was dead. It stank to high heaven and almost foaming at the mouth. From the smell and lack of water, Peter looked wild-eyed when he saw those familiar bubbles rise from the river and emerge the final 2 monsters. Swallowing dry spit, Peter cursed, and for a split second wondered what the hell he had gotten himself into. But these man-eating monsters wouldn't wait, and still enraged, he first started throwing stones, then picking up another club went to work. This time, Peter wasn't so lucky as to end up unscathed. By the end of the fight, he had been hit twice by the monster's acidic bile and had lost not only his coat, but also received mild burns on his shoulder. But he had won, and standing surrounded by 4 dead monsters, he shouted, "Rah, you, rah!" That illegible shout contained all his frustrations, and falling to the ground, Peter just wanted to sleep. But he knew he couldn't sleep there. Hell, he didn't know if he could sleep anywhere. Between these man-eating monsters and the battle that he had witnessed the day before, Peter believed he had been sent into a godless hell. And struggling up to his feet, he began to walk a short distance inland until plopping down again near a stone outcrop. The grassland beside the river was in bloom but rough, and there were no trees as far as the eye could see. There were only jagged stone outcrops spread here and there. The land wasn't completely desolate, but it was a dreary sight. But ignoring that for now, and finally back in a position to relax, Peter pulled the fake casino back up. He now only had 6.5 FC, but he knew full well that he had only survived until now thanks to the Super Soldier Serum, model Captain America, Marvel Comics, 2000,000 FC. He didn't understand the high value, but he wouldn't complain now. Now he just needed to figure out what to do next. Which adaptations, skills, items, or even system could help. Looking at his highlighted options, he could still afford Regeneration, Model, Wolverine, Marvel Comics, 4,000 FC, or even Wraith Abilities, Model, Shadow of Mordor, 5,000 FC. With either of these adaptations, combined with his current strength, he would be a true force to reckon with. And more so because either ability would make him virtually invincible. Hovering his figure over the Wraith abilities, Peters suddenly stopped and his nose scrunched up when he thought about the wrecked wagon and destroyed bridge. No man is an island unto themselves. Saying this out loud, Peter remembered lessons from his childhood, and thinking about the battle and destroyed wagon narrowed his eyes. In quick movements, Peter dismissed the adaptation tab and went back into System. His previous efforts under System Mount and Blade, Model Warband, was still there, and in a flash, he reviewed it. Name, Peter Ivankov. Starting location, select. Backstory, impoverished noble, page, squire, pushed out. Level, 60. Dinars, 200,000. Inventory, empty. Recruitable factions, mercenary. Giving this a once-over, and considering the land he had seen so far, he altered it to be. Name, Peter Ivankov. Starting location, Vaegir. Backstory, impoverished noble, page, squire, seeking revenge. Level, 60. Dinars, 200,000. Inventory, empty. Recruitable factions, mercenary, Vaegir. He didn't know exactly how he could recruit with this system, but for a price of only 5.5 minute FC, Peter's eyes narrowed, and with the tap of a button, another ding rang out, and thinking about all he had seen, he cried for any monster in this hellish grassland to hear. Deus Vult, Proluge, 3 of 4. After selecting the Mount and Blade system and shouting Deus Vult for the surrounding grassland and hills to hear, Peter calmed down and with resolution looked at a new prompt that appeared in his vision. Ding, welcome to the Mount and Blade system. Dismissing the screen away, another prompt appeared. It was much more bare bones than the Fate Casino, but to Peter, this was where it would all start. User, Peter Ivankov. Current dinars, 200,000 plus or minus 0. Recruit, Vaegir, mercenary. Active forces, 0. Villages, 0. Castles, 0. Towns, 0. Caravans, 0. Inventory, 30 slots, empty. Ransom, 0 prisoners. Sell loot, inventory empty. Seeing this, Peter didn't hesitate to click on the Recruit Vaegir tab, and there he saw another list and icons which accompanied each name. Current dinar, 200,000 plus 0. Rank 1 recruit, 32 dinar, wage 1 dinar per week. Rank 2, footman, 60 dinar, wage 4 dinar, WK. Rank 3, skirmisher, 26 dinar, wage 10 dinars WK. Rank 3, veteran, 26 dinar, wage 10 dinar WK. Rank 4, archer, 114 dinar, wage inast dinar UK. Rank 4, infantry, 114 dinar, wage onast dinar GVK. Rank 5, horseman, 106 dinar, wage 36 dinar WK. Rank 5, marksman, 122 denar, weg 27 denar, gwegka. Rank pink guard, 192 denar, wage 27 denar, wiuka. Rank 5, knight, 216 denar, wage 52 denar, WK. Looking at these prices, Peter frowned. He had chosen Vaegir for several reasons, but now he somewhat second-guessed himself. In the game, they were his favorite faction due to his ancestry. Of course, he himself was an American who couldn't speak more than a couple words of Russian, but since there was no American faction in the game, naturally, he went for the Vaegirs. In his current situation, he had been slightly inclined to choose the Nord faction given they had the best infantrymen in the game, but in the end, after fighting those green monsters, he valued having the best archers and third best knights in the game over the best infantry. In other words, Peter chose Vaegir marksmen and knights over Huskarls. And that had made sense to him, until now that he was looking at the prices. Well, it's still probably fine, he consoled himself and continued to think. Vaegir knights ride steppe chargers, and those horses are bred for cold weather. Yeah, it's probably fine. Considering this, he began to wonder if these were actual people he was recruiting or some automatons, and after looking around the system for an answer and not finding it, he asked out loud, "Where do these people come from?" Ding! Question. Answer 1 of 5. Startled that the system could answer his question, Peter waited for the next display, which read, "All recruits from Mount and Blade system are living human beings who voluntarily join. The Mount and Blade system selects no children and all recruits are reverted between the ages of 18 to 24 Earth Standard years." And will they listen to me? Peter asked. He never thought of himself as an autocrat, but fighting green-skinned giant monsters required either immense courage or complete loyalty. Ding. Question 2 of 5. All recruits are predisposed to follow the user's instructions. However, their willingness to do so is determined by the user's actions. Over time, recruits will display more independence in their actions. Rank 2 and lower recruits are not professional soldiers. Those ranked 3 and higher will not like to be used in economic ventures. Beware, treating Mount and Blade system recruits harshly over time can lead to devastating consequences. Nodding his head to this, Peter felt like it was something he could work with. But then a thought popped into his head, and using his third question he asked, "Can these recruits upgrade to higher ranks when needed?" Ding. Question 3 of 5. Given enough experience and the prerequisite denar, recruits can upgrade via the Mount and Blade system and receive upgraded equipment and skills. If user Peter Ivankov is in debt to the Mount and Blade warband system, this feature and the feature to recruit will be removed until the debt is clear. Putting aside the idea that he could lose the ability to upgrade and recruit if he went into debt, which seemed natural in a way, Peter pondered on what it meant to upgrade a flesh-and-blood person. Would a horseman who upgraded to be a knight even be the same person? Thinking about this for some time, he ended up thinking that yes, the person would be the same, only more skilled. After all, hadn't he just been injected with the super soldier serum and grew 5 inches? Deciding to save his questions for later, Peter dismissed the Vaegir Recruit tab and went back to check the Mercenary Recruit tab. There were many more results than the Vaegir list, but the ones that stood out to Peter were Rank 0 Peasant Woman, 20 dinar, wage 1 dinar, WK. Rank 0 Refugee, 20 dinar, wage 1 dinar, WK. Rank 1 Camp Follower, 27 dinar, wage 1 dinar, WK. Rank 2 Huntress, 66 dinar, wage farm, dinar, WK. Rank 3 Camp Defender, 120 dinar, wage 13 dinar, WK. Rank 4 Sword Sister, 170 dinar, wage 28 dinar, WK. Rank 5 Hired Blade, 24 dinar, wage 43 dinar, WK. Rank 5 Mercenary Cavalry, 204 dinar. Wage, 72 dinar. WK. His interest in the female line of mercenaries was not due to their gender. Honestly, he told himself this a few more times. He was interested in the price differences set. After all, a sword sister was roughly the same as a mercenary cavalryman, but her recruitment cost was 75% of his, and her weekly wage was a staggering 50% cheaper. Furthermore, according to the system, rank 2 and lower recruits were basically just townsfolk, but huntresses were naturally equipped with either hunting or light crossbows. Panning around the mountain blade system, one thing that struck Peter was that dinar was a terrible currency. There's no larger denominations, thought he, and figured that paying in dinars really made no sense. Besides, that was easy to implement in the game. He didn't know what the exchange rates would be in the sell loot or ransom tabs would be. But Peter quickly understood that 200,000 dinar was really not much. I could recruit 900 Vaegir knights, and then not be able to feed or pay for more after a week, he thought, aggravated. He had chosen the mountain blade system for a reason, and that reason was to kill man-eating monsters on a wide scale. However, he had just seen a battle yesterday where there were at least 5,000 green skins and wolves attacking between 1,000 and 2,000 bearded folk. Those bearded men looked like they would lose, so Peter had to ask himself, would 900 Vaegir knights defeat those 5,000 green skins? They'd probably kill a lot of them, but I don't know how strong those green skins are to men. Plus, I'm dealing with actual human lives. Is this something that I can gamble with? In his heart, the feeling of Deus Vult was strong, and despite the fact that he would probably never be a saint, his experience with those monsters had made him more a faithful Catholic than he had ever been before. Sitting there on that rocky outcrop late in the afternoon, Peter was hungry and thirsty, but still didn't act. Besides the mount and blade system, he still had one MEFC and had to use them wisely. But before he did so, he decided to ask his second-to-last question, more wary now that he only had one left. If rank 2 and under recruits are not professionals, do I have to pay the upkeep if they aren't enlisted to fight? Ding! Question 4 of 5. Rank 2, recruits and lower would not expect to be a main fighting force and will not be counted as soldiers unless they are put under arms. Caution. As non-professional soldiers, recruits rank 2 and lower have low morale and will not stand in the face of heavy casualties during an offensive action. Invest in constructing a training ground or the trainer skill to upgrade them as soon as possible. This was a giant weight off his shoulder, but did change his next actions. The main issue was obviously the dinars. After putting some rocks in his inventory and seeing that they sold for 0 dinar, Peter didn't want to recklessly spend without having an idea of loot prices. In the game, it was easy to make money, but in Mount and Blade, Warband, it was easy fight a battle without barely losing a single soldier. It was easy to fight multiple battles in a day. It was easy to transport prisoners for the ransom broker. It was easy to organize provisions, horses, productive enterprises, caravans, and fiefs of all shapes and sizes. In real life, each of these tasks were careers unto themselves, and while Peter was moderately educated, he definitely wasn't a genius. The only realistic solution he could think of was to bring in a bunch of rank 2 recruits and build a village. A couple villages, castles, towns, or whatever else, where he wouldn't need to constantly pay wages in the system's currency. He needed dinars. To get dinars, he needed loot and cargo to sell into the system. He may have killed 5 of those big green monsters, but he had the super soldier serum and had taken 2 of the 5 completely off guard. Naturally, he couldn't expect others to do such things. So, he would build up a community, which would mostly manage itself, and with the proceeds, he would fund an army to clear the monsters away. The army would also make money, but thought that the communities would be the bedrock foundation of his funds. Pulling up the Fate Casino, Peter sat there in the fading light and huddling up to a corner crossed his legs and tucked an arm into his ripped shirt. It should be spring, Peter thought, but the temperature was already dropping. Ignoring his discomfort, he first pulled up the item tab and dismissed his previously highlighted items. He wouldn't be wielding Excalibur anytime soon. No, instead, he was looking for mundane things. Sitting there late into the night, Peter didn't sleep and did his best to ignore the terrifying growls, screeches, and wails coming at him from all directions. Searching one generic term after another, he read through the item descriptions and finally came out with a list for food and livestock. Icelandic horsey MF 2500 FC. Hereford cattle MF 2000 FC. Sugar maple tree sprout 50 FC. Dwarf willow tree sprout 35 FC. 50 lobs of Alaskan lupine seed 50 FC. 50 lobs of Elba potato 100 FC. 50 lbs of red Pontiac potato 100 FC. 50 lbs of Bolero carrot 100 FC. 50 lobs of Bridger onion 100 FC. 50 lobs of tundra cabbage 100 FC. 50 lobbies of Scarlet Queen red turnip 100 FC. 50 lobbies of Golden Boy beet 100 FC. 50 lobs of hardneck garlic 100 FC. 50 lobbies of hard red winter wheat 100 FC. Since Peter had seen ice-capped mountains in the distance, run through some forested hills, and was obviously on steppe grassland now, he knew he was probably in a cold climate. Thinking that, he naturally chose overwinter crops that were non-magical in nature. Of course, there were magical plants and fruits of all types in the Fate Casino, but thinking it was bad to be reliant on a single produce, Peter chose quantity over quality. The next thing he looked through was dwellings and almost instantly found what he was looking for. Medium movable camp, 100,000 FC. Venetian well, full, 20,000. The well was self-explanatory. With those monsters in the river, Peter didn't believe they could drink from it. The camp, on the other hand, was special. It included 25 covered wagons, 200 collapsible tents, 200 quilted mattresses, kitchen utensils enough to prepare 400 meals, 30 iron shovels, 30 iron pickaxe, 30 iron saws, 30 iron files, 30 iron woodcutting axe, and finally 2 large tents, one meant to be used by the camp's leader and one that could be used for any other purpose. Its price was high, but for Peter, it was exactly what he needed. The tools alone would be a massive help, and the covered wagons were a boon he couldn't ignore. In the end, he calculated in his head that he could get 80 horses, 80 cattle, the movable camp, 2 Venetian wells, 10 tons of assorted produce, 50 of both tree sprouts, and still have 200,000 FC left. And that number made him pause for one simple reason. Second Wind, model Borderlands, 200,000 FC. Peter didn't know what Borderlands was, but this adaptation would bring him back from death's doorstep under the certain conditions. Even though he had the super soldier serum already, the description of this adaptation read in such a way that he would be very hard to kill on a large battlefield. Should I ever fight that army of green skins? Was what Peter had in mind. Very lighting tapping on his leg, Peter decided to just do it. Not one to hesitate when he had decided something, Peter purchased everything he had selected in the Fate Casino without immediately redeeming it, leaving him with 0 chips left. He would redeem the items the next day when he started to select his recruits. With this all decided, he was finally ready to close his eyes to get some sleep. By now it was late into the night, and he knew that the following day would be hard. But before he did so, ding, high roller cash out bonus. Reward, 3 free times to spin to win. Prologue 4 of 4. Ding, high roller cash out bonus. Reward, 3 free times to spin to win. Immediately opening his tired eyes, Peter swore that he just wasn't fated to get any rest that night. But he wasn't mad. Of course, the spin to win was probably a scam. But hey, he wouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth. Tapping on the appropriate tab, the blue holographic screen lit up with all sorts of colors. In the middle of the screen was a stereotypical roulette wheel, with the only difference being that there seemed to be a literally infinite number of possible landings. Inputting 3 for the number of spins, Peter sat back and watched the screen light up into a cacophony of colors. Ding! 50 lbs of Bolt cotton cloth, color navy blue. Congratulations. Shrugging his shoulders, Peter thought that at least the first spin wasn't a waste. Sure, 50 lbs of cloth wasn't much, but it was something. Thinking about all the exciting uses for cotton cloth, Peter almost missed the next landing, but what he saw was nearly enough to make him cry out in joy, whether or not he was surrounded by terrifying sounds. Ding! Recruit Alexander Anderson, Model Helsing Ultimate. Congratulations. Despite not watching much anime, Peter did know Helsing, and seeing the card outline of Alexander Anderson made him at once overjoyed and at once wary. On one hand, he was going to launch Deus Vult all over these man-eating monsters, and having someone like Father Anderson on his side was a massive benefit. On the other hand, recruits were not simply loyal automata, and having Father Anderson beside him was potentially akin to holding a live grenade. And this was even considering the fact that they were both Catholics. Running through a myriad of scenarios to keep Father Anderson on his, the final draw drew Peter's attention. Ding! Recruit Abraham Van Helsing, Model Bram Stoker's Dracula. Congratulations. Dear High Roller, thanks for playing Spin to Win. Please redeem rewards at your leisure. In spite of himself, Peter actually rubbed his eyes. Sure, Bram Stoker's Van Helsing was not a vampire superkiller. In the book Dracula, it wasn't even he who defeats the vampire. So, who was Abraham Van Helsing? Peter knew very well. In the book Dracula, Abraham Van Helsing was a polymath genius. Medical doctor? Check. Professor? Check. Lawyer? Check. Philosopher? Check. Scientist? Check. Metaphysic? Check. Helsing's only quirk would be that he was arbitrary, readily moving from one topic to the next even in mid-sentence. But that was a small price to pay. Even putting aside Abraham's skills in everything else, having an actual doctor on hand was a massive benefit. Even more so that he was also Catholic, and by now Peter had no choice but to believe he was really supposed to Deus Vult the monsters all over these lands. Bewildered, if still a little frightened by all the noises in the night, Peter closed his eyes to sleep, and when he opened them again, it was early in the morning. His stomach growled from hunger, and he was dying of thirst. But sustaining himself, he stood up and stretched in the cold morning air. Taking a quick look around his surroundings and only seeing some deer-like animals grazing on the grasslands, Peter didn't wait and immediately opened the Mountain Blade warband system. Tapping the Recruit Vizier tab, he found what he was looking for, taped again, and surprisingly, a list of gear appeared. It was all the possible equipment that Vaegier horsemen could spawn with, and with a menu that looked like the game, Peter armed them. Lamella vest, helmet with lamella guard, and leather boots was what he selected for the armor. There was no options for gloves. As for the weapons, he chose the saber, horseman's kite shield, spear, and battle axe. Although the Vigors weren't known for their shields, after seeing the acid bile thrown up by those green skin monsters, Peter would have his soldiers armed with them as much as possible. Finally, for their mounts, he chose the steppe horse over the hunter, because even though the hunter was a better war horse, he had other uses for these particular men. With that done, he set the quantity to 5 and tapped again. Recruit 5, Vega Horseman, 800 dinar, YN. Saying yes, Peter wondered what would happen next, but quickly found out. Before he could even look up, the sound of hooves approached him from the side, and walking a few steps past the rocky outcrop where he stayed the night, he was met by 5 armored horsemen. True to the system's answer, they were each young men between the ages of 18 to 24. All 5 had dark brown hair, and a couple had beards, but that didn't hide their youth. They looked healthy from what he could see, each wearing the exact gear that he had selected. Seeing him stand there, the 5 horsemen jumped off their ponies and, dropping to one knee, said in unison, "Order us, my lord." He didn't address them immediately. Peter grew up in the United States, and he was fundamentally a believer in democracy. The idea of kneeling anywhere besides church, the idea of calling any man or woman lord, or the idea of autocracy were all distasteful to him. But he wasn't a fool. He didn't know where he was. didn't know how he got there, but did know what he had seen. If he was going to purge those filthy monsters from existence, he needed actual authority. He could only do his best to never become arrogant, to never abuse his power, and to never arbitrarily act against his people. But Peter wouldn't lie to himself about the fact that he was assuming the role of a dictator in some capacity. Dictator. Tisk. He sneered when he considered the word. Not a dictator. No, I'll be a noble. On the surface, the power of these titles were the same, but the meaning was different. Being a noble carried responsibility, and he would try not to forget it. By now he hadn't said anything for several minutes, and the 5 horsemen were getting worried. "My lord," one of the men asked, and snapping back to reality, Peter answered, "All right, I was just thinking about something. Go ahead and rise." Seeing them do so, Peter realized that he was a good deal larger than these men. If he was 6.5 foot, or thereabout, these men would have ranged between 5 ft 10 inches and 6 ft tall. "Well, it's not a surprise. I took the super soldier serum after all." He thought so, but this time he didn't dally, and looking at the horsemen, he said, "We need to find a place suitable to build a settlement large enough to hold about 500 people. When he said this, a few of the horsemen began nodding, but otherwise didn't speak. "Your job is to scout around and be very careful. In the river there are monsters twice as tall as I am that can burn rocks with their bile, and I don't know what else lurks around here. I don't want you to fight. If you see anything suspicious, just go in the other direction. Am I clear?" "Aye, Lord," the 5 spoke again, answering like trained soldiers. Nodding his head again, Peter finished by saying, "Then go. I want results by midday." Getting 5. "Yes, sirs," in response, Peter watched as the horsemen saddled up and went in opposite directions. With that out of the way, there was one final thing that he had to do regarding the Mount and Blade warband system, and that was finishing his character sheet. The day before, he had used a combination of cheats and FC to increase his level to 60. In the game, level 60 was a very high level, and now he needed to distribute the statistics. "I wonder if it'll work like the serum," Peter asked himself, but really wasn't sure. Warband was an old game, and a lot of its personal attributes weren't well described. The same couldn't be said for the party perks, though, and given what Peter wanted to do, those were what he focused on. Well, he almost only focused on them. At the end of the day, with the super soldier serum already in him, and with the second wind adaptation, any personal skills would be supercharged. Moving very slowly and considering everything to the best of his ability, he ended up changing his attributes to be STR 30, AGL 21, INT 24, CHA 18. Overall happy with what he picked, Peter only waffled when it came to agility and intelligence. After all, each point in INT increased skill points, and the AGL had no clearly defined modifier on how it would help him. "It's not too late to change it, but I think this is best," was Peter's final thought on the matter. For his skills, he would naturally get 10 Power Strike and Power Throw. While he knew he was already very strong by human standards and hadn't yet felt the benefits of STR 30, getting 10 Power Strike added a whopping 80% additional damage to his strikes. That 80% alone would have allowed him to crush the bones of those big green monsters the day before with only a 1 or 2 hits. That was his same reason for Power Throw as well. Getting 10 Power Throw increased his throwing damage by a monstrous 100%. If yesterday he could break a few teeth with his off-balance throw, then maybe now he could have thrown the rock clear into the monster's head. With still a lot of skill points, Peter restrained himself and only splurged on 3 other skills. Those were Iron Flesh, 8, Trainer, 8, Engineering, 8. Iron Flesh was self-explanatory, but for Peter the others were also no-brainers. Peter planned to use a lot of Rank 2 recruits. Rank 2 recruits were perfect for his needs, but given the system's message, he knew he could never rely on them without there being a slaughter. This problem could be sidestepped by having the Rank 2 recruits in a training ground for EXP, but he obviously couldn't have half his recruits not working, so the trainer skill was the obvious solution. They would get EXP daily without doing anything besides their normal activities. And those normal activities were exactly why he had chosen engineering, despite its vague description. For Peter, who considered 200,000 dinar as next to nothing after seeing the price tags of the recruits, he needed to rely on something to bring in a steady flow of cash, and for that, engineering would make everything more efficient. Even if that just means 50% more efficient, that's 50% efficiency on all construction projects, which is huge. That's what he thought. And clearly, Peter thought about it very hard. The trainer and engineering skills meshed very well together since EXP could stack. If he didn't die, a year from now, all his weak rank 2 recruits could instantly be turned into rank 5 and 6 experts, as long as he had the dinar for it. Thinking this, Peter sat on a rock and distributed his other skill points. The amount he had was a lot, but seeing the EXP needed to level up, he figured he'd be level 60 for a very long time. Ignoring a lot of things, everything he put points into was raised to level 4 and 5, and finally, when he was done, he only had left to distribute his proficiencies. With level 5 Weapon Master, Peter didn't know how easy it would be to gain more proficiency, but nevertheless, he made them more or less even. With the two exceptions being one-handed, which he raised to 160, and throwing, which he raised to 150. As for what these numbers represented, he hadn't a clue. Finished setting up his character sheet, Peter looked at it and was happy. Still sitting on the rock, wearing one shoe and a ripped shirt, he finally hit done. The effects were instant. Suddenly hit with a wave of ingrained senses and physical changes all over his body. The pain was worse than when he used the super soldier serum. Grabbing his head with his two hands, when he tried to stand, he almost bounded upwards a few feet and only just caught himself. Shaking his head this way and that way, it felt like he had the worst case of brain freeze to ever hit a man, and only after almost half an hour was he fine enough to stop clutching himself. Later on, he would reflect that God really saved him here, because had any animals chanced on his pitiful aching form, he would have surely died. And had any of the men returned then, he would have died of shame. But for now, Peter just looked at his body and felt strong. Very strong. It was like taking another super soldier serum, except added on top of the last one, and so for the next couple hours, he ran around the rocks, did push-ups, handled his clothing with care, and in general tried to get used to his unreal strength and speed. Ding! Congratulations! User, Peter Ivankov, on completing the character sheet. Special chance. Tap to open store. A store? Seeing that he could potentially buy items made Peter want to reconsider his plan. But unfortunately, there were two problems. First, the store only had items native to Mount and Blade Warband, which was to say it only contained mundane items, though the option to buy food would have always been welcomed. Second, the store seemed to be a limited time feature, and because he had to pay, that didn't help him right away. I'll just get clothes, and a couple weapons, he thought. Looking through lordly equipment, which each cost 20,000 dinars or more, Peter was buying on a budget. In the end, he bought for himself a kettle hat, 240, steel shield, 697, tribal warrior outfit, 520, blue tunic, 10, scale gauntlet, 710, mail boots, 1250, iron war axe, 360, great axe, 316, heavy throwing axes X2, 1240. And because he was starving, he got 60 latherbees of ale, 240, and 30 latherbees of dried meat, 170. After buying all of this, in addition to recruiting the 5 horsemen, he only had about 190,000 dinars left. Though at this moment he didn't care about this as he tore into the ale and dried meat. Finally feeling full and wearing his new gear, for the first time since coming to this place, Peter felt at peace. Breathing comfortably while waiting on the horseman to return, he asked without care, "System, where exactly am I?" Ding. Question 5 of 5 answered. User, Peter Ivankov. Location, the fated place, Troll Country. Seeing no other information being given, Peter sat up and said quickly, "I don't understand. My question wasn't answered." Then it displayed something Peter did understand. User, Peter Ivankov. Location, Western Oblast, Kislev. Year, Imperial Calendar, 2440. Planet, the fated place, known world, mortal world. User, Peter Ivankov may know this place by another name, the mortal world of Warhammer fantasy. Reading this, Peter's eyes widened and his bowels turned into water once again. UberNuber. Thank you for reading the prologue to Mount and Warhammer. Do expect many Deus Vult speeches, many Deus Vult actions, and expect religions to play a big role in this fanfiction. Do not expect this fictional work to be an accurate portrayal of Christian values. That does not mean this is going to be purely satire, or that the religious figures will be Flanderized into jokes. This novel will be Christianity inside the Warhammer fantasy world. If you know what that means, then you will enjoy this fanfiction. Peter's Mount and Blade character sheet. Spoiler. Collapse. Darkest before the dawn 1. Sitting on the rock waiting for his horsemen to return, Peter couldn't help but regret what he had chosen. Remembering back to when the old gambler mentioned the fated place, he could only shake his head. That phrase had meant nothing to him. Warhammer fantasy, on the other hand, meant quite a lot. No, to be more precise, the word Vermintide meant so much to him that had Peter known where he was before, he would have directly bought a spaceship to fly away on. Warhammer fantasy was just a setting. Peter had come to learn after playing that gruesome game. It was a setting where the worst things that could happen in a fantasy world did happen. No wonder. Damn. No wonder the Mount and Blade system was so cheap, thought he. Humans were a major race in the dangerous world of Warhammer, but they only barely survived one calamity after the other, and typically those situations found large portions of humanity uniting against a disunited foe. All of humanity versus all of the greenskins? Death. All of humanity versus all of the lizardmen? Death. All of humanity versus all of the dark elves? Death. All of humanity versus all of the undead? Double death. All of humanity versus all of the Skaven? Huh? Triple death. To make matters worse, generally, this world was still in the age of cold weapons. I don't know how to make a gun, Peter thought again while shaking his head. Thinking all of this, Peter wasn't stupid and so began to calm himself down. He knew he was individually very strong, maybe stronger than any other human alive after the Serum system, but realistically, he knew he was not a one-man army. He was not a one-man army, but that didn't mean there existed no one-man armies in this world. And it was that very thought, more than the shock of being in an incredibly dark fantasy world, that tormented Peter the most. If he had known this, he would have known this to use the Fate Casino for more personal power. Even considering that it was the Mount and Blade system who told him this, and so he would have already had to buy it to know, if he had known where he was, he could have bought a bestiary or a world map. Heck, he could have probably bought the entire library of books detailing this supposed fictional world. Thinking quickly, Peter organized what he knew for certain. He was currently in Kislev. Kislevites were worshippers of the bear spirit Ursun, and Ursun at some point gets killed before the end of the world. The last emperor of the empire was Karl Franz. Not long after he's killed, the world ended. The end of the world was accompanied by a vermintide that seemed to strike everywhere. The forces of order are numerically outmanned, face attacks from all sides, and are often physically outmatched by the various forces of chaos. The year was 2440 IC. What this meant, Peter wasn't sure of. He thought the Vermintide happened in 2520, but really couldn't say for sure. But even if it never happened, Kislev was already infested with monsters, magic, dark gods, and things Peter knew that he didn't even know about. What else, what else, what else, he was thinking, before getting up and looking around the flat grasslands. For now, all was quiet. But somewhere out there, and given from the noises the previous night somewhere close, there were man-eating monsters, dark conspiracies, evil magi, and even those vicious societies of men who knowingly gave themselves to the chaos gods. He thought about this until, unexpectedly, the comedy of the situation was apparent to him, and he couldn't help but to smile, thinking, "And I actually selected 80 horses and 80 cattles. Icelandic horses, for that matter." The cattles he selected were fine, albeit fine. Considering that he used FC to buy cattle at all, the horses were another matter. Icelandic horses were great riding animals, had great endurance, and had very few health concerns. Icelandic horses could survive blistering cold and walk as easily on snowy hills as they could on flat lands. But Icelandic horses weren't the type of horses you'd need to lead a cavalry charge against an army of demons. And this made him laugh, forgetting for a second the situation he was in. The situation that he couldn't easily go back on. He had used his FC to start a community. He had used his system's skill points to invest in engineering, trainer, and in general party skills. So, standing there scanning the horizons, Peter revolved himself to not question himself anymore. Kislev was a backwards land, and the Kislevites were a courageous but trifling people. Heh, the Vaegir may be no better than the Kislevites, Peter thought with a scornful laugh, but then corrected himself. On Calradia, the Vaegir may have been no better than the Kislevites, but on Calradia there were no monsters. Those people had no inklings of any danger for man besides other man. And he, Peter Ivankov, had a solution for that. Deus Vult. Standing there waiting for his horsemen to return, Peter resolved himself. The humans in this world are always on the defensive, and no wonder. They worship a plethora of spirit gods who do nothing but feed their debauched tendencies. Shaking his head, he continued to think, "Actually, isn't this better? Haven't I already decided to kill those man-eating monsters?" Then, moving from the monsters, his mind shifted to mankind. "And for those spirit worshippers, I'm going to bring them the god's light. By God, I'm going to bring it. Whether they want it or not, they're going to have it. And with the support of the Vaegir, with the support of those who will convert, we will make this world clean from the taint of chaos." Nodding his head, Peter formulated his next steps. It would be risky, but he decided to pursue two strategies at once. He would create a town from which he would be able to support his army with food on, and he would create an army before the town was ready. Thinking about what he needed to do, he just hoped he would have the time. After waiting for a while longer, the first horseman returned, and quickly dismounting, the man saluted by placing his right arm on his chest and slightly bowing his head. "My lord, I've found a place that may be suitable for a village." Nodding and telling the man to continue, the horseman did just that. It's near the river, but not too close, and enclosed by two large rocky outcrops that could supply stone and defense for the time being. "How about forests?" Peter asked, knowing that they'd need to hunt for food. "There's a tree line across the river, but I wasn't able to tell how far it extends." "I see," Peter said, then thought to ask, "Around the rocky outcrops, is the land suitable to till?" Shaking his head, the horseman answered, "Perhaps some, but the space I scouted was constrained on 3 sides. Any large farm or pasture land would need to be situated away from where I'm referring to." After that, Peter asked about the river and some other geological features, but in the end put that location low on his list. Stone was important, but he needed access to wood more. Telling the man good work, they stood there somewhat awkwardly until Peter asked the man's name and how he came to be here. And when Horseman heard this, his eyes somewhat glazed over, and answering with a little more initiative, he surprised Peter. "My name is Mazen, my lord. I was born in the village of Mazen, which my name was given from." It was common for peasants not to have surnames. Likely, if forced to say his, this horseman would have called himself Markin Mazen, to indicate he was Markin from Mazen. But disregarding this thought, Peter looked at the horseman who had stopped talking and gently pressed a little more. "And how did you end up here, Markin?" Snapping back to reality, it seemed, the horseman answered, I was On my deathbed, when I was offered this chance by God." And seeing Peter's incredulous look, he quickly continued, "My lord, I dare not claim to know for certain, and I cannot explain it in words, but in my heart, I was offered the chance to live in youth once more. But the price for this was to come here and serve." Nodding his head in understanding, Peter asked, "Do you know what kind of place this is?" And Markin answered back, "I know it is very dangerous. I know that our God is not worshipped here. I know that it will not be easy." Then, shrugging his shoulders, the horseman said, "But I was old and dying. Now I am young and as strong as I ever was. Maybe I'll die tomorrow. I do not want to die. But if I do, then that's the covenant I made." Of course, he didn't know whether this Markin was telling the truth. He didn't even know if he himself was insane and dreaming everything. But if everyone he recruited were on their deathbeds before coming to this world, then it was undeniable that he was bound to get skilled people. After all, one simply didn't live to be old and not have any wisdom gathered through the years. Standing there, he spoke to the horseman some more and found out that the man had been in military service as a horseman for most of his youth and only retired after taking an arrow in the side by a band of Kurgit raiders. "Could never really lift my left arm after that," said the horseman, who then indicated that he went on to be a caravan guide across Vega's snowy mountains. The two men spoke for some while longer when the other horsemen began to return. Thankfully, all of them had, though 2 of the 5 horsemen sorrowfully claimed to have turned around when they saw shapes and dust in the distance. Hearing this, Peter told them they had done a good job and exactly what he had asked. He would see to those reports soon, he thought. Between the other horsemen, one claimed to have found a location on a hill right beside a junction where 2 smaller rivers created a larger one. From what he had seen, it was a large enough body of water for moderate-sized riverboats, though naturally he didn't know how deep it was. This was attractive, Peter thought, but without being hasty, he let the last horseman speak, and he said, "My lord, I came across an irregular-shaped plateau surrounded by grassland. The plateau was not very high, the slope was gentle and was perhaps 6 feet in height, but its size was large enough that I couldn't detail it all. I did come to find some rapids about 2 miles away, and in the same direction there was a thick woodland, but I hadn't got very close to either out of caution." Nodding his head to this, Peter asked him if that was all, and after a second the man said, "About an hour when I was coming back in this direction, I followed more along the river and crossed a large stone bridge that was badly damaged. There was nothing on it, but there were marks which made me not wait around there alone." Noting that this horseman had gotten scared, Peter also noted that the wagon was gone in just a day. Thinking about the half-eaten bodies and those empty eyes which had looked at him, almost pleading to him, Peter gnashed his teeth. "We'll go to the plateau first," he ordered, and without another word about it, the 5 horsemen said in unison, "Yes, my lord." 4 of the 5 saddled up, but Mazen did not. Instead, he asked, "My lord, would you like to ride my horse?" And laughing at this, Peter declined graciously. He was still wearing the armor he had bought from the system, but it weighed almost nothing to him, and though they were confused, the horsemen did as commanded and started trotting. And Peter, while running, kept up. This amazed the men, so much so that when Peter told them to go faster, they did just that, and he still kept up. Eventually, the 5 horsemen were pushing their step horses to their fastest speed, around 30 menti apart, but Peter still ran beside them. More than that, much to the horsemen's astonishment and awe, he started to zigzag in front of them. While the men were whooping and hollering for their steeds to go faster, Peter was also testing himself out. Conservatively, he thought, he could have run twice this fast for a long time before he ever got winded. But of course, soon enough, he stopped performing for the men and started following the man who knew where they were going. They passed the wrecked bridge and then followed the river a little more before branching off into the grassland, until a couple hours later, the horses' mouths were foaming, but they had finally reached their target. As the horsemen describe, it was a large, irregular plateau standing in the middle of a wide tract of grassland. Not too far from the river, some rapids or an unexplored woodland. Not too far from two other potential settlement sites. Looking around until just about the passing of midday, Peter had decided this was where it would start. He had the will. He had the tools. He even had very powerful allies when he needed them in Father Anderson and Abraham Helsing. Nodding his head to himself, Peter stood surrounded by the 5 horsemen and didn't hesitate. Ding, redeem medium movable camp. Redeem. Darkest before the dawn, too. Redeem medium movable camp. Redeem. When Peter said these words, the camp disappeared from the Fate Casino, and dismissing the window, he looked at the horsemen and said casually, "There will be 25 covered wagons nearby." But this turned out to be a useless thing to say, because no sooner than he turned around, he saw a wagon circle. "My God! My Lord! That was not there just a moment ago," called out Mazen, who was the only horseman who had regained some sense, and with a smile, Peter just shook his head and said, "Like when you were given the option to come here, and so came, other people and objects will also arrive. This isn't the strangest thing you'll likely see in this forsaken world." Nodding his head in response, the horseman said, "Aye, my lord, you have a point there." And so the moment was past, and without even going to look at the wagons first, Peter pulled up the Mountain Blade system. User, Peter Ivankov. Current dinars, 193, 447, 135 DWK. Recruit, Vigia, mercenary. Active forces, 5. Villages, 0. Castles, 0. Towns, 0. Caravans, 0. Inventory, 60 slots, empty. Ransom, 0 prisoners. Sell loot, cargo. Glancing at his character sheet, Peter had put 5 skill points in inventory, which allowed him to carry 30 more slots of items. Each slot could hold about the number of objects that could fit in a pallet-sized crate, which made it slightly more than the game. In this sense, Peter was not a walking baggage train, but he could still hold quite a lot. The system hadn't been all kind to him, though, because there also didn't seem to be any passive way to earn dinars. He could only ransom and sell loot cargo. But ignoring all of this, Peter moved to the Recruit Vagear tab, tapped Footman, and selected their gear. Cap with fur, nomad armor, nomad boots, Nordic sword, hand axe, spear, plain kite shield. Recruit 200 Vagear Footman, 12,000 dinar, YN? Yes. He said, but didn't wait, and continued to the Recruit Mercenary, where he tapped Huntress and selected their gear. Skullcap, leather jerkin, wrapping boots, fighting pick, hunting crossbow, hide-covered round shield, Volge. Recruit 200 Huntress, 1,300 dinar, YN? Yes, he thought simply. He had picked their gear to be a mix of usefulness and utility. Because he would never want rank 2 recruits fighting monsters up close, he had chosen his footmen to primarily wield spears and kite shields. And of course, for the huntresses, he had chosen hunting crossbows over the light crossbows, due to the fact that even if they were slower, they hit harder. Neither weapons were suitable for a large battlefield, but where a light crossbow was meant for small games such as rabbits and squirrels, a hunting crossbow could still take down a deer, or even a bear with a good hit. As for the fighting picks and hand axes, they were going to be used as tools. In truth, this was also the reason why Peter had selected the Nordic swords and vulges. He didn't expect either weapon to be useful for various reasons, but knew the metal would be needed. As for what the metal would be needed for, arrow and bolt tips. Snapping back to reality, now Peter informed the horsemen to be on the lookout. "We have people coming," he said, and there on the other side of the wagon circle, they found a group of 400 armed men and women. When they saw Peter, they bowed, knelt, saluted, and made other respectful gestures. Unlike the horsemen, their actions were not synchronized, but Peter wasn't one to blame them, and with a voice loud enough to be heard by everyone present, he shouted, "Welcome to the fated place. I know each of you have come from afar, And as much as I wish to know your stories, we must first act quickly. As you can see here before you, we have the provisions for a camp large enough to shelter us, and we must get started building it before night falls. We have much to do and little time, so I ask you, has anyone here ever been in charge of this kind of work? Of course, Peter himself could probably organize a camp, but it would certainly have faults. Thinking so, and after learning what he did from Martin the horseman, the thought of using his people's talents was obvious. And sure enough, after he asked this question, some people in the crowd seemed to become dazed before raising their hands. I have worked in estate planning. I used to sit on the village council. I've worked constructing many military camps, my lord. Out of the 400 people, only a dozen people called out like this, and these were all talents that Peter would use. But if that number had been low, there were a surprising number of people who called out saying they used to be carpenters, furniture makers, masons, etc. Seeing this, Peter's fears from the day before were assuaged. All these people who had formerly lived long lives had been given another opportunity of youth. Because of that, so long as this settlement was given a modicum of time, it would thrive. Calling over the dozen footmen and huntresses who had worked in administration, he quickly learned that they had all been relatively low and middle managers. But that was enough. While he had the others start unloading the wagons, he described the layout of the local area to the 12, and after some back and forth, they decided to build about a half-mile from where they were standing. Or in other words, about a half-mile closer to the forest and rapids. Normally, this would be very hard to do if they wanted the camp set up before nightfall, but with Peter's strength able to move the wagons without a horse, it was possible. Immediately, the word went out, and the wagons were reloaded. Walking in an unorganized but armed mass, the horsemen took positions around the crowd, and Peter moved back and forth as fast as he could go. On the flat grassland, seeing a Khud miles away was easy, and that was even more so since they were on elevated ground. Once the forest came into view, they walked about a quarter-mile more, and then came to a stop. Looking around, the 12 administrators were nodding their heads, and without wasting any more time, Peter put them in charge of setting up. Previously, Peter had figured that the Venetian well would be placed in the center of camp, but one of the huntresses shook her head and explained that wasn't a good idea. My lord, if this is going to be a long-term settlement, then a sewage system will have to be constructed. The Venetian well that you described is fascinating, but we must place it in an area that it can stand alone in, lest we risk tainting the water supply it gathers. Seeing the wisdom in her statement, Peter asked who she was, and when she gave her name, he said, "Good thinking, Anna." Then turning to the others, he said, "Does anything else have anything to add?" Getting a series of "No, my lords," he set them to their task and called the horsemen. "I want you all to start standing watch. Help if you see anyone in trouble, but don't scout around just yet. We need the camp built first." If Peter had his way, this settlement would go undiscovered for a long time, and even if that wasn't feasible, he didn't want it to be discovered before even setting roots. But most of all, he didn't want it discovered until he returned to that battlefield and looked around. He knew he was lacking valuable knowledge, and his sense of it was that this world was far too dangerous to be uninformed. So he only had one choice. He would start building here, and simultaneously lead a military force back to where he saw the battle. This had led him down to a number of possibilities. He didn't have many denars, but he could recruit 750 knights, and if he got lucky, then he could even gain from the expedition. What stopped him from this action was the big "if he got lucky." Vegir knights were trained in every martial skill, as all knights were, but they were not hunters and could not be relied on to provide for a fledgling community for anything except defense. Thinking about this, Peter walked towards the beehive of activity inside the camp and was amazed that the grid layout was already being marked up. He got a few greetings, but mostly people were focused on their jobs, and walking to the near middle of the camp, he saw Anna standing in front of a large foundation marker. "What's this?" he asked curiously, looking over a large plot of land that had been marked off. "My lord." The woman slightly bowed when she turned to acknowledge him. Pushing her brown hair out of her face after the bow, She smiled slightly, and for the first time, Peter gave her a good look. Like all of the recruits, Anna was between the age of 18 and 24. And like all the recruits, she was in good physical health and physically fit. This meant, like all the other recruits, she was more or less good-looking. Of course, like the others who had come from Calradia, she wore clothes that were practical and wouldn't show off her figure, but Peter thought she was pretty. This is the foundation for your future residence. Hearing her say this, Peter thought the plot was a little large for the tent, but somehow guessing his thoughts, she continued. Of course, the tent won't take up all this space, but there are a few key landmarks that must be laid out first. Thinking about what she said, he thought it was a good idea to make these plans since they wouldn't need to wait for natural population growth, but asking anyway, he said, "I see. Which are the other landmarks that you have in mind?" Speaking with her hands, Anna pointed her fingers as she numbered off the buildings. "First is the Lord's residence and the church. We'll be placing the church just across the way over there." She gestured diagonally, but Peter couldn't see anything due to the camp being set up. After all, the camp itself would be a lot smaller than the permanent settlement, and even though they would build the camp up first, it would be slowly expanded outward. Those two buildings are easier to mark because they will be key features inside the eventual inner castle. But my apologies, my lord. We have still yet decided where to mark the locations for the granary, barracks, stables, or bailiff. Impressed, Peter started to look around and envisioned the kind of castle town that his 12 administrators had in mind. Given the political environment of Calradia, it was only natural that these people could only envision walled towns, something that would no doubt serve them well in this dangerous world. Grabbing his interest, he asked Anna again what she had done for a living, and with a pause and then soft laugh, she told him that she had just been an old maid from Curor, who had never really been in charge of any project so large, but had been around building and military projects her whole life as her lady's head maid. They spoke a little bit more, and Peter told her that he needed his tent up as soon as possible, to which she replied affirmatively, allowing him to inspect the rest of the camp, knowing it was being taken care of. Walking around the hustle and bustle, he was amazed how smoothly everything was going up, and was even surprised to find the movable medium camp had come with banners. The banners were the same design as Golden Bear that he had chosen from the mount and blade system, and despite wondering how in the world it was included, he was just glad it did. After all, with his blonde hair, brown eyes, and newly grown frame, the Golden Bear banner really fit him. Admiring the work for a while longer, this tent was finally built, and Peter dismissed the workers from the area. Before he had planned to wait to recruit Father Alexander Anderson and Abraham Van Helsing, but now that was just not possible. Due to his lack of manpower, Peter decided that needed Father Anderson to ride with him in the army, and while he was gone, he would place Abraham Van Helsing in charge of the settlement. Making sure he was alone, Peter stood in the entrance of his tent, opened the Fate Casino, highlighted the two figures, and tapped Redeem. Like before, the effect was instant, and in a blink, there stood the two men looking back at him. Anderson was a big man, even taller than Peter by a few inches. He had blonde hair with blue eyes and appeared somewhat younger than he did in the series that he originated in. Abraham Van Helsing, on the other hand, was a man of medium height, strongly built, with brown hair and eyes that were covered by round spectacles. One wore the uniform of a priest, and the other that of a scholar. They looked at Peter each, and then looked at the other. "Do you know where you are?" Peter asked, cautious around these men, but not afraid. "I seem to," answered Professor Helsing first, somewhat inquisitively. He was followed by the other man, who, taking in a deep breath, said in a Scottish accent, "Where I am does not matter. What I want to know is why I am here. Now tell me, my son. Tell me where the monsters are. Tell me where the heathens congregate. Tell me where the flock of our people lay in torment. Tell me where to shine the light of our God in heaven." Abraham Van Helsing. Reminder, this is Bram Stoker's Van Helsing. He's not a superhuman vampire hunter, just everything else. Darkest before the dawn. 3. Speaking to Professor Helsing and Father Anderson, Peter hadn't held anything back. Firstly, it was simply impossible for him to hide the fact of his power to recruit others to their cause, or the mission of God, in Anderson's words. And secondly, Peter would need to rely on these two experienced men if he was ever going to revenge that Eaton family. If he was going to revenge all the Eaton families and all the evils done to man by monsters in this world. Speaking into the late afternoon, he found the two recruits to be invaluable assets, but there were some problems with them. Due to their extremely headstrong natures, they did not feel especially obligated to Peter's existence. Of course, they were predisposed to favor Peter due to the system, but what seemed to unite them more was the fact that they were all Catholics. They were all believers in God who found themselves in a godless and unimaginably horrible world, and each of them had their own thoughts, which conveniently ran parallel to the others. Needless to say, the two recruits readily went along with Peter's initial plan. Professor Helsing agreed due to the fact that there needed to be a beachhead set up in order to cleanse the land of monsters and to make a place where human populations to live in peace, and in that same vein, he saw the wisdom in helping a local army of men, in return for the knowledge that would make that possible. Father Anderson himself was interested in the green monsters and so-called orcs that Peter had seen. And knowing Peter's situation with Denars, they both agreed that plans being made needed to prioritize him getting more. In fact, instead of being confused by the concept of Denars, Professor Helsing pointed out that there was a time when men had to sacrifice to God for forgiveness, and that only ended when God sent Jesus to earth to act as the ultimate sacrifices for the sins of mankind. As for who was going to be the Jesus that ended the sacrifice in this world, no one commented on that. Father Anderson had also taken it in great stride that Peter is the rightful name for a man so close to God. Despite being a Catholic and finding himself in his current position, Peter didn't know if he thought that himself. Either way, the three made their plans for the next day before splitting up. Professor Helsing decided to sleep in the other large tent, claiming that he would use it as a hospital. Father Anderson naturally slept in a tent placed on the outline of where the church was going to be constructed. And later that night, Anna had slipped into Peter's tent, rejuvenated with youth. Such pairings were happening across the camp between those recruits who had regained some of their consciousness. Peter again swore that he really hadn't focused on the female recruits for that reason. Though he slept soundly after having a companion, that first night in camp was particularly quiet compared to the horrifying noises that Peter had heard the night before. Waking up early the next morning, Anna was already gone, and getting himself ready, he armed himself before walking outside, where Anderson and Van Helsing were waiting for him. Neither men were fools, but in a play as old as the church itself, the priest pretended to not see, and the other man decided to let sleeping dogs lie. Nodding his head, Peter looked at Anderson, asking him if he was ready, causing the priest to reply, "Aye, there is no rest for the wicked, and I, too, find no solace in idleness." Thinking that was as good of an answer as any, Peter turned to the professor and, confirming with a nod, directly went into the Fate Casino and redeemed half the food he had bought. Then, in another smooth motion, went into the Mount and Blade system. User: Peter Ivankov. Current dinars: 168, 2247, 135, WK. Recruit: Veagir, mercenary. Active forces: 5. Villages: 1. Castles: 0. Towns: 0. Caravans: 0. Inventory: 60 slots. Ransom: 0 prisoners. Sell loot cargo. Despite having recruited 200 footmen and 200 huntresses, since they weren't under arms, they weren't considered active forces. Thanks to this quirk of the system, he was able to greatly save on dinars during this critical time. But that was about to change. Moving to the Recruit Vega tab, Peter tapped Vega Marksman and selected their gear. Helmet with lamella guard, studded leather coat, leather boots, warbow, quiver of barbed arrows, X2, and a Vulge. Recruit: 50, Veagir Marksman, 9,600 dinar, YN. Yes. All right, Peter started to tell Professor Helsing. The marksmen will be arriving any time now. As discussed, they'll have warbows and 2 quivers of arrows. Grand, just so, by the time you get back, we'll have mapped out the local area and found out what kind neighbors we have in the area. Needless to say, the 10 tons of produce that Peter had bought would simply not last long, with a population of around 450 people. Besides that, the produce was meant to be the seed crop, and all of that was a great oversight on Peter's part. But thankfully, he had Abraham to point that out, and considering that in this world archery was such an important tool, then it was very likely that the expert, Vager marksmen, would still be powerful soldiers in war, as well as useful hunters in times of peace. Yes, one of the gambles they had to take was to send the marksmen into the forest to find food, and in the meantime, the professor would organize the camp with the aid of the administrators and start sowing gardens that very same day. Just before setting off, Peter introduced Anderson and Van Helsing to the people of the settlement as Father Anderson and Professor Helsing. Given to their personalities, the 2 men were gracious in front of especially Anderson, who promised to start holding chapel as soon as he returned, which almost everyone in camp began looking forward to. It didn't matter what they had done last night in their tents, or even what they would do that night. They had all come to this place after being selected by God, and so naturally were eager to attend service. In fact, despite being Christians, the Vigirs were not originally Catholics, but were Orthodox. Not that it mattered now, though. Having come to this new world, they wouldn't squabble over slight religious differences. As a matter of fact, it had been pointed out already amongst the people that Peter was the name of the first pope, so they were even more likely to convert without question. Putting Van Helsing in charge while he was gone, no one protested out of respect for both Peter and the title of professor, and with that done, Peter and Anderson left the camp behind them. Both men were faster than running horses, although Anderson didn't have the stamina or straight-line speed that Peter had. He was still capable of running nearly 35 men past for a sustained period of hours without rest. This plan was Peter's idea. Being that he could use the mount and blade system and recruit no matter his location, it didn't make sense for him to recruit from the settlement and then travel with a small force over the hills to where he had seen the battle. No, he would first make his way over there, accompanied by Anderson, and depending on the situation they found, he could recruit whichever people were needed. Running fast, the 2 men retraced Peter's steps from the couple days before. Although Peter had ran through the night, he had run in a straight line, and even without him noticing, the pathfinding skill was already assisting them in a big way. They ran over the grasslands into the forest and from the flat forest into the hills. The snow-capped mountains, which were not visible from the settlement, came more and more into view, and by the next morning they were so close that the mountain's details were starting to become apparent. Finally stopping to eat, Peter pulled out 2 3-pound pieces of dried meat and a keg of ale from his inventory. Like with his ability to recruit, he had shared this ability with Anderson and Van Helsing. Van Helsing was surprised and went on and on about the possibilities, but Anderson had not been too impressed since he too had a similar, albeit more restrictive, ability. "Do you see anything you remember?" asked Anderson, to which Peter could only shrug and reply, "I think we're on the right track, but I didn't take time to look at any landmarks. I will remember the hill I was on when I overlooked the battle." Nodding his head, Anderson spoke between large mouthfuls of meat, saying, "Aye, let us hurry. After the battle you described, time will be of the essence." Nodding his head, Peter gulped down a few mouths full of ale and handed the keg over to Anderson, who drank his fill. They didn't have any cups, but given the circumstance, that hardly mattered. After their small meal, the 2 men stood up and started back off, until finally, after a couple more hours, Peter realized where he was. There was the stump he sat on after he had first arrived in this place, and despite only 4 days having passed since then, it felt so long ago. "This is it," he told Anderson, and feeling braver due to the priest's presence and his own newfound abilities, Peter led them to the hill where he overlooked the battle and dropped his lunchbox. The lunchbox and the armies were gone, but signs of battle were evident. When the 2 men went over to the site, They found no corpses, no broken blades, no arrowheads, no pieces of wood larger than a forearm. They only found blood-stained ground. "There was a slaughter," said Anderson, who was inspecting a particularly dark splotch on the dirt before turning his head to look over away from Peter. "But it doesn't seem to be a complete one." Motioning towards an area of trampled ground, Peter followed Anderson's gaze, and though he thought he heard something, he wasn't sure. After a few moments, though, Anderson answered his suspicion. "Get ready," said he, and pulling the two Nordic swords he had off his back, the big priest began walking in the direction of the trampled path, in the direction of the noises. "Peter, this time I want you to just watch my back. There's no time to hesitate." Walking step by step, Anderson stood roughly 6 to 8 inches tall, and with each gait he covered a lot of ground. It looked to Peter like Anderson was about to say something else, but suddenly at least 24 greenskin burst from the tree line. They rode snarling wolves, covered in black mangy fur. These beasts were the exact same kind that Peter had seen slam into the side of the formation of soldiers. Seeing this, Anderson only paused his gait for the briefest second, before continuing to walk and saying low enough that even Peter could barely hear, "Ye foul creatures of darkness, your abominable presence offends the heavens themselves." Pulling the two-handed battle-axe off his own back and adjusting his kettle helmet, Peter walked only slightly behind the priest, and his adrenaline started pumping madly. He had killed the large green monsters by the river before, but then he had been almost out of his mind. Seeing these numbers, he couldn't help his nerves. And whether Anderson felt his unease or not, once the monsters came into full view, charging at them with wild whoops, growls, and grunts, he spoke once more in a loud, booming voice. "We are servants of the Lord, and as purveyors of divine justice, we shall cleanse this land of your taint." By now the wolf riders were getting very close, and breaking into a run himself, Anderson shouted for the world to hear, "Prepare to meet your end, for the righteous hand of God guides our blades." Bam! Jumping through the air at his foes, the first unfortunate goblin wolf rider had one of Anderson's Nordic swords plunged into its face, and moving on pure adrenaline and instinct, Peter was there with his battle-axe and chopped down on the wolf's head. Chopping down hard, there was almost no resistance at all, and the axe head sank into the ground after cleaving the skull in two. The next several minutes were at once the fastest and slowest point in Peter's life. Following behind Anderson, he struck with his axe whenever the priest had finished a blow. There were a few close calls, but bailed out by the priest, the more Peter fought, the more experience he gained. Unbeknownst to Peter, the super soldier serum Marvel Comics, model Captain America, was just that sort of thing. In the same way Captain America could master any weapon or martial art very quickly, so could Peter. And when added with the weapon master skill and proficiencies from the mount and blade system, there was no wonder how when during this fight, one that only lasted for several minutes, Peter's hold on the battle-axe grew steadier. His swings were more direct, his angles were more precise. His adrenaline began to lessen. Despite fighting in a mad rush behind Father Anderson, the two men's attacks were direct and always deadly. Just like that, it was over. With the remaining two riders starting to flee, Peter didn't even think when his hands automatically moved to his belt of heavy throwing axes, grabbing two. He killed both fleeing riders and their wolves with a single throw. Combined with his formidable strength, power throw was not a skill that could be ignored. Breathing heavily, but not winded, Anderson surveyed the corpses surrounding them, and spitting to the ground, he sneered, whispering to himself about monsters before saying loudly, "Aye, this is good news that they're here. With these greenskins around then, that force you saw should still be alive." "But if the army is alive, why would these goblins remain near the battlefield?" asked Peter, unable to follow Anderson's line of reasoning. "Heh! Though we can never peer into the mind of these wretched abominations, we can say that if they are intelligent enough to organize into an army, then they should be intelligent enough to formulate tactics." Then, kicking over a dead goblin rider, Anderson bent over and grabbed its machete-like blade. Tossing it over to Peter, he continued, They would only remain here if they were concerned about enemy reinforcements or were waiting for reinforcements of their own. Understanding why Anderson had thrown him the blade, Peter put it in his inventory, and as he was attempting to sell the loot, he asked, "I see. But couldn't they be scouts or a party of hunters?" "Aye, scouts maybe, but not likely hunters if they came back here. If they were scouts, then that begs the question about what they were scouting for." Anderson's reasoning made sense. The fact that these riders were here meant that the army was somewhere nearby. The army being nearby after 4 days indicated that their enemy was not defeated. That, or there was a settlement nearby. With the mountain blade system open, Peter tapped Sell Loot and brought up his inventory. Chipped rusted blade, 5 dinar. "Yeah, it works. I can offer this for 5 dinar. Not knowing whether or not they would have cared, Peter had used the terms offer and sacrifice instead of the system terms of sell and ransom. Nodding his head to this, Anderson began peeling off armor and weapons and tossing them over for Peter to offer. The process went quickly because neither man cared to be gentle, and within just about 10 minutes, all 25 goblins and their wolves were stripped. The price per kill was not uniform, but on average Peter gained 20 dinar per goblin and 5 dinar per wolf, not including the wolves' carcasses that he took, but wouldn't sell right away. Sell all loot, 625 dinar YN. Thinking yes, Peter was about to tell Anderson they could go, but another message popped up. Ding! Congratulations! User, Peter Ivankov, on successfully selling loot. Special chance, tap to open store, 24 kadizas. Not touching anything. Suddenly, Peter paused and saw that this time the store had a timer. Special chance, tap to open store, 23:59:45. Darkest before the dawn, 4. After making 625 denar from 25 goblin wolf rider, Peter felt confident, but not so confident as to open the store right away. Knowing he would need to see where the rest of the day went, he breathed a sigh of relief since he was given a timer, and after dismissing the system, he pressed onward with Anderson. Making their way, they hurried across the trampled path that they supposed the retreating army made. Step by step, the signs of battle became more and more recent, and it wasn't long until they were intercepted by another group of wolf riders. This group was smaller than the last, and with Peter having gotten more experience, the pitiful goblins could only curse their foul gods to have placed them in the path of the 2 superhuman warriors. One fight after the next, Peter and Anderson never stopped or even slowed down except to strip the dead. This went on for the rest of the morning and into the middle of the day. Sometimes they could go for an hour, only hearing noises in the distance, and other times they couldn't take 2 steps before being assaulted again. Still, despite the constant fighting, Peter was enduring it well, and though Anderson, obviously tired, filled with righteous zeal, and aided by his regeneration abilities, he never suggested taking a break. The route, which was turning more and more into a dirt road, took the 2 men into a wide, forested green valley that was surrounded by mountains the size of which Peter had never thought possible. Such oppressive sights were common in this world, and doing his best to ignore it, they continued tracking until signs of more recent battles became practically fresh. There were broken swords that hadn't been picked up. There were tufts of ragged cloth tossed here and there. There were broken trees and even fan-shaped burn marks scattered across the ground. There were even more monsters, and not just the goblin wolf riders. Face to face with an orc nearly his own height, and whose forearms were as large as his biceps, Peter ducked under a wide swing, dodging the metallic club by only a couple inches. Coming up, he held his battle axe in 2 hands. Using the butt of his weapon, he smashed the orc's face inward, causing the monster to spew red blood from broken teeth and green snot from a jammed nose, before lifting the weapon up and bringing it down in a lumberjack swing. The blow landed, bisecting the monster's head was down the middle. Fighting alongside Anderson, Peter had only taken 4 hits the entire day, all of which had been simple scrapes. Anderson, on the other hand, had been slashed a half-dozen times and even hit by 3 arrows. Thankfully, Anderson's regenerator abilities had kept him going, but clearly after moving for an entire day and night, now fighting non-stop, was taking a toll on the priest. After all, it wasn't as if the monsters were weak. Peter had wanted to ask him why he hadn't used his blessed bayonets, but he figured Anderson had his reasons, as he smashed another orc. With Peter fighting in his own world, Anderson directly led the battles, choosing which enemies to focus on first, choosing when to charge, choosing when to parry, and even choosing when to sacrifice himself to save Peter from being hit. To Anderson, it was evident that Peter was not a trained warrior, but he was impressed by the lad's promise and zeal. Stabbing his broken Nordic sword into the eye socket of one orc, Anderson bounded over, deflected a dagger blow from a goblin wolf rider that would have hit Peter with his bare hands, and chopped both of the monster's arms off in a single motion with his remaining blade. Only now aware of what was going on, when Peter turned around and saw the goblin with no arms, he reacted instantly and brought his battle axe down with authority. By now the axe was dull, but in Peter's strong hands it didn't matter, and he crashed through the rider and its wolf in a single strike. With a few more kills, the battle was over. Standing on top of a dozen dead orcs and half a dozen dead goblin wolf riders, neither Peter nor Anderson spoke as they started dismantling the corpses. So far, they had killed 141 of these monsters, and he had benefited to the tune of 4360 dinars and 112 wolf carcasses. He didn't know whether these wolves were edible, but figured the furs would have some use, even if they were just turned into carpets. The orcs' armor and weapons were in better condition than the goblins, but in the end it was all rusted trash, good enough to kill something with, and not much else. By now, they were nearing an apparent end corner of the valley, and Peter figured that they must have run and battled across 25 miles. Selling the remaining loot to the system, Anderson armed himself with 3 of the poorly made blades, and without speaking, he led Peter off the path they had been on. Reasoning that Anderson had guessed the settlement or army to be at the end of this corner of the valley, Peter followed along silently. And the thought proved to be right. Creeping through evergreen trees, the 2 men moved off the road and kept quiet as they walked up a sharp hill. At the top of the hill, which overlooked a large piece of open land, Peter and Anderson crouched as they looked ahead. There in the distance, perhaps only 5 miles away, they looked down on an army of greenskins which had organized itself in front of a large stone fortification built into the side of the mountain. The fortification had at least 2 sets of walls, one being about half the size of the other, and along the wall there could be seen a flurry of movement as spears, or what looked like spears, creeped over the battlements, moving back and forth. They watched thousands of orcs chopping down trees, and thousands more, goblins hammering away building ladders, battering rams, and planting sharpened stakes in a circular pattern. At the core of the greenskin army was a large platform where a skinny-legged green creature danced back and forth while holding a heavily bearded head. With eyesight far better than it had ever been, Peter could make out the creature clearly and saw. It wore a painted wooden board as a mask and held a crooked staff, which it sometimes slapped the severed head with. About to ask what to do, since the army of greenskins was at least 5,000, Peter looked over and saw Anderson shaking. "Father and," he started to say, but was cut off by the priest who was gnashing his teeth. "As God looks upon high, so shall we look down on these abominations. Accursed monsters who know not their time is near." Then, snapping his head to Peter, he said, "Tell me, my son, tell me how many faithful knights you can bring to bear at this moment." Opening up his system, Peter calculated. User, Peter Ivankov. Current dinars, 163,632, 147 WK. Recruit, Vegir, mercenary. Active forces, 55. Villages, 1. Castles, 0. Towns, 0. Caravans, 0. Inventory, 40, 60 slots. Ransom, 0 prisoners. Sell loot, cargo. I could recruit 750 knights, or a mix of about 850 marksmen and infantry. Hearing him say this, Anderson cut his eyes back to the besieging army and Peter could tell he was doing the math. So far, each goblin wolf rider had been worth about 25 dinars in total, while each orc had been worth about 35. Splitting the difference to 30, if there were 5,000 greenskins in this army, then Peter could potentially gain 150,000 dinars from this battle. After he thought this, Anderson had regained his surface-level calm and looking at Peter said firmly, "This will be the first time we show ourselves to the heathens of this world. It is imperative that we put our best foot forward." Nodding his head, Peter did agree with this sentiment and stated, "I think so too. If we wait until the greenskins assault the walls, we could charge in and rout them from behind." "Nay," interrupted the priest. Not annoyed by this, as much as Anderson had done that day, Peter knew the priest understood the concept of holy war better than he. So he listened when the man continued. "You and I will rest for 15 minutes and then attack with 500 faithful knights and 300 blessed sword sisters. Behind a volley of bolts, our knights will pierce the heart of these monsters, and you and I will sever the heads of this army in one swift stroke of our blades. In one move, we will show the defenders of this fortress our skill, our courage, and the righteous fury of the one true Almighty God." Hearing Anderson's speech even riled Peter up, and nodding along, convinced of the plan, he waited. 15 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The greenskins down below still continued their work, and a dark, ominous mist had begun to form around the platform in the center of the camp. Making their way down the hill, Peter opened the mount and blade system. Recruit 500 Vaegir knights, 108,000 dinar, YN. Recruit 300 sword sisters, 51,000 dinar, YN. Thinking yes for both, Peter quickly altered their equipment. For the Vaegir knights it was Vaegir war helmet, lamella armor, plate boots, leather gloves, great bardiche, fighting axe, lance, knightly kite shield, steppe charger. And for the sword sisters, helmet with neck guard, coat of plates, plate boots, leather gloves, hunting crossbow, bolts, saber, plate-covered round shield, courser. While walking down the hill, the only question Peter had to think about was whether he should give the sword sisters an extra quiver of bolts or a shield. But given the current plan of a lighting strike, he figured that an extra quiver wouldn't be used. Getting to the bottom of the hill, hundreds upon hundreds of hoof steps could be heard, and looking to where they were coming from, Peter was awed by the sight of 800 heavily armed riders closing in. Standing slightly in front of Anderson, who was likewise seeing their army arrive, he heard the priest praise God, and then stand silent as the horsemen and women shouted in unison, "Orderus, my lord." For these new recruits, who had the least amount of true awareness, they would have followed Peter into the pits of hell itself, no matter the situation. Organizing the knights and sword sisters didn't take as long as Peter had thought it would, and soon enough they were arranged 100 wide and 8 deep. Naturally, the sword sisters were in the back ranks. Armed with crossbows and sabers, they would launch an opening volley and then pick off disorganized greenskins. And though it seemed like Peter was protecting them, he wasn't. With their coursers, the fastest horse in Calradia, the sword sisters were in the back row to make sure not a single enemy was able to rout. Why was this so critical? Current dinar, 4,632, 29,447 WK. Peter grimaced when he saw the figure. Cavalry was more than twice as expensive as infantry, and even with his leadership skill at 5, that only reduced the price of his soldiers by 25%. If there was any light at the end of the tunnel, Peter thought, it was that dinars were practically worthless as a currency. In the game, 29k dinars was the price of a lordly helmet. But did he have any lordly helmets laying around? Obviously not, and so motivated by reasons both spiritual and financial, at this moment, Peter was perhaps the most dangerous kind of man alive. Walking in front of the large host of cavalry, Peter and Anderson did not use stealth. With scurrying grunts and shrieks all along the edge of the woods, they walked as scores of greenskins saw them, turned, and ran back to the army's camp. Walking fast, but not so much as to be called rushing, Peter and Anderson made their way into the plain in front of the fortress and saw the army of greenskins running helter-skelter in order to prepare to fight this never-before-seen foe. Crossing 4 miles in 30 minutes, the greenskin army ranks were still forming, and Anderson shouted loud enough for all 800 soldiers to hear over their horses' hooves. What he said even had Peter ready to fight to the bloody end. "Behold! The abominations of darkness gather before us, a festering swarm of wickedness and sin. They think they can defy the light of God and spread their vile corruption across this land, but they underestimate the righteous fury that burns within us." As he spoke, they got ever closer. "You monsters, your time of reckoning has come. As the thunder rolls and the heavens weep, we descend upon you. As long as you taint this land, we shall smite you, scatter your ranks, and cleanse this land of your unholy presence." Now, with barely 300 yards between them and the front line of the orcs, the greenskin army could feel the horses' hooves shaking the ground and breaking from the formation they had just made. They stepped forward, whooping and snarling, doing their best to bolster themselves and scare their attackers. But this time, their foes' morale would not break. Any consciousness re-entering the cavalry was inundated with the zeal coming from the war priest at the head of their long line. Now breaking into a jog, Anderson and Peter led the trotting horses, and Anderson shouted out with the last of his words, "We are the bearers of the Holy Cross. We are the warriors of righteousness. We are the defenders of all that is holy. Charge!" The first volley of bolts were loosed. Righteous Dawn 5. With bolts flying overhead, Peter and Anderson broke out into a full sprint. Leaving the charging cavalry behind, Peter wasn't just going to follow Anderson, who was headed to the dark, mist-covered platform. But instead of headed for a group of several dozen goblinoids, he saw wielding bows of various shapes. With his now worn two-handed battle-axe still strapped to his back, Peter could barely think of any strategy than the one he had put his mind to, and in a heartbeat he grabbed several of his heavy throwing axes and launched them one by one. With the orcs having raised their shields to block the oncoming bolts, Peter's throwing axes just tore through them. In addition to his already superhuman strength, the power throw skill increased his damage output by a monstrous 100%, and with their shields raised, the first orcs hit by his axes just exploded. Seeing their fellows burst into mists of blood, the orcs didn't recoil in the same way the goblins did, but in an attempt to bolster their own bravery, lowered their shields, lifted their blades over their heads, broke their line formations, and charged in mass. 25 yards away from his targets, another volley of bolts whizzed through the air, hitting many scores of the greenskins just in the moment when Peter had finally reached the line. Holding his battle-axe like a baseball bat, he swung for the fences. Directly chopping in half the first orc to get within range, Peter moved on instinct alone and against the army which had broken their own formations. He was a tiger inside a flock of sheep. And not far behind him, thundering hooves and sharpened lances readied trained themselves on the bestial orcs. But unable to focus on the cavalry coming from behind, Peter looked over to the goblin archers, quickly picked up a shield from a dead orc, and threw all his might. Dodging under a mighty blow from a particularly large orc, Peter wasn't able to see the effects of his throw, but instead was forced to duck before coming back up with the butt of the axe ramming into the chin of the hunched-over greenskin. The handle of the battle-axe splintered, but not before Peter could destroy the orc's lower jaw, laying the creature low with a single strike. Grimacing that he had broken his main weapon, Peter didn't have time to think as he quickly equipped his steel shield, tackled a nearby orc, and in the melee grabbed the monster's own crude blade, then killed the orc with it. About to move forward still, suddenly a rumbling crash all at once sounded, and jerking his head backwards, Peter watched for a few seconds as the first wave of Vaegir knights crashed into the disorganized orc army. Having never experienced a cavalry charge in his life, if Peter had to describe it, he would have likened it to an avalanche or rock slide. There was no single large boom like what would be heard during a car crash. Instead, it was a series of booms that coincided with the trampling of thousands of hooves. Awed by the sight of a wall of iron riding on top of armored horses, Peter let out a shout Deus Vult! All that had happened had occurred within the first couple of minutes, and naively believing that they would run over this so-called army of greenskins, Peter was once again shocked. Because while they held the initiative in the attack, the greenskins weren't going lay down without giving as good as they got. All at once, while Peter watched the cavalry charge simply melt away any resistance in its path, a spiderweb of green lighting crashed into the ranks of Vaegir knights, throwing a dozen men off their horses and stalling the ones behind them. At the same time, the goblin archers loosed a volley of arrows of their own, destroying a dozen other knights. Reacting to these developments with a speed that would be impossible for a lesser human, Peter turned his head to the platform which the green lighting came from and saw Anderson jumping forwards covered in papers. He couldn't hear what the priest was yelling, and turning back to his own task, he held his steel shield firm and ran at top speed to the troop of archers. Ducking and dodging, Peter crossed the wild battlefield like a wraith. Jumping several meters into the air, he landed in the middle of a group of goblins. Not stopping for a second, he held the crude blade he had stolen from the orc, and despite the fact he had never held a sword in his life, he slashed this way and that way, using pure physicality to kill these lesser greenskins. Covered in red blood from head to toe, when Peter's blade broke, he grabbed one of the flimsier swords carried by the goblins and continued his work. Although he fought like a machine relying on instincts more than rational thoughts, never once did Peter forget where he was. After all, in his heart, Peter was no berserker. He was a crusader. Filled with righteous fury, he killed and killed and killed some more, never once being hit. His shield seemed to melt into his body, becoming an extension of his own arm. Unable to see what was going on elsewhere, the sounds of battle rang far and wide, until eventually Peter stood alone. He had broken the spirit of the goblin archers, and in a panic they fled. Only coming to a stop when the last goblin at hand was killed, Peter looked around, lifted the toothpick of a sword in his hands, and bellowed again. Deus Vult! Deus Vult! Deus Vult! Snorting in a deep breath through his nose, he was further invigorated when over the noise of hooves, he heard the chant carried on the wind. D-E-U-S-V-U-L-T. D-U-V-U-L-T. Deus Vult. Deus Vult. Deus Vult. Deus Vult. Turning his head towards sound, Peter saw a Vaegir knight break through the maelstrom of blades. Holding the reins of his horse with his teeth and using both hands to hold his battle-axe, the man spit out the reins, quickly caught them with his left arm, and raising the battle-axe with his right yelled, "God wills it!" Feeling his heart thump through his chest, Peter's eyes narrowed, and turning back to the platform, he saw it covered in paper, and he personally saw Anderson shove a bayonet through the Green Witch's head. Feeling like he could fight on for days, Peter was ready to set forth, but suddenly stopped. The ground started shaking, and not from horse hooves. Turning his head to the sound, stepping out of a grotesque tent, walked a greenskin that stood at least 9 ift in height, and had a chest at least 4 ift in width. Towering over its other kin, it looked around and roared so loudly, he even overtook the shouting knights and sword sisters, so loudly that even the ground around it shook. But this orc's roar was a momentary one. And if the roar was a tactic meant to frighten them, then it had terribly backfired. Seeing the orc for what it was, and filled with a righteous bravery that Peter would not have believed existed the week before, Peter was not afraid. No, he was glad that the boss had finally shown himself. With his steel shield braced tight, Peter held onto the toothpick-like goblin blade and ran towards this final foe. And to its credit, seeing Peter charging at him, the orc boss didn't back down from the challenge, charging back at him with a massive double-edged axe that glistened in the afternoon sunlight. The orc boss lifted the weapon high and with a speed that betrayed its huge size, swung it in a downwards chop. But Peter had followed its trajectory, as his eyes and brains were now better than any normal humans could be. Dodging to the side, Peter stabbed the toothpick-like blade straight into the orc boss's exposed elbow, causing a shriek from the massive greenskin monster. Quickly turning the blade in an attempt to dislocate the forearm, the orc boss jerked back and broke the blade off in its bones. A move that may have saved the arm, but one that would make it impossible for it to retrieve the implanted blade. With his foe already practically disabled, Peter pulled his remaining heavy throwing axe off his belt and didn't hold anything back. In a blow that would have surely destroyed a car, the orc boss reacted just in time, bringing its glistening battle axe to intercept the projectile. The battle axe was miraculously fine, but nearly blown off its feet, the giant orc stumbled, and Peter didn't let this chance to go waste. Using his only remaining weapon, his steel shield, Peter slammed it into the orc's chest, felling the beast. Then jumping on it, he used the shield to hammer away. Once, twice, a third time. The power of this orc boss made it an immense foe for even heroic figures, but it had one fatal flaw. It had killed one too many men. Enhanced by the super soldier serum, the mountain blade system, and the power strike skill, Peter was not any kind of man ever faced by the orc boss, and when he arrogantly challenged Peter, expecting the same kind of fights he had been in before, he was naturally killed just like that. Using his fourth shield strike to sever the monster's head, Peter held it up for the world to see. Blood and gore dripping from its neck. When he hoisted it up, the battle almost fell silent. Indeed, the astonished greenskins had stopped, even as they were still being slaughtered. They somehow instinctually knew what had happened. And then they broke. Seeing their enemies break and run, the Vaegir knights began cheering madly. Only the Sword Sisters and Father Anderson kept at their work, never stopping until the job was done. Righteous Dawn, Final 6. Outside of the walls of the unknown fortress, Peter began organizing the cleanup as soon as the battle was won. With Father Anderson and the remaining Sword Sisters still chasing down escaping groups, greenskins, it was hard to give a complete list of loot right then, but Peter could easily determine the losses they had sustained. Active forces, 412, 607. Vaegir marksmen, 50. Vaegir horsemen, 5. Vaegir knights, 245, 358. Sword Sisters, 112, 194. Having lost nearly 300 of the most powerful soldiers he could bring to bear was difficult to witness, but in the end, they defeated a force of at least 5,000 greenskins with an army of merely 850. Though there had been many reasons for such a lopsided outcome, no one could question that the battle had been a heroic victory. This included the fortress's defenders, who had watched the entire thing. Of course, there had been a lot of wounded, but with Peter's level 5 wound treatment skill, he was convinced that any non-life-threatening injuries would be healed quickly, and so he got to work. Keeping the orc boss's head separate, Peter first ordered the knights to start stripping the dead greenskins of their gear and then pile the naked corpses on top of each other. As the work got started, Peter went around inspecting the battlefield, and using his system's sell loot function, he was able to get some eyebrow-raising names. Starting with the double-headed axe used by the orc boss himself. Ceremonial star metal dwarven great axe. Sell, 200,000 dinar YN. Surprised and excited, Peter almost did sell the weapon to the system, but paused for two crucial reasons. The first reason was obviously due to the name. Selling a ceremonial dwarf weapon would probably not foster good relations with the aforementioned group, and Peter was currently in no position to alienate any faction of Order over a single weapon. Secondly, and almost just as importantly, Peter figured that even if this wasn't an important weapon for the dwarves, it would be for him. After all, this axe had withstood the full might of his power throw and wasn't even cracked. The handle on it was long, which made it a bit unwieldy, but the durability of the metal was more than enough to make up for that. So, shrugging his shoulders, Peter lifted the big axe and carried it as he went over the battlefield, picking up any weapons and armor which looked good to sell. By the time he reached the platform with the dead greenskin witch, Peter had already made a satisfying 32,000 denars. The platform was still covered in papers, which Peter could now see were scriptures, and the dark mist was long gone. Only the witch and its equipment remained. Anderson must have known I'd come over here. was what Peter thought as he peeled off the cracked piece of wood covering the goblin's face. The piece of board had strange markings on it, and not thinking, Peter was about to put it in his system to sell when… Ding! The Fate Casino detects low-grade Chaos Relic. Options: Sell, 500,000 FC. Trade, 3, spin to win. Note: the Fate Casino will only offer to sell or trade for 1 Chaos Relic of each rank. Looking at this, Peter wasn't annoyed or even thinking about the fact that the Fate Casino hadn't mentioned how many ranks existed for the Chaos Relics. He was just thrilled to have not redeemed all his previous purchases. After all, if the Fate Casino was closed, Peter doubted he would have the option to interact with it again. As for the options given to him, Peter directly decided sell 500,000 FC. The spin to win was tempting after his last huge winnings, but Peter had resolved himself to live in this new world and wouldn't intentionally risk everything on a gamble. Even if those 500,000 FC weren't enough to buy him powerful adaptation, they would afford him many items. After selling the relic, it dissolved into smoke, and picking up the witch's staff, Peter put it in his inventory. Ding! Congratulations, user, Peter Ivankov, on acquiring a magic weapon. Magical weapons can be sold for a premium. Bonus reward: Summon Companion 01. Shamanic Split-Bone Staff. Sell 35,000 talents dinar. Needless to say, Peter didn't wait and sold the shaman's staff, bringing his dinars back up to a respectable amount. As for recruiting a companion, he decided to wait until he returned to the camp, though thoughts were already swirling through his mind about who to choose. Scavenging the rest of the platform of anything that seemed useful, Peter found some things, but nothing compared to the staff and relic. Finally satisfied, he turned his attention to the soldiers. Some were helping the wounded, but most were working to strip and loot the dead. With over 200 knights working diligently, a grisly scene was forming as the mound of greenskin corpses began to sweat and burst under their own weight. Beside the mound was a pile of assorted weaponry and armor. Almost all of it was junk, but quantity had a quality all its own, and after telling the knights to start a fire to burn the dead greenskins, Peter began putting the gear in his inventory and selling it. He used the smoke and commotion to camouflage the fact from the observers in the fortress, though he wasn't particularly worried about the knights seeing him. After all, most of the knights had only regained a thin string of consciousness at this point, and even if they did realize what they were seeing, it would hardly have come as a surprise given how they ended up in this world to start with. Finally, by the time Anderson and the Sword Sisters were returning, Peter's Mount and Blade system screen was User Peter Ivankov. Current dinars 204,632, 20,638 WK. Recruit Vaegir Mercenary. Active Forces 412, 607. Villages 1. Castles 0. Towns 0. Caravans 0. Inventory 25 to 60. Slots. Ransom 0 prisoners. Sell loot cargo. Bonus. Recruit companion 01. Open store. Time remaining 11:35.24. He had undeniably gained a lot in this battle, but also felt pressed for time. 200,000 denars was not a lot to recruit with, and he was already in the red for 20,000 denars per week. But Peter told himself, as Anderson was nearing, at least now he had an attacking force to back him up with. Armies ranging in the thousands were neither rare nor common in the world of Warhammer, so having 500 mixed Vaegir knights and sword sisters would be enough for now. "How are things on your side, father?" Peter asked the priest. Looking cool, despite being covered in blood, Anderson smiled to Peter and spoke with not just kindness, but with a warmth he hadn't displayed before. "Aye, the wicked abominations were put to rout just as we said. Some scattered rats managed to escape, but they will be dealt with by the will of God." Nodding to this, Peter stepped sideways, and throwing a glance at the fortress, said wryly, "I was just about to go knock. Would you like to join me?" "Ha ha! Ah, it'd be my pleasure. Let us go forth and meet the so-called forces of order in this world. May we shed God's grace on them all." Nodding his head to this, Peter didn't truly have such expectations. At least, not yet. No, instead he wanted more mundane things from these people. A map, a bestiary, or anything of that nature would be satisfying. Walking to the fortress's main gate, Peter had the dwarven axe over his shoulder and his bent steel shield on his arm, and looking at the shield, Anderson said, "I saw how you dealt with the big one. I wanted to help, but could not do so. It was your cross to bear, and you were masterful, Peter. I believe the shield suits you." Hearing this, Peter couldn't help but to smile, and looking slightly up, as Anderson was a few inches taller than he just shook his head and thanked the priest for his words. By now they had reached the gate, and seeing no indication nor movement, Peter handed Anderson the axe and knocked hard several times. The effect of his knocking was magnified by his gauntlets and was surely heard by whoever was nearby. They stood there for nearly an hour talking, until shrugging his shoulders again, Peter said they needed to leave. By now the entire field in front of the fortress was covered with choking black smoke. Many of the knights had covered their faces, and the bodies of thousands of greenskins burned. Already they would be late setting up a camp. Peter still had the wolf carcasses that needed to be processed before they rotted, and finally he wanted to be back in camp before reopening the store. With no time left to wait, hefting the giant axe over his shoulder as soon as he and Anderson began to walk away, a series of clicks were heard, followed by the groaning sound of iron hinges lifting upwards. Turning around suddenly, in unplanned unison, the two men watched as the drawgate opened halfway, and standing on the other side were 24 heavily armored bearded folk. "Dwarves?" asked Anderson, in both a question and statement, to which Peter just nodded his head. Already knowing what they were, Peter had no confusion on that part, though he was curious as to why they were so short. Of course, being dwarves meant they'd be under 5 tall, but these bearded folk were barely standing at 4 1/2 feet in height. Fully turned around, Peter stepped forward and was matched by the dwarves who took a battle stance. The ensuing standoff was only broken when, from behind the dozen dwarves, a gruff voice called out, and the squad stepped aside. Walking from the middle of the group of dwarves was a slightly larger, more ornately armored figure. The bearded folk didn't get too close, stopping several feet away from Peter, but spoke in a gruff voice, loud enough for the surroundings to hear. What words he said, Peter had no idea. It sounded something like Polish, but besides English and a few words of Russian, Peter didn't know anything else. And neither did Father Anderson, who himself spoke several languages. Shaking his head no to the ornately armored dwarf, the speech pattern changed, sounding more German, and when Peter shook his head no again, the voice changed, sounding something like Italian, and then French, and then Spanish, but naturally Peter didn't recognize these words. They were not languages from Earth after all. Seeing the confusion in the dwarf's eyes, Peter shrugged to him, took off his kettle helmet, and motioning around to the surrounding just shrugged. Even if the dwarf and he didn't speak the same language, at least the dwarf knew enough about human body language to know what Peter was getting at. When this was established, the apparent leader turned to the side and called something out in the first harsh tongue he spoke in, and then turning back to Peter, they waited in silence until another dwarf came running while holding a pair of thick bracelets. Snapping one bracelet on himself, the ornately armored dwarf tossed the other to Peter, who followed suit. What happened next was one of the strangest experiences in Peter's life. The bracelets didn't translate per se, but whenever one figure spoke, the other would get their meaning. That meaning was naturally not put into verbal words, but was instead feelings and urges. The dwarf was wary, and first and foremost wanted to know why Peter attacked the army of greenskins. Peter's answer to this was natural, hardening his expression. He wondered if he needed a reason to kill greenskins. They were monsters, woman-killers, baby-eaters, thieves, raiders, and every other foul thing. Though these were Peter's true feelings, these were also exactly the best feelings and urges he could have given the dwarf leader, who stared at Peter and nodded deeply. After that, the dwarf leader indicated to ask if Peter wanted anything from them, which he wasn't modest about. Trying his best to mime the idea of a map, Peter even went so far as to use his foot to draw on the ground. Seeing this, the dwarf leader nodded, and after turning to talk to his own people, turned back around to ask Peter some more questions. They went back and forth like this for quite some time. Every time the dwarf leader asked something, he would in return ask if Peter wanted anything. In this way, Peter did get several books. Though he couldn't understand them, he saw diagrams and pictures of various flowers, animals, and monsters of all kinds. In truth, there wasn't much of value Peter could relay to this dwarf, and likely the information Peter had asked for wasn't seen as important either. Mostly the dwarf leader was asking about Peter's personal feelings on this and that, a couple of times even going so far as to point to illustrations in the books to see what Peter thought about them. Before asking the last question, the dwarf leader pointed to a picture of a dwarf warrior, to which Peter thought, stubborn, alcohol, reliable, and that resulted in a barely visible smile from behind the huge beard. Naturally, the last request was for the ceremonial axe. Though Peter had every intention of giving it to the ornately armored warrior, he wanted to ask for something good. After all, the axe was worth a whopping 200,000 dinars. But standing there, almost in the spur of the moment, an idea came to him. Pointing behind the dwarf leader, Peter's fingers fell on each dwarf in the area, and then pointing one finger up, he spoke while miming, "I want one of you to follow us and teach us your language." For this task, Peter had just the man in mind to learn, and pausing for a split second, the dwarf leader stepped forward with his arm outstretched. Handing the axe over, the dwarf introduced himself in a number of dialects, though one sounded better than the rest. Harkon Vikramson. Repeating the name a few times, they stood there and communicated a few times until from behind the warriors, a younger male dwarf, one whose beard was barely full, came running with a full backpack. Seeing this, Peter smiled, and after a bit longer, he returned to his army. With the dwarf and Father Anderson following behind him, he now needed to hurry. From the author UberNuber. In some ways, this could be considered the end of the prologue, now that our MC has a map, an army, albeit small, and resources to work with. Look forward to the upcoming chapters. This is a kingdom-building, church-crusading, army-building story, which will progress at a medium pace most of the time. This will be the last time I remind the reader, but remember, this fictional story is not an accurate portrayal of Christian values. Christianity will never be the punchline of a joke, but it's Christianity if the Spanish Inquisition was fighting against actual, literal monsters, devil worshippers, demons, etc. Putting down roots. 7. With time ticking down on the Mount and Blade Systems store, Peter wasn't able to make camp with the army, but was instead forced to run back to the settlement that night. If there had been a road, given that he could run upwards of 60 maztatapas for an extended period of time, Peter would have been able to make the 100-mile journey in merely 2 hours, an incredible feat. But running through unclaimed wilderness had naturally made his travel time a lot longer. Leaving Anderson in charge of the army, who then decided to camp quite close to the battlefield, Peter had started running at dusk. With a touch over 8 hours left on the clock, though he ran, he wasn't exactly rushing. Until he got a notification. Ding. Active forces plus 200. By now it was dark. Only a tiny bit of light from the 2 moons penetrated the forest, and Peter's face sank when he read this. Normally, rank 2 and under recruits wouldn't be considered active forces unless directly put under arms, so this could have only meant one thing. Something was going on at the settlement. Running even harder, Peter was finally feeling exhausted from a day of constant running and fighting, but he pushed on resolutely. During this time, he ignored the terrifying noises coming from the forest and even ignored some obvious campfires in the distance. He ran single-mindedly. To any creature, monster or otherwise, who chanced to see him, he would have appeared like a blur. In the darkness of this boreal forest, no human would have even been sure of what they had seen. In the end, he made the trip in 4 hours, a staggeringly short period of time considering the distance and terrain he had gone through. Running out of the forest, he saw the spot of the settlement out there in the near distance lit up like a Christmas tree. There were large fires burning everywhere, and thinking the worst, Peter equipped the battered steel shield, clenched his fists, and ran even harder. In this way, it didn't take him but just a few minutes to breathe a sigh of relief. The situation was still worrying, but the large fires were obviously bonfires and not burning tents. Coming to slow jog and then stop, Peter rubbed his eyes with his left hand and felt tired. Standing there for only a moment, he heard a barely audible whizzing sound and instinctually lifted his shield. Dink! Whoa! Wide awake now, his adrenaline couldn't help but to start going as he heard more and more whizzing sounds heading his way. Ducking and moving in a zigzag, Peter ran towards the sources of fire, yelling, "Halt! Halt! Halt!" And thankfully, the arrows stopped after barely 30 seconds. In that short amount of time, Peter was forced to dodge almost 20 arrows. Finally getting to the half-dozen marksmen who would have unwittingly turned him into a pincushion, he dismissed their pleads for forgiveness, saying, "You men did exactly what you were supposed to do. Now tell me, what's happened here?" "My lord," answered one of the men with a salute, then continued, "Several hours ago, a sentry spotted movement in the darkness. Earlier today, we found large tracks coming out of the river, and in moving in this direction, we assumed it to be the monsters you described." Nodding his head to this, Peter told the men to keep standing guard and mentioned that there would be no more allies approaching in the darkness. After all, even if Anderson came at full speed, it would take the knights and sword sisters 2 or 3 days to travel the same distance Peter had done. This was due to the fact that they couldn't just run like Peter had. The wounded needed to be moved carefully, the horses would need to graze, and the soldiers would need to make camp every night. Logistics was truly a nightmare for the military. Walking fast into camp, Peter removed his helmet and walked towards the next largest tent compared to his own. There he found Professor Helsing standing at a newly made table and staring at a very rough-looking topographical map. "How are things, Professor Helsing?" Peter asked. The tent had no guards, but did have several people in it, including 7 of the 12 administrators Peter had appointed. Jerking his head upwards, Abraham Van Helsing spoke before the others could greet their lord and asked quickly, "You're back already? Where's the priest? What happened?" "Ah, how are things here? Everything's fine, just taking precautions. My apologies, Lord Ivankov, but I absolutely must have a body of one of those monsters you described so I can know what we're dealing with and then formulate a plan." "Oh, and what about the expedition? Did you find what we're looking for?" Professor Helsing was a polymath genius, but his brain could be scattered when talking. This was no doubt due to the fact that he thought faster than most people. Answering the man's questions one by one, Peter didn't dismiss the administrators when he spoke about the battle, the goblin shaman, the orc boss, the magic, or the dwarves. Like not hiding his own ability to recruit others from Calradia, he would not hold back the critical facts of this world from his people. So far, most of them only knew that this new world was dangerous and had heard about the monsters in the river. Greenskins, giant wolves, dwarves, dragons, magic, demons, etc. were all unknown to these people who had come from a place much like 1500s Europe. Of course, Peter would keep some things to himself, like the Fate Casino or his Second Wind model Borderlands adaptation, because that information would only cause more harm than good. But besides a very small percentage of facts, he would be an open book. At the end of his tale, the administrators were excited to hear that there would be nearly 500 knights and sword sisters arriving in a few days' time. On Calradia, knights were the fundamental force in most professional militaries, and while no one would question the sword sisters' abilities, few cultures found it socially acceptable to follow women into battle. And it just so happened that the Vaegir were outliers in this sentiment. Having been bred on the harsh steppeland, surrounded by the Kurgit hordes, the Nordic raiders, and the backstabbing Swardians, the Vaegirs were no strangers to combat, and women often participated in the shared defense of their homes. Even though most wouldn't venture onto the battlefield, for those who could do so, there was no shame in it, only pride. Many Vaegir boys dreamed of being either marksmen or knights, and a not-so-small number of Vaegir girls dreamed of being sword sisters. Finishing his report to his administrators, Peter pulled out the map and several illustrated books he had gotten from Harkon Vikramson and sat them on the table. "There's a Dwarven interpreter with the army, Professor. As you'd imagine, these people don't speak English. I was hoping you'd take the dwarf in your care and learn his language as soon as possible." Muttering, "Yes, yes," the professor's eyes were on the map, and when he finally looked up, he said slowly, "We may be the north, but this is good land." The map given to Peter by the dwarves was one that basically showed all of the human lands, and the details were quite good. For example, it showed that the ocean lay some 200 miles to the west, if Peter's estimations were correct, and between them and the ocean lay forests, rivers, a small mountain range, and most importantly, there were thousands of square miles marshland. Marshlands themselves weren't of much economic value, but drained marshlands made some of the best farmlands on Earth. Even being in the north with an already shortened growing season, if these lands could be reclaimed, then instead of being constantly on the edge of starvation, they could have 2 really good harvests a year, plus the winter crop. Or so Professor Helsing described. But of course, there was no free lunch in the world, and the map also showed certain human settlements, and Peter didn't need Abraham to point the problem out. Those human settlements, known to the dwarves, formed an arch surrounding what would otherwise make for a good place to settle. And given that this settlement had already been located by the locals in just 2 days of existing, the problem had to be one thing: monsters. Of course, at this time, Peter had no idea what kind of place he was actually in. He had no idea of what troll country was. But even if he knew, he only had one inclination: to destroy them all. In fact, if Peter had known he was in the so-called troll country, his resolve would have been even more hardened. By now it was quite late into the night, and dismissing the administrators, Peter spoke to Van Helsing alone. He currently had just over 200,000 dinars and decided to spend 45,000 to buy 20 tons of wheat from the mount and blade system, along with a new battle axe, heavy throwing axes, and some equipment for the companion that he would summon the next day. Turning in for the night, he told the professor to have all the footmen and huntresses stand down, and only have the marksmen stand watch for the rest of the night. They wouldn't need to be hunting the next day due to Peter having a few hundred wolf carcasses. Getting to his tent, he stripped off his armor and fell onto the cot. But just before sleep was about to take him for good, one of the administrators, Anna, came inside and slipped into his bed. He could naturally tell who it was as she came near, and though he was tired, he figured that he wasn't so tired to chase her out. The next few days went by quickly, and the efforts of 400 adults working diligently were astounding. All 210 wolf carcasses were cleaned and had their meat and fur hung up to dry. The meat tasted gamey, but according to the dwarf leader, they were edible. And though dozens of gardens had been planted, Peter couldn't afford to be a chooser when it came to food. Using axes to fell acres of trees in just a couple of days, wooden walls and watchtowers were already coming into shape. In addition to the walls, there were already pathways dug out for where the future sewage lines would be installed, and there were even plans drawn up by Professor Helsing to construct a reservoir near enough to supply the future castle with running water. Stone was still a rare resource, since they had prioritized going into the forests rather than quarrying the stony outcrops. But as Father Anderson was seen on the horizon, leading a column of knights and sword sisters, the barely 5-day-old settlement had completely turned into a fortified camp. And despite their amazing progress, Peter was overjoyed when he got the news. Over the last 3 days, there had been sightings of green monsters, large bird-like creatures, shadowy figures on the tree line, and Peter himself had chanced upon 3 horse-sized boars, which he killed after a great struggle. Added to the rest of their provisions inside the storehouse, they had enough food to last over a month, which was a huge relief. The gardens themselves had been planted with radish, beets, potatoes, carrots, and corn, all of which were good, but most of which wouldn't do more than dent the need for reliable foodstuffs. The simple matter of fact was that to support any large population, you needed to have highly productive farms or very well-stocked fisheries. And considering that Peter had been forced to stay in the settlement while waiting for Anderson to return, the rivers had been left impure. Though the monsters hadn't yet been so bold to come over to the settlement's walls, the sightings had increased by the day, and everyone knew it was just a matter of time. But unfortunately for the monsters, they had waited too long. Seeing Father Anderson and the army marching ever closer, now Peter could now turn his full attention to that matter. And by God, when he did so, he swore that no human would ever see another one of those monsters near this settlement ever again. Putting down roots. 8. Aim for their eyes, blind the trolls. Standing in front of a dozen of Vaegir marksmen and beside Alain, pronounced Alan, the companion that Peter had chosen from the system, both he and the young man both held weapons and harassed the green monster. He naturally carried a two-handed battle axe, while Alain was equipped with a spear, and together they were there to both cleanse the river and to gain experience. The experience gain didn't mean much to Peter, given that he needed millions of EXP to level up, but after recruiting Alain, he discovered that companions could level up as well. In truth, when Peter had gotten the option to recruit a hero from the Mountain Blade system, he only had two characters immediately in mind. One was Lezelit, a military instructor who naturally had the trainer skill, naturally had the mind to command armies, but also naturally got on everybody's bad side due to his harsh personality. The other was Alain, the only Vaegir noble available as a companion, who naturally had a higher riding skill, had been properly trained as a knight, who also had the ability to lead armies or manage towns, and most importantly, was generally well regarded. And if one of those choices seemed obvious, the power of the trainer skill alone was almost enough to have Peter choose Lezelit. After all, having recruits from Calradia able to upgrade at any moment was an incredibly powerful feature of the Mountain Blade system. And Peter wasn't sure if companions could be leveled up in the same way he had, though thankfully his worry turned out to be unfounded. After days of killing river trolls, the former noble's character sheet read, Name Alain, Level 7, STR 11, AGL 8, Int 12, Che 8, Health 48. Having been disowned from his family, Alain had no official surname, but that was of no consequence to Peter, who didn't plan on having any permanent class of nobility. Though he had hypocritically accepted the title of Lord Dewey to his circumstances, he was fundamentally an American and believed democracy to be the best system of government. At the very least, Peter thought, if there had to be nobles, he would never be so foolish to give out permanent titles or non-taxable lands. Turning back to the matter at hand, as soon as the marksmen shot their arrows, Alain stabbed the troll in the thighs and shins over and over, staying as far away as he could. And when the troll became somewhat unsteady, it was Peter who delivered the killing blow with his axe. With the river troll dead, there were no cheers or chants over the last several days that had killed too many for that. But even so, it wasn't enough for them or Peter. It was amazing just how much could change in such a short period of time. After getting some time to relax, Peter, Professor Helsing, and Father Anderson had gone over the illustrated book detailing monsters, and though they didn't have the direct Dwarven translations, between the three of them they were able to give English names to almost all the monsters inside. There were many monsters illustrated in the book, including trolls, ogres, orcs, goblins, vampires, treemen, giants, dryads, dragons, manticores, minotaur, bog octopi, griffins, hippogriffs, and many others. For Father Anderson and Professor Helsing, it was seen as providence from the one true God that they should have been summoned to such a corrupt world, and proof of that was how in this place their knowledge of the arcane and metaphysics should be so useful. And now, using their knowledge to train the soldiers with. For days now, Peter had taken groups of knights, marksmen, and sword sisters out with him as he went to give Alain experience to level up. Being able to level up Alain was a massive boon, and after ticking the man's INT to 12, he had put valuable skill points into leadership, engineering, and trainer. In truth, Peter hadn't chosen Ireland to fight at all. With Professor Helsing spending all his time with the dwarf studying a new language, Peter needed someone else who was capable of heading the administration of a new settlement. And ideally, now that he knew it was possible, Peter wanted someone to passively give out EXP to the rank 2 footmen and huntresses while going about their daily tasks. This was also why Peter hadn't invested any points into Ireland's physical attributes. He didn't need a general at this point in time. For the short-term future, when they only had a few settlements, Peter alone was enough to lead the few expeditions that they could muster. That would leave his most capable people to lead in their own respective fields. A new Catholic church would be designed by Father Anderson. This new church would preach the message of Jesus, while considering that in this world there hadn't been any of the biblical prophets that had existed on earth. Professor Helsing had ostensibly the most to do. He would not only learn local languages from the Dwarven guest, he would help Anderson in writing the new Christian canon while simultaneously creating a new medical field from the ground up. Besides that, his own curiosity about the metaphysical phenomena in this world stoked his mind to discover any hard rules for such things as magic. It was early spring, and with barely 4 months to work with, Peter's goal was to have constructed 2 self-sustaining settlements before it got cold again. Of course, he didn't expect 2 large settlements, but besides their current location, he wanted the area that Mazen, the first horseman he had spoken to, had scouted out the week before. That location was close to a couple stone quarries, it had easy access to the river, and was well defended on 3 sides. For Peter, that would be a perfect location for a small community, but it would only be so if he killed as many trolls as he possibly could. So, thinking this, he didn't waste time. For the next several days, Peter went out with more and more groups of soldiers, until finally each and every knight, sword sister and marksman had seen the river trolls firsthand. Because he could not always be there, he stood by and let them even face small groups, and found himself amazed that these normal humans, skilled as they were, could kill the trolls relatively safely under certain circumstances. The main circumstances being to always outnumber a troll 10 to 1 and to always bring good archers. Though he could summon endless recruits from the mountain blade system, Peter didn't want to spend lives in such a manner. Deaths were going to be inevitable, but that didn't mean he wouldn't care about his people's welfare. Finally, at the end of the 9th day of killing trolls with Ireland, or nearly 2 weeks since Peter had been dropped into this world, the wooden wall and guard towers were finished around the camp. The first marriages had been happily performed by Father Anderson. The marksmen had a rough understanding of the terrain and had become more efficient hunters, and the surrounding grassland had been roughly tilled. The first actual crop fields had been planted, and the area around the nearby river had been deemed safe enough to start brickmaking on a sizable scale. Seeing these many improvements, and given that the former noble had reached level 14, Peter was ready to start the next settlement. After all, while the fired red bricks would be used in the construction of the inner town, solid stone would be needed for proper walls and roadways. The last thing they had to do was give their first settlement an actual name. Given its location, it would probably never be a huge city, but it would have something that no other castle, town, fortress, or even metropolis could ever boast. That it would always be the first. In that vein, based on the local geography and after consulting with his administrators, Peter decided its name, Rivercheg. And in a nod to the first person from Calradia that Peter had ever spoken to, the new settlement that was to be made would be called Mazen. Located just 10 miles to the east of Rivercheg, Mazen would be near enough to receive and send regular support until the 2 settlements were fully constructed. And even after that, the 2 settlements would act as valuable real estate, which would provide immense benefits over time. So, despite choosing to being frugal with his remaining FC, Peter opened the Fate Casino and purchased 2 familiar items. Small movable camp, 50,000 FC. Venetian well, full, 20,000 FC. Following along beside the horseman, Mazen, and in front of a Leyen and 50 marksmen, they reached their destination in the early morning, just a few hours after they had left, and Peter redeemed his purchases and at the same time opened the Mountain Blade system. User, Peter Ivankov, current dinars, 160, 632, 20, 638 WK. Recruit, Vegir, mercenary. Active forces, 607. Villages, 1. Castles, 0. Towns, 0. Caravans, 0. Inventory, 560 slots. Ransom, 0 prisoners. Sell loot, chock cargo. Recruit companion, 1-1. Open store, NA. His personal inventory was full due to him carrying materials besides what the small movable camp would supply, and without thinking twice, he immediately summoned the people who would live and work here for the time being. Recruit 100 Vegir footmen, 6,000 dinar, YN. Recruit 100 huntress, 6,600 dinar, YN. Unlike the Fate Casino, which would directly materialize its purchases, like before when he recruited people from the Mountain Blade system, a noise could be heard in the near distance, and from behind one of the stony outcrops, a couple hundred men and women were seen walking in their direction. Upon seeing Peter, they knelt and saluted until he waved for them to stand. Currently, these new recruits had very little self-awareness, but speaking to them all the same, Peter said loudly, "The town to be built here will be called Mazen. I'm sure many of you are familiar with the name and do not doubt that's one reason why it was chosen. For now you will work under the orders of a mayor that I have set in place, but once this settlement is built, you will have freedom to do what you do for a living, so long as it's legal under the law. There will be a stone quarry opened as soon as possible, and I can assure you the demand will be high, so if any of you have that kind of experience, you will benefit from it. Besides that, this world is dangerous, as you all know. We're already beginning to clear out monsters surrounding the area, but there are still many, many more out there." Looking around at the still blank faces, Peter added one more thing. "Many of you have come to this world for another chance at youth, and I want you to live in the best manner than you can." And this was the truth. Even though the reasons for the settlements were purely one for personal gain, so that he could sell loot to the system and make a steady income for dinars, Peter didn't purely see the people who he recruited as merely tools. Turning to Alain, he slapped the noble teenager on the shoulder, giving him the reins of government. After spending the next half-day at Mazen, Peter left behind 40 marksmen, 5 horsemen including Mazen, dozens of pelts, and tons of grain and dry meat. Peter bade them farewell and said that he would be back soon, check in. Of course, when he said this, he thought he would be back in a week. For Peter, who had been prepared to kill monsters the size of trolls, he forgot that even in this most dangerous magical world, humans were not only victims. Peter had somehow forgotten that humans were also perpetrators of some of the most tragic events. He had forgotten that in his planned crusade across these lands, that in some ways, monsters were the easier targets to deal with. He had forgotten that in this world, the most difficult of all were those monsters that wore human skin. Pulling them up by the roots, 9. Returning somewhat late that night, Peter only checked in with a few people before turning in for the night. The last person he saw that night was Anna, who, in addition giving him a satisfying report on the Reservoir Lake's construction progress, gave him something else to be satisfied with. If at first spending time with her had made him feel apprehensive, now spending their nights together had become normal, and he had begun to like how her dark brown hair and green eyes looked even more than he had before. But despite him enjoying himself at night, there was much work to be done, and, in this way, the next few days passed. By the 4th day after Peter had established the new village of Mazen, he woke up early and got to work right away. His role wasn't so much directing the scores of men and women as they did their jobs. Peter himself didn't have the technical knowledge on how to build an 1800s-era settlement with nothing but hand tools, but more so inspiring them by working side by side. Naturally, if he was working, then Peter wouldn't have the 500-odd knights and sword sisters not working, whether or not they liked it, and so set up a rotation for his professional soldiers. In rough numbers, groups of 150 knights and sword sisters would rotate between construction work, patrolling, and standing as the night watch. The few marksmen left in River Chegg had all been put to the task of hunting and making rough maps of the local terrain. As for Peter himself, he had mostly stopped patrolling for river trolls and had started to use his considerable strength for the mundane tasks of building forges, which were needed to turn the spare weapons into iron plows strong enough to dig into the hard topsoil, digging up foundations for homes, since it was pointed out by Professor Helsing that in cold environments and structure in direct contact with the ground would be impossible to insulate, marking roadways and the like. The field for making red bricks was already several acres wide, and the trees that needed to be used as firewood or made into charcoal had to be cut, transported, and stacked up for eventual use. After barely 3 weeks had passed since he had come into this world, the village of Riverchegg had already started to leave its mark on the landscape, and at times it astonished him. Throughout the day, smoke from bakers making their bread and cooks making the meals lofted over the area. And at night, the small fires which were used as lighting could be seen like tiny stars in the distance. The emerging settlement still had no industry or even permanent housing, but the overall design was clear to see. There would be an inner and outer wall. The inner wall would be relatively small and include the mayor's residence, administrative offices, a chapel, a granary, and the citadel, where residents would be able to take refuge in during times of attack. The outer wall would be much larger in comparison and encompass a town large enough to hold a few thousand residents. Almost entirely designed by Professor Helsing, the town would have wide roads and different zones, each of which would be initially dedicated to either industry, residential housing, or commerce. Whether it would always be that way, Peter didn't know. He planned to eventually sell the plots of land outside of the inner walls. All of these foundations, in addition to the road and sewer markers, were being put up now, and once the first batches of red bricks were fired, the entire area would sprout up from the ground like a weed. The makeshift fields outside of Riverchegg would eventually be moved into a more interior location, perhaps between the two settlements, but for now, many acres of fields had been planted with the vegetables that Peter had initially purchased from the Fate Casino. He still hadn't redeemed the cattle or horses, because despite their obvious utility, he didn't want to risk losing them and throw away his remaining precious FC to get more. As for the enemies of mankind, the river trolls were still being found by the patrols and killed in groups of 2 or 3. While there had been some deer that had been successfully hunted by the marksmen, there were no signs of any intelligent life around. The map given to Peter by the dwarves marked areas of danger, but hadn't pointed out any direct settlement or locations of interest. As for the dwarf guest himself, he wasn't exactly a jolly sort, but was well behaved and even helped align the stones used in several forges, though he looked entirely unimpressed by the human smithies. His name was Marek Vikramson. Standing around 4 to 6 inches tall, he was not as large as the dwarven leader, or otherwise said, his older brother, Hakon Vikramson. Nevertheless, that was all right, Peter thought, as the day Marek had been dutifully teaching Professor Helsing the dwarven language, and even helped himself when he asked. And surprisingly, Peter proved to be an excellent student. In the couple hours a day he spent with Marek, he had picked up more of the dwarven tongue than even Professor Helsing. Indeed, he was picking up the language so fast that Peter, who knew full well he was no brainiac in school, started wondering if that was a side effect of the super soldier serum, model Captain America Marvel Comics. It was hard to tell, given that he was thinking with his own brain, so just shrugging it off, he really wished he remembered more about the abilities that Captain America had. Going to bed that night, after spending some time with Anna, Peter had no doubt that in a few weeks, Riverchegg would be labelled a town by the Mount and Blade system, and the large population currently working in construction could start doing more profitable things. At the same time Peter was going to bed, Alain was looking over the last figures he had for the day. Though it wasn't high up, Riverchegg was situated on a natural plateau which made it good for defense. Unfortunately, Mazen couldn't say the same thing, as it was on purely flat grassland. Having understood this potential risk, over the last 4 days, Alain had the citizens dig a rampart around the camp. The design was simple but very effective. Starting from a distance of about 15 yards away, the people would dig a wedge shape into the ground, with the end of slope being about 4 feet underground. Then the dug-up dirt would then be piled on top of the other side of the wedge, which would result in an earthen wall of about 8 ft in height. Of course, without wood or stones to keep the dirt in place, it wasn't the most effective wall ever built, but it would be enough to halt any small group of trolls, and given that, a lion had done his best. In fact, over the last 4 days, he could only be amazed with himself. Besides the ramparts, Mazen already had several large gardens dug up and seeded. The 40 marksmen stationed in the village had also begun to bring back game, which was a huge boon to the new village's optimism. There had been some reports of shadowy figures in the woods reported by the hunters, but there hadn't been any troll attacks, nor a single stubbed toe for that matter, and Alayan was confident that while Mazen may never overtake Rivercheg in size, under his direction it would turn into a vital community for the Vaegir people in this new world. Looking over his next plans of action, the man from Calradia breathed in deep, rubbed his eyes, and prepared himself for bed. Walking out of his tent, he pricked up his ears, heard nothing but slight grunts and other noises coming from the tents. Then looking up, he eyed the green moon and thought to himself, "I'm sure it wasn't that big last night. Having 2 moons will take some time to get used to." Despite being put in a managerial role, Alayan was trained as a knight from a young age and would easily notice changes in the night sky. But with not enough information to go off of, he just shrugged the sight off and went back into his tent. Never could he have imagined that the green moon hadn't changed to the eyes of those in Rivercheg, and so Alayan was content in ignorance while the tiny green moon in the distance flickered ominously. Glancing up at the great Morsleib, which was shining ever brighter, Sigwulf grinned savagely. "The gods are giving us their blessing. Tonight will be for their glory," he thought. Just one of hundreds. Sigwulf continued to bare his teeth with a ferocious smile while rowing the longship quietly up the river. It had been a couple generations since there had last been a human settlement spotted this far north in Troll Country. And the reason for that was simple. This land belonged to the Aisling. Were these people soft-handed southerners who knew no better? Who cared? For Sigwulf and his fellow marauders, the identities of these people meant nothing. Even if the scouts who first discovered the campfires had seen anything worth noting, they would still not care. Since these intruders set up camp in Aisling territory, they would have to pay the blood price. Looking down, he rhythmically pulled the oar and relished in what great sacrifices he would make to the gods. Most of his tribesmen were here for plunder and thralls, but not Sigwulf. He was there to show his devotion to Karnat and nothing more. Blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne, he echoed in his mind over and over and over. The shadow sorcerers of their tribe had already scouted their targets and found 2 settlements, one newer and weaker, so that would be their first target. Having sacrificed his last remaining 3 thralls to Karnath, Sigwulf wore their heads on his belt and felt full of something akin to divine power, knowing that it depended on the sort of fight these people put up. It wasn't out of the question that they would sacrifice all those who surrendered before moving on to the larger settlement that very night. What a gift to the gods would that be, Sigwulf thought to himself, no doubt sharing the idea with many others. Creeping through the cold springtime river, not a single longship was disturbed by the monsters which lived in the river. Taking this as another sign that the raid was being blessed, as the monsters in Troll Country were the most concentrated of anywhere in the old world, Sigwulf was the first to jump onto the rocky shore once they hit landfall. Looking side to side, another 6 boats landed with thuds. Each boat carried 40 marauders, some carried bows, some carried wickedly edged blades and shields, but most were like Sigwulf and carried 2 hand axes. With the 2 moons, Morsleib and Mansleib, out the 280 Aisling raiders stood out, but it didn't matter to them. They came at night to cause fear, not because of it. All Norscan were natural raiders. Taught cruelty and violence from a young age, they reveled in the powers granted by their dark gods. So, despite getting out of their longships helter-skelter, the groups of raiders very quickly formed themselves into effective fighting lines. With a very faint glow in their eyes, the Aisling didn't speak, but carrying their ladders and weapons, they all thought about past glories. Thinking about the fall of Counterattack and the glorious victory over the dwarves, how could a mere human camp be a threat? Looking at the settlement barely 300 yards away, Sigwulf sneered at the earthen ramparts, and leading the front of the charge, he held the ladder and started to trot. Standing on sentry duty, a 20-year-old footman walked back and forth across the earthen wall, holding his spear with a horn on his hip. With both moons out, there was no need for extra lights, but a spooky green tint had covered the land, which he was not ashamed to say, scared him enough to do his job seriously. Watching the horizon, he would only turn his head to walk to another spot to continue his watch from. Mazen was a small settlement, and since a lion had been using the marksmen as hunters, naturally they were unable to stand as sentries through the night. Taking other considerations into account, out of a total population of 246, Alayan had assigned 20 huntresses and footmen as semi-permanent guards. And since there hadn't been a single sighting of anything during the night, besides some large flying creatures far in the distance, the community had been less and less worried. But still, Alayan was not so irresponsible to not put up some safeguards. Every few minutes the guards' rotations would have them come into view of another guard, and in this way they would constantly be checking on each other through the night. So far there had never been a guard not seen during one of these rotations, and so when the footman got to his observation area, he was somewhat confused when he didn't see his friend. "Don't tell me that chairmaker fell asleep," was the man's first thought. In his last life, the footman had been a simple porter for almost all of his working days. He had lived a good and long life until, at the age of 54, he was on his deathbed and was given a new chance. He was good at making short-term friends and associates, as he liked to joke, and naturally had befriended his fellow sentries. The man who should have been looking back at him had been a furniture maker in Curor, who was somewhat lazy, and that made the footman think maybe his friend really did fall asleep. Of course, the regulations were that he was supposed to sound the horn right away. But if he's asleep then? Naturally, a sentry falling asleep on duty was a serious offence, and thinking that he would just go check on his friend, the footman trotted over to the far wall as quietly as he could. Then, turning a corner, he saw a scene that would forever be burned into his mind. Coming to an immediate stop, more than a dozen pairs of eyes turned in his direction, a sensation that made his stomach drop into his bowels. And there in the middle of the group of large men was his friend, on his knees, with his mouth bound shut, and with a red-headed man carving a strange symbol into his forehead with the tip of a gruesome axe. Then it all happened in a second, and dropping the spear, the footman turned to flee while reaching for the horn. The other men moved too, speaking in some language the footman would never understand, and just before they ran him through with their wicked blades, he pursed the horn to his lips and blew. With the final breath he would ever take, he sounded the alarm, pulling them up by the roots, 10. Though the sounding of the alarm was muffled due to the footman's circumstances, when the nearest sentry heard the sound, she did her duty without second thought. In this way, one by one, the sentries started blowing their horns, and in doing so awakened the entire camp. Opening his eyes at the sound of the horns, Alayan didn't question the legitimacy of the warning, and quickly rising to his feet, and he grabbed his Nordic sword and round shield. Bursting out of the tent only moments after he had awoken, the mayor of Mazen turned his head to see dozens of people arming themselves, and faintly heard the commotion of hundreds of invaders starting their butchery. If there was anything unique about the proto-government that Peter had begun to initiate, it was his insistence that the people had the natural right to bear arms. Of course, as an American, this was an innate belief. After all, his was a country which had been founded through the revolution and overthrow of an oppressive distant government, so it was natural that the people valued their rights to defend themselves. When this point was discussed in Rivercheg, neither Father Anderson nor Professor Helsing had done anything but shrug and smile, both no doubt thinking that Peter was a true Yankee and that it wasn't worth the effort to try and persuade him otherwise. but for the Vaegir people that Peter had recruited from Calradia, whose culture had been modeled as a mix between the Polish and Russians, this was a jaw-dropping grace given to them by their lord. Surely the knights and sword sisters, who were already legally allowed to keep arms, found it to be dangerous to allow the peasantry and commoner classes have easy access to weaponry. But for two main reasons, none had felt so strongly about it as to question Peter's judgment. Firstly, all the knights and sword sisters had all fought trolls on a daily basis, and so they knew well that this new world was full of monsters and that dangers could be anywhere. Secondly, though their consciousness was shallow at the time, all the professional cavalry soldiers had seen Peter fight in the heroic victory against the Greenskins, and, in addition to already feeling the respect for him that the mount and blade system engendered, his sheer physical capabilities made them believe him to be a true son of heaven. So with Peter's inclination that the people should have the right to bear arms, and with nobody in any position to question him, there was no doubt, when the horns sounded, dozens and dozens of footmen and huntresses were readily able to arm themselves. Grabbing hand axes, kite shields, hunting crossbows, and fighting picks, one by one, the people of Mazen filed out of their tents and turned to where the sounds of battle were coming from and began to move in that direction. Though the system had warned Peter Thank Rank 2 and under recruits could not be counted on during offensive military actions, they had the spirit to defend themselves, and so moving in small groups tried just that. But unfortunately, no amount of morale or zeal would have been enough to beat back the raid on this green-tinted night. As more than 250 Aisling raiders shambled up the ladders and into the settlement, they slaughtered scores of Vaegirs who were either asleep or just waking up to the sound of the horns. When the first small groups of armed footmen and huntresses came into contact with the raiders, they found themselves in the crippling position of facing seasoned and armored warriors, some fully armored head to toe, who were in the midst of battle fury, while they themselves had just woken up after a hard day's work. In a battle that could only be described as a lightning attack, the Aisling raiders cut through the unkempt defenders one by one, only sometimes being stopped or held down by the stray marksman or horseman whose tent happened to be nearer that side of the camp. Located in the center of the settlement, a lion's tent naturally became rallying point, and after shouting orders for several minutes, the former noble had gotten together a group of 25 marksmen, 15 footmen, and 15 huntresses around him. Not wasting a single moment, Alayan looked at his group, which represented the largest group of defenders in the camp by quite a lot, and started marching towards the din of battle and glow of tents, which had been set aflame. Walking in a straight line, as the camps had been naturally designed on a grid-like pattern by Professor Helsing, the first group of raiders came into view, and gripping his sword, Alayan narrowed his eyes and approached without fear. "Form a line, shields in the middle, spears on the edge," he yelled to the footmen, all carrying either hand axes and kite shield or simple spears. As he spoke, the marksmen didn't need to wait for orders, and at once the 25 expert archers began firing a hail of arrows. About to give his orders to the huntresses, Alayan didn't have time, and taking his position in the middle of the line, he blocked a heavy single-handed axe with his shield and slashed a large red-headed man across his bare chest with his sword. Despite Peter having made all of Alayan's skills geared towards administration, the former noble was as trained as any normal Vaegir knight. He had been trained with all kinds of martial weapons to at least a professional level, and though he couldn't have claimed to have lived on a battlefield, he had killed enough men to be surprised by the sheer resilience on the barbarian's skin. The slash he had just made should have torn the barbarian's pectoral muscle away from his body, but instead of crippling the red-headed fighter, the wild man's chest only gushed blood, and he came back with an even harder swing of his axe. "Goo!" grunted Alayan, blocking the axe once again, and moving his body like a machine, he stabbed forwards, sticking the tip of his sword into the red-headed man's throat. With a ghastly look on his face, the barbarian man spasmed and slumped down, but another quickly took his place. Hearing shouts and grunts from each side and feeling arrows whiz only feet away from him, Alayan moved rhythmically, slashing and parrying, which barbarian he killed was replaced by another, and it wasn't long until the shouts coming from either side of him had dimmed and the arrows stopped flying so close. There was an occasional bolt flying through the air, but glancing over, Alayan grimaced when he saw that the footmen had disappeared and been replaced by marksmen who had thrown down their bows and picked up melee weapons. Granted, a marksman with a spear would defeat a footman with a spear, the archers were not trained frontline infantry, and after barely 10 minutes of fighting, Alayan was almost completely alone and even more outnumbered than before. Unable to barely think of anything besides what was directly in front of him, in this short battle, Alayan found himself cut half a dozen times and both his arms bruised. Even if he had received the training of a proper knight, in a battle against overwhelming numbers, there was little a single man could do, and after hearing screams of some women off to one side, his attention was drawn away only for a split second, and a giant gauntlet smashed him over his left eye. Stunned by the blow, as his vision blurred with red, Alayan instinctually lifted his shield and backed away. Too trained to start madly swinging his sword, he quickly orientated himself, only see a massive man, standing perhaps 7 if tall, and covered head to toe in ornate steel plate armor, looking down at him. Tired from almost 25 minutes of sustained heavy combat, Alayan sucked in a breath, tightened his grip on his chipped sword, and aimed for a gap on the giant's armored elbow. But it could never work. Unknown to Alayan, the man in front of him was the leader of the raiding party. One favored by Karnath, he was a berserker who had never lost a battle against a foreign foe. He was a raider who had dozens of thralls personally gathered from as far afield as Britannia. He was a warrior who in his youth had even fought against the feared Drushi and lived to tell the tale. Knocking away Alayan's sword with a mix of brutality and skill, the armored giant didn't directly kill the former noble, but delivered a spike-encrusted knee to his midsection, felling Alayan in a single blow. Gasping as he hit the ground, Alayan still barely had the presence of mind to roll backwards, dodging the giant man's heavy spiked mace by an inch. Using his nearly broken Nordic sword as a cane to stand up on, the mayor of Mazen was bleeding heavily from his chest, some of the spikes having penetrated nearly an inch into his abdomen. Growled the red-headed man in a language that Alayan couldn't understand, and didn't try to. More and more raiders were pouring in on the street in front of him, and a mix of shouts and screams could be heard from all sides of the camp by now. Gasping for breath, Alayan was about to try to lunge forward one last time when shouts in English broke his concentration, and quickly glancing back, he saw a dozen footmen and a half-dozen huntresses running in his direction. Covered in cuts and bruises themselves, the group of Vaegirs looked determined as they carried bloodied weapons. Unfortunately, before Alayan could get his hopes up, he felt the giant man step forward, and lifting his kite shield by instinct to cover himself, the heavy spiked mace slammed into it, sending the former noble flying back and instantly blurring his vision. The blow landed hard enough that his whole body quivered, and seeing through hazy eyes when the 20 Vaegirs started fighting the raiders, he wanted to help, but his body had stopped listening. In total, he had been fighting in direct hand-to-hand combat for just over 30 minutes and had killed almost 20 men. Even for the best-trained human knights, such a feat was remarkable, but it hadn't come freely. Alayan lay there bleeding and broken, watching with half an eye as the Vaegir commoners who rushed over were killed one by one. Thinking it was truly over now, he didn't feel fear, only indignation. Who were these people? Mazen was less than a week old, so how did they even know about it? And how had the hunting parties not seen signs of such a force? Had Riverchegg been attacked too? Thinking these things, Alayan didn't hear hooves reach his position until he felt himself being yoked up from the ground, forcibly thrown over a saddle, and spirited away. For the Mazen the horseman, the last hour had been hell. Having his tent somewhat near the infiltration point that the raiders took, he had been one of the first to fight and probably the only one to see how large a force was attacking them. Briefly looking over the walls, he saw what looked like 300 fully armed men. For the village of Mazen, who only had a population of 146, this was a death sentence, and he knew it. Thinking fast, he had grabbed his spear and tried to organize a local defense, anything was better than nothing. But despite the footmen and huntresses being willing to defend themselves, the marauders attacking them were not only armored and professionals, but Mazen even believed them to have something on their skins which made them harder to cut down. He had killed 3 before his small resistance force collapsed, and again, thinking on his feet, he started rushing to his horse. Of course, running had entered his mind, as it had entered all the defenders' minds, but Mazen told himself that Rivacheg had to be alerted, since to battle this force of several hundred large men, either Lord Ivankov or Father Anderson themselves would need to take charge. Fighting his way path by path, Markin saw the mayor fighting and clinching his fists didn't help. A walk that should have taken barely 10 minutes ended up taking him close to 35, as there were so many raiders and sporadic fighting happening everywhere. He would help when he had to, but mostly Mazen tried to avoid fighting until he reached his horse. Quickly throwing on the saddle, Markin mounted his steed in a single jump and was about to rush away when a pang of guilt hit him. Am I really going to tell Lord Ivankov that I fled with empty hands? Mazen was one of the few who knew why Peter had chosen to name the new village Mazen, and thinking it such an honor, and thinking himself to having been so lucky to have been the first to converse with Peter, Mazen had naturally wanted to move to the new settlement and help in any way he could. But who could have imagined that in merely 4 days the enemies would come? Had they had an extra month, perhaps the earthen ramparts would have been fortified, and perhaps the population would have been doubled. But that was all a dream now, Mazen thought. And thinking so, his eyes shook, and in a single move, he bid the horse to fly to where he had seen the mayor fighting. Weaving in and out of the reach of the raiders, Markin pushed his horse to its maximum and was simply astonished by the carnage. By now, many tents had been set on fire, and there were screams of women here and there. But putting his head down, the horseman did his best to ignore it all. Coming on the scene of main battle, Mazen watched as 2 footmen were killed by a giant of a man, and scanning the ground, he saw the mayor who was attempting, and failing, to stand up. Without even thinking of anything else, with his target in sight, he rushed over, grabbed the mayor, and turned to flee. After a lifetime in the cavalry, Mazen was good on a horse, and he was fast. But not so fast that he got away cleaning. With a lion laying over the horse's back, practically on Mazen's lap, he felt a hard blow on his shoulder, a blow that should have knocked him off his horse. As the pain immediately washed over his body, Mazen bit down on the reins and screamed as he pulled a javelin from his right shoulder. With shouts coming from all sides in a language that he didn't understand, the wounded horseman and mayor swerved around and around until they finally broke free of the encampment, and doing his best to stay in the saddle, Mazen pushed his horse to its breaking point. With a lion in hand, he had done his best. Rushing as fast as he could go, he was tired but knew he couldn't sleep just yet. He had to bring this news to Lord Ivankov, and no matter what, Marin told himself, he wouldn't rest until he did so. From the author UberNuber. Norscan raiders' armor and weapons are highly variable depending on their specific tribe, how successful they were in the past at kidnapping thralls, slaves, what they were able to steal from the settled people they torment, and most importantly, how favored they are by Karnath, aka the blood god Corner. Pulling them up by the roots. 11. Being 15 miles away, the sentries of Rivacheg didn't see the glow of burning tents over the sporadic outcrops of evergreen trees, but on a night eerie for its dead silence, the sound of a single horseman's hooves was the same as thunder to the squad of sword sisters who first noticed its approach. On this cloudless night that was lit by a bright full moon, the sword sisters sat on a wooden watchtower and shouted at the rider, "Halt!" Nearing the wooden wall without seeming to slow down, 3 sisters trained their hunting crossbows on the figure. They would shoot first and ask questions later without hesitation. "Halt!" shouted the leader, giving one final warning. But just as she was about to order her squad to fire, the rider looked up slightly before falling off his horse. Startled by the sight, the night watch leader could clearly see that there were 2 figures which had been on the horse, and obviously they were hurt. As the night had been deathly quiet, she didn't think twice and began to ring a metallic bell, alerting the other sentries, and, just like that, Rivacheg started to stir like a force of nature that could not move instantly. but would be impossible to stop once it started. Hearing the bells from his central tent, Peter was among the first people to wake up. Not panicked or even feeling anxious, he really didn't even think about what the alarm could be for, because as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw very clearly. Vaegier Marksman, 35. Vaegier Horseman, so 3. Vaegier Footmen, 175. Huntress, 125. And his blood turned to ice. Taking his time, but moving swiftly at the same time, he put on his low-level armor and attached his heavy-throwing axes and kettle helmet to his belt. Since he hadn't any plate armor or complicated gear, the process of arming himself took perhaps 3 minutes in total, and in that time, sounds of the camp stirring to life could be heard from every direction. Finally picking up his two-handed great axe, the wood felt hard and cold under his touch, and slinging it over his shoulder, he walked outside. Knowing the number of losses thanks to the mount and blade system, Peter was in a rare position and able to appear more formidable than what he was. After all, even though he had grown up living a rough life in Boston, in the end, it was still just Boston. No matter where a person lived on modern Earth, they would simply not be prepared with the skills needed to lead hundreds of professional soldiers and knights onto the battlefield. Peter himself knew how supply chains worked, but besides that, he had naturally been reliant on his advisors, primarily Professor Helsing, to make fundamental decisions on governmental matters. But he had to say, over the last several weeks, he had been a quick study. He knew it had to be the super soldier serum, because when he learned something, he simply didn't forget it. This new quirk of his was there in every aspect of life, everything from how to wield his great axe, how to throw axes, how to ride a horse, or even how to judge the depth of a road substructure. He also had never forgotten a single face, including the many trolls that he had killed. Walking out of his tent, the first man he saw was one of the 12 advisors, and called over loudly he said, "Caval, on my orders, go inform the day patrol that they are to stand as night sentries." Getting a quick stumble, and then, "Aye, my lord," the advisor ran off, calling over different people as he ran. Then Peter saw another person, a huntress, who seemed to be smart enough to rally as soon as the alarms bells sounded. "Katya, on my orders, go to the western wall and inform the knights and sisters on watch to meet me at the front gate as soon as their replacements arrive." Calling one person after another, Peter had messengers going helter-skelter. He ordered them to inform the night watch to assemble. He called for people to prepare the war horses. He put Professor Helsing in charge of Riverchegg in his absence, and had another runner find Father Anderson. The last order turned out to be unnecessary, as when Peter reached the gate, Father Anderson was there in his battle robes and carrying an unconscious Alain in his arms. And behind him were several sword sisters, who were lifting up the horseman Mazen. Seeing them both hurt, a look crossed Peter's face which the priest didn't miss, and with a reassuring smile and with a reassuring tone, Anderson said, "It's all right, Peter. It looks bad because they've lost a lot of blood, but it clotted well enough, so they will live." Nodding his head to this, Peter was thankful, but instead of saying so, said firmly, "Mazen was attacked. Try to see if you can wake either of them up for information about the attackers. In the meantime, I'm leading the sentries over. Will you join us?" Of course, under normal circumstances, Peter would need information about the attackers first, or he'd risk running into an overwhelming force. However, this basic rule of warfare wouldn't apply to a person who could directly recruit professional soldiers directly to the battlefield. Current dinar, 128 284. That alone equaled to almost 600 knights, or almost 700 rank 5 soldiers, either of which would be absolutely deadly in combination with the 180 knights and sword sisters he was bringing. "How many are alive?" responded Anderson, who was still holding Alain as he walked to the medical tent. And not hiding the information, Peter said curtly, "Just over 100. Everyone else is dead." Hearing this, the priest's footsteps faltered slightly, but collecting himself in front of the people surrounding them, he smiled again and answered, "Aye, Lord Ivankov, I will come. For how can a flock be left without its shepherd?" Nodding his head to this, Peter hurried to the stables and mounted a step charger. After the battle with the Greenskins, they had roughly 85 surviving horses whose riders had been killed, but they themselves were strong enough to keep. Naturally, those horses which had been severely wounded were turned into food. From the time that the Sword Sisters first sounded the alarm to when Peter was sitting in front of his cavalry at the gate of Riverchegg, barely 25 minutes had passed. To outfit a knight or sword sister would take 20 minutes even if they had helpers. No doubt steel armor was worth the effort, but no one could ever claim it to be convenient. Simply put, this level of preparedness would have been simply impossible if not for the sentries being fully armored while on duty. Looking over a force of 120 knights and 60 sword sisters, Peter spoke loud enough for the entire group, as well as dozens upon dozens of onlookers. "Soldiers of Riverchegg, heed my call. The wicked under the cover of darkness have dared to attack us." Letting this sink in, besides the breath of the horses, not a sound was made, and Peter continued. "They have attacked us like cowards under the cover on night, but they have underestimated the steel in our hearts and the might of our arms." Pausing for another brief second, Peter eyed the armored figures around him and said firmly, "In the future, it is likely that these villains will encroach upon our lands again. But though they will come, it is our valor, our unity, and our unyielding determination that will shatter their schemes and crush their sinister ambitions." Saying this, Peter's horse kicked up and he shouted, "In this hour, I stand here and make my vow to you all. No matter what, no matter where, no matter against whom, if so much as a single guiltless member of our people are taken or harm is inflicted upon them, I will not rest until justice is served." Finishing this statement, the entire area burst into roars of praise and approval. Then shouting even louder, Peter hollered over the din of cheers, "And no price is too high. So now I ride to Mazen, and I ask you, soldiers of Riverchegg, who will follow me?" Nobody knew who started it, but one by one, the knights and sword sisters began rhythmically pounding their breastplates with their right gauntlets. The sound of metal beating on metal took precedent over the shouts for revenge, and with his eyes narrowed, Peter directly turned his horse around and headed in the direction of Mazen. Not pushing the horses at full gallop, Peter had learned enough to know that it would be impossible for a horse to run at full speed for 15 miles without being exhausted afterwards. So, mixing his mount's speed between a trot and canter, it took the cavalry just over an hour to cover 15 miles while still having their horses strong enough to do battle. Somewhere during that time, Father Anderson had caught up with them, and following just a few steps behind Peter, he too led the march. The night was clear, and with the full moon, there was no need for torches. However, it was apparent to all that a strange green tint had started to color the surroundings. "I smell chaos," muttered the priest, and Peter even glanced back at him because he had been feeling something too. By now, the scourges and dangers of chaos had been roughly described to them by their dwarven guest, and rightfully infuriated that such demons could so openly influence mankind, Anderson spoke loud enough for the surroundings to hear. "Fear not, we shall cleanse this land, and in doing so dispel the foul taint that festers here, restoring it to the light of God's grace." After the priest said this, there was no "oorah" from the cavalry, but when their hearts hardened, it seemed to Peter that the full moon shined a little brighter, and the green tint lessened just a little bit. It wasn't long until Mazen was clearly in view, and the embers acted like a beacon. Naturally, once they were only a couple miles away, it was the Sword Sisters who broke off into groups of 30 each. Using the speed of their coursers, they started scouting around the settlement, ahead of the main army. Wiping his chest and licking the blood off his hand, Sigwulf had come down from the ecstasy of battle. Though he had been hit twice by arrows shot at close range, Karnath had favored him, and with that favor he killed 12 of the most formidable soft hands in the settlement. Then, after plundering as much as he could, he took his main prize, which were 4 thralls, 3 female and 1 male, and though he walked around with them in chains, he didn't plan on keeping them for long. He planned on bringing them to his personal altar and sacrificing them to the Karnath. "Blood for the blood god," Skulls for the skull throne, he thought to himself, and barely even winced when a hot poker was plunged into the arrow hole on the left side of his chest. The losses in the battle were surprising, but tolerable, and made his achievements that much greater. Out of a force of 280 marauders, they had lost 40 men, and more than thrice that number had been wounded. Although the Aisling people were taught from birth to look down on those tribesmen who allowed themselves to be killed, to lose so many in a night raid was a serious blow to their leader's reputation. And not just Sigwulf, but dozens of men were side-eyeing the man leading the expedition, wondering if they could challenge him and get more glory for themselves. Some even whispered that he had allowed the leader of the settlement to escape from right under his own hands. But whether that was true or not, Sigwulf didn't care about it now. After a successful raid, it was common to offer sacrifice by ritually mutilating their victims. Everyone would take part in this ritual mutilation, and it would forever mark dead, so that even in the afterlife they would be seen as tributes to Karnath. Wiping the seeping blood from his other wound, Sigwulf thought, "Let him roam the blood plains for eternity, the rat bastard." Though all tribes had members who used the bow, for most marauders, who naturally followed Karnath, ranged weapons were openly disdained. And the man who had done the most harm to Sigwulf was an archer who shot off 2 arrows in 3 breaths of time. With his wounds tended to, Sigwulf inspected the area devoutly, making sure the skulls were stacked at just the right height, all while dragging along his thralls, until the horn to fall back to the ships was heard. By now, it had been roughly an hour since the fall of the settlement, and walking back to their longships hadn't been rushed. Like always, the thralls were beaten badly before being stripped naked and thrown on board the ships first. The men were always treated worse than the women, at least initially, and were made to man the oars despite already being on death's doorstep. Once the preparations were done and the thralls were loaded, some crews began to talk whether or not to strike out on their own or form smaller fleets to go raiding further south. But for Sigwulf's ship, they directly set sail for home. They were the first to set sail. These waters were dangerous, but except for large greenskin raiding parties, a group of trolls, or a rare family of manticores, few nightmares would deliberately target a procession of Aisling long ships. Having sailed a short distance away from shore, Sigwulf whipped his man-thrall in order to row faster, but something called for him to look back. Then, there standing on the deck of his ship, the Aisling marauder saw in the near distance a line of what looked like horsemen. Then he heard a roar of pure rage that carried over the waves and hit him directly in his heart. Was it fear? Impossible. Sigwulf did not feel fear, but, looking at the figure leading the cavalry charge down to the beach, Sigwulf didn't see a man. Sigwulf saw Karnath, pulling them up by the roots. 12. With the knights waiting outside the gates, resting their horses while preparing themselves for the Sword Sisters' scouting report, Peter and Anderson dismounted their mounts and ran into the settlement to see the damage that had been done. The scene at Mazen was horrific, and for Peter, who had only recently seen his first dead human, it was almost overwhelming. Piles of body parts lay scattered with no discernible pattern. It was almost as if these people had been ripped to pieces by hyenas, rather than had met their end at the hands of man. Each and every piece of corpse was mangled in some way, and all the victims had been stripped of clothing. The amount of blood inside nearly 350 people was staggering, and it was hard to get a sense of it until you saw it spilled all out. Everything that hadn't been burnt or looted was dyed in a crimson brown, and the smell of copper was inescapable. With his new memory, this was a scene he would never forget. With his new memory, this was a scene whose details would never fade with time. Retching every now and then at a scene that was too unreal to be real, Peter's eyes began to water, but not falling to the ground or to his knees, he shambled around, following behind the priest, who, besides making the sign of the cross, recited a prayer. Peter, while following from behind, only heard pieces of it. "We humbly beseech you to strengthen us. Drive far from us all snares of the great enemy. May your holy angels dwell with us and guard us. May your blessing be always upon us." After walking around for a few minutes, Anderson fell to his knees, muttered some words that even Peter couldn't make out, despite the fact that now his full attention was on the priest. And finally kissing the crucifix he had around his neck, he stood up, turned to Peter and said, "It is a gruesome thing, our task. But as our enemies are held captive in the hold of the great enemy, in the captive of demons from hell, we must stay strong for the flock." Then, walking over to Peter, Anderson put his hand on his shoulder and continued to say while nodding his head, "The first time I saw such things, I was around your age. Though it was a vampire, and I can be considered lucky to not have had to face the truth so soon. You, Peter, don't have that luxury." Then, shaking his head, Anderson swung his arm sideways and continued on. What made this massacre was not monsters, not feral beasts, or pixies, or vampires, or even the demon. It was man. About to ask what he knew, Anderson cut Peter off and then repeated himself. You need to accept that. It was man. After saying that, Anderson took Peter around for several minutes to look at the piles of corpses and explained that although it looked like a disordered butcher's table, every single scrap of flesh was deliberately placed. It's all one degree or another off of the demonic rituals that our church has documented in the past. Anderson had started to explain, but then, shaking his head, he added, "There's no doubt that the demons these heathens worship will be different than the ones we knew of from Earth." Then, turning back to Peter, he said with a hard smile, "But God's light will banish them all the same. Now, Lord Ivankov, we can't keep the men waiting. You know what you have to do, and you must lead them from the front." Looking around, Peter asked solemnly, "What about the people here?" indicating to the mutilated corpses. Nodding his head to that, Anderson said clearly, "After we provide them with justice by executing their murders, we will return, collect the appropriate pieces, and give them the Christian burials that they deserve." Hearing this, Peter nodded himself, and turning around, he walked quickly back to the group of knights. When a knight asked him how it was inside Mazen, Peter didn't hide the truth and said loudly, "It was a massacre. The heathen marauders have chopped up our fellow believers and offered them up in a dark sacrifice to whatever wicked gods they worship." When he said this, gasps and whispers started to permeate the group of knights. After all, despite Calradia being a war-torn continent, the worship of demons was simply not tolerated by any faction. Not even the barbaric Nords would allow blood sacrifices. And for the Vaegir people who were naturally orthodox, that kind of thing was reserved for scary bedtime stories. Stories they were taught from a young age to hate and distrust. Still speaking for the group of knights, the man who had first asked Peter said sternly, "Lord Ivankov, if our people lay here as sacrifices, we must immediately provide them with proper burials and perform the necessary rites." To this comment, Anderson stayed silent, and Peter, in a huff, said even louder than before, "We will first see that justice is done for them here on earth. After that, we will return. We will return and give them exactly what they deserve, so nobody will question our devotion, not only to God in heaven, but also to each other." Hearing this, the knights were once again astonished by the words of this nobleman who they had come to serve, and in a fit of supplication, they saluted one by one and shouted almost in unison, "Order us, Lord Ivankov." Then, almost as if it was divine providence, a group of horses could be heard coming from the north, and seeing it to be the Sword Sisters who were charging their way, Peter roared, "Mount up!" Doing so, and then riding towards the women, the news was just what Peter wanted to hear. "Lord Ivankov, we found their longships." The march to the river was done at lightning speed. Even though the horses had only gotten some 20 minutes of rest, they carried their riders to a canter that could almost be called a gallop. Approaching the river, there was only a small decline, which was no doubt formed by past floods, but the incline from the shore was just enough for Peter to get a very good look at the long ships as soon as he crested the top of the hill. Quickly counting 7 long ships that were shaped like dragons, he was at first immediately anxious because one had set sail. But that anxiousness soon turned to righteous fury when he saw that there were 5 charcoal-like human figures who stood on smouldering pyres. In just the seconds it took him to see this, a line of knights had formed behind him, and when they saw the sight, their hearts hardened. From behind Peter, Anderson still kept quiet and didn't say a word. "Soldiers of Riverchegg," called out Peter, who at this point was not thinking about the tactic of being quiet before launching an attack. "Draw your swords. We shall not falter. We shall not yield. Tonight we stand as the living embodiment of justice, and these devil-worshipping raiders shall know the full force of our resolve. Charge, charge, charge. On the second, charge." Peter had already started galloping away, and his voice carried over to not only the knights and sword sisters behind him, but across the entire beach. Though at first stunned by the appearance of armoured cavalry, the Aisling marauders were fierce warriors themselves, and not knowing the danger heading their way, they almost laughed at the foolish rider who acted as the tip of the spear. Having a spear formation was great in theory. In practice, though, finding an insane lunatic willing to be the so-called tip of the spear was easier said than done. Not even the zealous worshippers of chaos wished to throw their lives away. Out of the remaining 200 Aislings on or around the beach, only a couple dozen were favoured enough to realise what they were seeing, and while the eager marauders began to form a shield wall, they individually slunk towards the rear and nearer the ships. One of these Aisling who did not recognise the danger was the ornately armoured leader of the expedition, a chaotic warrior who had never lost a direct battle. Of course, Peter didn't know or care about that. Charging headlong into a quickly developing shield wall, he slightly slowed down, reached for his hip, and grabbed 3 heavy throwing axes. 1, 2, 3, he threw the weapons with all his might, and in a split second he urged the horse to continue. Only a couple dozens of yards away, he pulled the battle axe off his back, and Peter saw in exact detail when the Aislings flew back, when his axes hit their shields. He saw when others took their place in the wall, reading themselves in the process. Then he saw their absolute confusion when he jumped off the horse. Leading the cavalry charge on foot, Peter let out one final war cry before, "Boom!" Ducking under an extended spear, he delivered a frontal kick on a demon worshipper's shield. That kick, in all aspects, resembled a high-speed car crash. Being empowered by both the super soldier serum and mountain blade system, Peter's body had left the bounds of what was humanly possible, and his kick not only blasted the marauder and his fellows backwards, it directly tore the shield-bearer's arm off. Not satisfied with this, with the knights only breaths behind him, Peter grabbed his great axe and swinging right and left, he decimated the shocked Aislings nearest to him. And as soon as that was done, boom, 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 boom! Charging headlong into the shaken shield wall, the horses neighed and some knights were directly killed, but for the majority of knights who survived the charge, quickly discarded their lances, and grabbing their bardishes, they held their horses' reins by their teeth as they swung from side to side. This kind of fighting was fierce and direct. Many knights lost their mounts, and those strong enough to get up from the falls were forced to fight in a giant melee. The sword sisters, not being directly a part of the cavalry charge, were somewhat more organized and using their crossbows took well-timed shots, saving many lives in the process. Still fully armored and always ready to fight, the giant Norscan used a large mace and swinging down, he crushed the head of one of the armored cavalrymen, attacking one after another. He roared and spoke in a bestial language when he saw the shadow shaman who had raided with him for years being assaulted by a man nearly as large as himself. In that area, papers flew everywhere, and when he was about to assist his closest confidant, he himself was cut off by another, the same warrior who had led the suicidal tip of the spear charge. "You live?" said he. But Peter couldn't understand, and even if he could understand the 7-foot-tall armored giant, he wouldn't have cared to listen. Lifting up his already badly chipped great axe, Peter moved in with a speed impossible for the eyes of a normal man to follow. Compared to when he fought the orc boss, Peter had even more of an understanding of his physical prowess, and knew that in terms of pure physicality, not even Father Anderson could match him. After all, it was Father Anderson who was teaching Peter to properly fight in the first place. So, although the armored raider reacted to Peter's first attack, the raider moved slowly to Peter's eyes. Cutting from one side and then to the other, the armored raider barely kept up with his defense, but was never on the attack. Walking in circles around his foe as he attacked, Peter put more and more force behind his strikes until both the great axe and the armored raider's arm could take no more. Ding! Ah! The raider, who was naturally no stranger to pain, felt his arm buckle in several places and in his surprised moment could no longer react. Decisively throwing the axe's handle at the armored raider, Peter swooped in close, tackling the devil worshipper to the ground. And using his immense strength to rip the raider's helmet off, he was met by a scared face and brutal-looking sneer. But what good would that do? Punching the marauder once, twice, a third time with an armored fist, the sneering aceling's face turned into a dirty puddle of blood, and in the span of barely a heartbeat, Peter got to his feet and threw the man directly in the air. With the two leaders dealt with, the few remaining icelings fell into confusion. Not being the war band of some great, ever-chosen, the idea of fighting to the bitter death had never entered their minds. Unfortunately for them, when they tried to flee, the Sword Sisters were there. The entire battle took no more than 25 minutes in total, and the Aeslings who tried to run to the ships had been killed. Only one ship had gotten away, and even though Peter didn't see it, he knew in his heart that his people were on that boat. Stopping his knights from directly executing the few prisoners of war while the battle's clean-up was going on, even before he sorted out the loot, he ordered a band of Sword Sisters to return to River Chegg and bring over their Dwarven guest. Even though he didn't speak the foul language of these devil worshippers, Peter was sure that their guest would. And once he found out where these heathens lived, he would stop at nothing to get his people back. As he had said before, as long as his people were innocent, there was no price was too large when it came to defending them. Mazen would be rebuilt with double the effort, and the Aisling would regret what had happened here today, whether their foul demonic gods liked it or not. Immediate Aftermath 13. The aftermath of the raid on Mazen took several days to clean up and for the land to be blessed, but its effects on the hearts of the people who had seen it would never subside. If it had been a slaughter perpetrated by the river trolls or other monsters, although they would still feel the hate and pain of the tragedy, the Vaegir people could at least understand it and move on. But when the knights and Sword Sisters saw the ritual sacrifices, and saw the blood-soaked ground, and saw the mutilated victims, and knew it to be caused by man, naturally their shock and disbelief turned to a level of righteous fury that would prime them to be able to justify any retaliation. In fact, it had taken an active set of orders on Peter's part to stop them from directly killing the few captives they had taken. Besides the changes that happened in the minds of the people who had to clean up the scene of the crime, other more material changes had happened too, and it was only several days after the whirlwind of activity that Peter was able to sit down and materially assess his new position. First and foremost were the effects of the Mountain Blade system almost directly after the battle. In addition to the hundreds of footmen and huntress settlers being killed, they had lost an astounding 35 knights and 40 marksmen in the span of a few hours. Active forces, 534. Vaegir marksmen, 15. Vaegir horsemen, 2. Vaegir knights, 323. Sword Sisters, 194. To lose 75 of their most highly trained military personnel available in a single night would be painful for even large nations, and even for Peter, who had the system, it was still a huge loss. It was no wonder why civilized people had given up on settling these lands. Like with the Greenskin army, the weapons and armor of the Aisling had all been sold to the system. The difference being that where the Greenskin weaponry was sold because it was mostly trash, the Aisling's armor and weapons had been sold on Father Anderson's insistence that it had been tainted by dark powers. Surprisingly to Peter, It was an insistence that Professor Helsing was also in agreement with. We cannot know how the worships of demons affect this material world, and as we currently find it outside our abilities to smelt the steel down back to its base form, it's better not to trivialize it, the professor had said. Though the system hadn't signified any of the mundane axes or equipment to be magical, Peter didn't argue back with his advisors and directly sold over 400 weapons of various sizes and shapes, 200 chainmail or partial plate armors of various sizes and qualities, and 300 pieces of battered leather, which were oddly used as armor. Compared to the Greenskin army, the values of the Easling gear were much higher, but besides one giant exception, it wasn't so much more valuable that Peter took particular notice of it. On average, the gear of Goblin was worth about 20 dinar. The average gear for an Orc boy was worth about 50 dinar. The average Eastling Marauder's gear sold for about 250 dinar. Then there was the armor and weapons worn by the armored giant man who Peter himself had killed. Ding! Congratulations, user, Peter Ivankov, on acquiring a magic weapon. Magical equipment can be sold for a premium. Heavy blood mace. Sell 50,000 dinars. Sacramental armor of Karnath, unfavored. Sell 250,000 dinars. And this would have been enough for Peter to be satisfied with, but when the system rang again, he had to pause and think. Ding! Multiple magical equipment detected. Sell 22 plus 1 companion slot. Sell 250, permanent store access. Sell 1000, unlock faction. Naturally, having more companions would allow Peter to be able to level up others, and the ability to do that would be extremely powerful. However, the price point to gain a companion slot had doubled from that last time, and if that trend continued, then it was probably never going to be feasible for him to have a lot of people empowered by the Mountain Blade system. If the price doubled each time, that would mean that having 10 companions would cost 1,024 pieces of magical equipment, and after that, the number would just grow exponentially. There was also the fact that the system seemed to treat the two magical artifacts the same, even though one was clearly more valuable than the other. There must be a bottom line, though, Peter thought to himself. After all, the Mountain Blade system may be incredibly helpful, but it wasn't going to be easy to exploit. In the end, Peter sold the mundane and magical equipment for dinars, and by the time all the loot had been sold, his Mountain Blade system page read, User Peter Ivankov, current dinar 485,784, 18,383 WK. Recruit, Vaegir, mercenary. Active forces, 534. Villages, 2. Castles, 0. Towns, 0. Caravans, 0. Inventory, 1560 slots. Ransom, 18 prisoners. Sell loot, cargo. Recruit companion, 1-to-1. 485k dinars was far more than what Peter had envisioned having any time soon, but he cooled his expectations when he figured that 300k had come from the 2 pieces of magical equipment alone. The Mundana gear of the raiders had sold for barely more than 55k. Besides the armors and weapons, they were still left with the 6 long ships, which Peter insisted on keeping, pushing back on Anderson's desire to cleanse them with the holy fires of God. Of course, they had no trained sailors. The Vaegir themselves were not mariners like the Nords, but for Peter, it would have been too much of a waste to let the ships be burned. Peter's feelings could be summed up by what he had said a few days after the raid, when he and a few dozen knights went to the shore. I was told we don't have sailors. Well, we have ships, so get on board, boys. Then, after an afternoon of sailing up and down the river, and only encountering a couple of river trolls, Peter decided that even if the Vaegir people would never become the greatest seafarers on the planet, they were humans who were obviously capable of handling ships. And the value of forming a navy this early, no matter how small, was simply too beneficial to pass on. Though it would be a long time, Peter thought, before this kind of training would pay off. While Mazen was being reorganized and the preparations to lead a force across the river in retaliation were being planned out, none of this was hidden from their dwarf guest. Firstly, the ruckus on the night of the raid was impossible to even try and hide. Then secondly, Marek Vikramson knew the language of the Aisling and so was naturally key to the interrogation being carried out by Professor Helsing. Though it had been a comically short period of time, after 2.5 weeks with the dwarf, Peter could speak a bit of Kislevite. Of course, he would not be confused with a native speaker, but Peter was already at the point where he could hear actual words and syntax when the dwarf spoke, instead of just intelligible sounds. Interactions with Marek warmed the more they could speak to each other, and Peter was surprised to hear the short-bearded dwarf claim that it had been they who first taught language to man. Mielda Bruda thinks it a sacred duty for the Dawi to give the Umgi language, and as long as the Umgi don't worship the ruinous ones, Usdawi will perform the task. And even though Marek was open about thinking that Peter and the Vaegir people were strange, he was sure they didn't follow the ruinous ones. In a lot of ways, Peter thought, the Norse dwarves' culture was a lot like a mix of the Danish and the stereotypical dwarves that anyone would imagine. It was such an obvious blend that when he decided to use the Fate Casino to purchase information on them, he was shocked to discover just how much the information cost. Having 470,000 FC remaining, Peter had intended to save them for emergencies, since the Fate Casino had literally everything in it, and to avoid tempting himself, he simply didn't look. But who would have thought that he barely had enough FC to buy a couple books about the world he was currently in? The breakdown was something like this: Lord of the Rings Trilogy and 01 FC, Marvel Comics Issues 100, 1 FC, Percy Jackson, The Omnibus, 1 FC, Warhammer Fantasy Gotrek and Felix, the First Omnibus, 80,000 FC, Warhammer Fantasy Elves, The Omnibus, 120,000 FC. And if that wasn't a lot, for the actual codexes it was a lot more. Warhammer Fantasy Armies, Skaven, 1,500,000 FC. Surely Peter understood the rationale for the high costs of books, which could essentially be likened to fortune-telling tomes, but in the back of his mind he always had considered the possibility of buying the books to be a trump card. Well, that's not happening, he had told himself, and then focused on more material matters. Those earthlier matters were the rebuilding of Mazen, the continued construction of Rivacheg, and the plans to build a bridge wide enough to cross the river and tall enough to allow the ships to pass underneath. Already, they had widened the patrols around the two settlements, and finding themselves surrounded on 3 sides by the river, Peter was determined to at least clear out the local area from terrestrial monsters. Stationing a patrol in each village consisting of 120 knights and 60 sword sisters, they combed the river's shore to the north and west of Rivacheg and Mazen before traveling down south and east for tens of miles every day. Surely the patrols themselves were not large enough to defend a settlement from a major enemy army, but never again would a raid of a few hundred marauders do so much damage. As for when it was time to start their counterattack, Peter had plenty of dinars to raise an appropriate army. But in the meantime, with food streaming coming in from the patrols, which hunted every deer and giant boar they came across, he recruited several hundred more people to not only replace the knights and sword sisters who had been working in construction, but also to speed up the building projects they had already started. Recruit 500 Vaegir footmen, 30,000 dinar, YN. Recruit 500 huntress, 33,000 dinar, YN. These numbers practically doubled the total population, but with the clay bricks having dried enough to start being fired, Rivacheg would experience an incredible building spree. And Mazen, though not on the same scale as Rivacheg, was no different. After all, even though it had suffered a terrible tragedy, the solid stone from its quarries was needed to build permanent walls, roadways, and a number of other things that weren't ideally suited for bricks. Of course, this was also impossible to hide from Marek, and when the dwarf guest asked where the people had come from, Peter decided not to lie, but not telling the whole truth. He simply replied with a shrug, "From Calradia." Little did Peter know at that time, as a result of that simple shrug, he and his people would forevermore be known as Calradians, to the Norse dwarves, and through the dwarves, the great majority of the traders they dealt with would call this new land of the monotheists Calradia. And by the time he understood this, the Kislevites would call him the King of Calradia. But all of that was in the future, for now he had more pressing concerns. It was decided that the conquest of the Aisling territory would be put off for a single year. Until then, they would redouble their efforts in cultivating the lands on their side of the river and continue to build closer relations to the Norse dwarves. As long as they could feed them, Peter would recruit more and more footmen and huntresses, so that by the time next spring came, thousands of Vegirs would have settled in permanent homes, and the industry of civilization would start to reclaim the wildlands of Troll Country. 2 weeks after the Mazen massacre, as it had come to be called, working sun-up to sundown, thousands of hands working together had noticeably changed Rivacheg and the surrounding area. Though he knew some of their people were still in the hands of the Aisling, at this point nothing could be done for them. But even now, late into the afternoon, as Peter watched fires from the giant kilns baking red bricks, he continued to think about them. After all, even if the people here had come from the Mountain Blade system, they were still living and breathing people with their own names and ambitions who he was responsible for. Hearing footsteps coming softly from behind him, he turned his head slightly and realized it was Anna, but turning his head back to the fires, he had a lot to think about. In a few days, Peter would be traveling with Marek to his home of Raven's Roost Hold. It had been over a month since the guest had come to Rivacheg, and now he needed to go report on his findings. Although he felt anxious about leaving his fledgling settlements, Peter trusted Anderson and Professor Helsing to run Rivacheg, and knew that Alayan had intensified his efforts as mayor of Mazen. Thinking about what he would need to do, his advisor-turned-mistress nudged him, and smiling, he asked her, "What?" Her response blew his other considerations away. Smiling sheepishly, she said, "Lord Ivankov, it seems I'm with child." From the author UberNuber. Time skips will be moderately used in this fan fiction. Norse Dwarfs of Raven's Roost. Hold 14. Finding out that Anna was pregnant was both a source of joy and worry for Peter, but having his hands tied, he still left Rivacheg the next day, accompanied by Marek and 12 knights. By now, Peter's fluency in Kislevite was enough for the two to have a normal conversation, and thanks to that, and the well-timed redeeming of an Icelandic horse, they could ride to Raven's Roost Hold easily. Naturally, Marek Vikramson was not an equestrian. Standing 4 aft 5 inches, the Norse dwarves were slightly shorter than their southern brothers, and so riding horses was simply not something they did. And due to this truth, when he heard from Peter that they would be riding back to his hold, Marek had become irritable. That was until he saw the animal, which he at first looked doubtfully at, saying, "Aye, ye given me the runt of the litter to ride, thinking I couldn't handle a full-size mount?" It was then, much to the dwarves' evident surprise, that Peter said that the horse was full-size, and then explained the Icelandic horses to him. Being a riding horse, the Icelandic breed stood between 4 3 inches and 4 7 inches at their back. Bred to withstand cold winters, they could trot up and down snowy slopes and were stronger than their size would seem to indicate. All of this was very novel to Marek, who, looking at the steed more respectfully, asked exactly how much the animal could carry. "About 250, 300 pounds, Peter answered, then explained that it would obviously depend on the specific animal. The younger dwarf's interest in the animal skyrocketed when he mounted up with the help of a simple step stool. The dwarves had long arms but short legs, and that was why they were never good at riding anything besides battle boars, which itself mostly consisted of them holding on for dear life. But the Icelandic horse's back seemed to be just right, and with the average dwarf weighing between 175 to 200 balalbis, both Peter and Marek began thinking along the same lines. The journey through the wilderness was fraught with unnatural sounds in the distance and predators ambushing them one after another. The cavalry patrols could clear the grasslands and hills, but it made Peter think he could recruit marksmen to clean up the forests. Marek used a simple hand axe and a shield, and Peter continued to use the two-handed great axe he had gotten from the system. To the Dawi, axes may not be the only weapons, but they were the most favored, and so he was naturally partial to the knights who all used the bardiche, even though they couldn't understand a word he was saying. Reaching Raven's Roost Hold in just a couple days, it took several minutes of Marek shouting at the huge stone gate before it was opened. Walking into the stronghold, with the knights leading the horses by their reins, Peter saw things he didn't expect to see. Of course, he didn't know what an actual dwarven stronghold would look like, but seeing dirt roads and lines of wooden longhouses, wooden stalls, cloth-roofed shops, racks of meat hung up over exposed campfires, with sculptures of dwarves wearing horned helmets, everywhere was not what he had in mind. If Peter wanted to be rude, he would have told Marek that the stronghold looked like the most well-constructed yet shoddily designed town he had ever seen. He was obviously too smart to say that out loud, though he did comment that he thought dwarves only worked with metal and stone. We shape plenty with those, but I'd say we'd be foolish not to work with all what we have in these dangerous lands. With Peter's senses, it was almost impossible for anything to sneak up on him, but distracted as he was surprised when he heard a familiar voice from afar. "Aye, elder brother, we're just coming to find you." Jogging over to the slightly taller dwarf, Marek saluted before the two Dawi quickly embraced. Pulling away, the two spoke some in the Dwarven language before the elder looked towards Peter, and seeing this, Peter greeted the leader. "It's nice to see you in good health, Mr. Vikramson." Seeing his elder brothers confused at the title of Mr., Marek quickly interjected, saying it was a respectful title that the humans used. "Is that so?" Harkon asked, looking at Peter deeply and speaking in a low voice that sounded like rolling thunder. Then, after an awkward moment, he suddenly burst out laughing with a ha-ha-ha and said, "No offense meant, so no grudge taken. But from now on, Umgi," Harkon pointed a stubby finger, "I'll have you only call me by my full name or my office, Rick." Upon hearing this, Marek was startled and bowed quickly, and his bow led to the entire procession of warriors following Harkon to do the same. Now, Peter himself didn't have too many bottom lines when it came to people he considered goodly, but given that he was raised in a classless society, he would never kneel or bow to a living person in supplication. He would salute, he would be respectful, and that would have to be enough. Naturally, the knights followed Peter's lead, and thankfully, the Rick of Raven's Roost Hold didn't expect the humans to bow or kneel, and after telling his younger brother to raise, he continued to talk with his human guests. Throughout the conversation, Harkon was interchanging Dwarven words with those of Kislevite, and if not for Peter's enhanced brain, it would have been impossible for him to keep up. Asking one question after another, one thing that Peter couldn't fault the dwarves for was being tight-lipped. Of course, he was only asking mundane questions that meant very little, but he quickly gathered that Rick meant king and Umgi meant either men or human. After standing there for quite some time, King Vikramson had a couple of his attendants show the knights where to stable the horses, and then with a bellow announced a 3-day feast to welcome their new neighbors. Grateful for the warm welcome, Peter did his best to be diplomatic, because, needless to say, the dwarves would be invaluable allies. That statement would probably always hold true, and Peter had already discussed his intentions with Professor Helsing and the other advisors. But it was especially true now, when there existed no industry in either Rivercheg or Mazen, besides some crude forges for smithing. Being a man from the middle of the Industrial Revolution, Professor Helsing had many ideas to jump-start their own industrialization, but even the most optimistic projections put that between 5 to 10 years away. Building an industrial society from the ground up was no small feat, and simply couldn't be done overnight, whether or not Peter could recruit a prime-aged workforce. Putting all of that aside, the feast was held in a series of longhouses, each specializing in their own food or drink, and at the head of each table there were seats assigned for King Vikramson, his queen, and Peter. Though he had fun, it had to be said that Peter thought these were the strangest dwarves he had ever heard of. Wait, they were the strangest dwarves he had ever heard of. In one of the stranger discussions between he and Harkon, the dwarf king was insistent that Peter was saying their name wrong and spent the better part of an hour emphasizing the dwarf S. Besides that, the Norse dwarfs were absolutely mad lads. Drinking from a seemingly never-ending spigot, Peter had drunk so many different types of ale that even his expertise of working at a modern brewery was challenged. At least he didn't have to worry about messing up and getting drunk, because much to his surprise, he didn't seem to be able to. With dwarf skalds playing a number of instruments, singing in their deep, rocky language, with wrestling matches and tug-of-wars happening everywhere you looked, and bar-crawling from one longhouse to another, by the start of the final day of feasting, Peter had almost forgot that he was in the presence of non-human, intelligent fantasy people. But naturally, that couldn't last, and sitting in front of a stuffed fowls, King Vikramson spoke in a serious manner when he asked, "Tell me, Umgi, what gods do your people worship?" Caught off guard by the question, Peter stumbled on how to answer, and so Harkon spoke up again. "My youngest brother tells me you don't worship either Ursun or Sigmar, and nor do you seem to follow the ruinous powers. There's no doubt that you hate the foul creatures of the land and sea as much as us dwarfs. Ha ha ha." But after laughing at that, Harkon then spoke seriously again. "So tell me, who do your people worship?" Of course, Peter was a Christian, but explaining Christianity to a person not from Earth, while not being on Earth, was naturally tricky. After all, he couldn't give the names of people or locations and have it mean anything to the inhabitants of this world. And this was a matter dealt with most seriously by Father Anderson. While the new Catholic Church was still being developed, it was agreed on by the priest and professor that they could only use the teachings of Christian mysticism. In this way, they could offer the moral teachings of the Bible, while worshipping the same God, without having to justify the existence of locations that did not exist in this world. Some prophets of the Bible were indeed indispensable for the altered faith, such as Abraham and others who received divine revelations, but the specifics of locations were all either removed or changed. And while there was still work to do, specifically in the organization of the new church, a new name had already been chosen. It was chosen by Father Anderson and readily agreed upon by the others. So, answering the dwarf king with a smile, Peter answered easily, "We follow the Catholic faith. By revelation passed down to us from the prophets, we believe there is only one true God, the God which created everything, and any other being that claims to be a god or demands worship is in fact a demon." Then, speaking dangerously, Peter continued, "And we believe that even communicating with those demons is a grave sin. There's nothing good that can come from it." For the rest of the day, almost until the dinner feast, Harkon asked one question after another, but the so-called Catholic religion. On Peter's part, he didn't take the dwarf's questions as being sincerely interested in converting, but guessed the truth when he supposed that the dwarf king wanted to understand his new neighbors so that he would know how to deal with them. What Peter did not know, though, due to his lack of knowledge about dwarf society, was that he almost stepped on a landmine which could have created a forever grudge when the topic of the dwarf's ancestors came up. "Respecting your ancestors is proper and is expected from any responsible person," he had said. Then continued, "No, we never forget the past, either the glories or defeats, but we believe that veneration is not the same as worship." This answer was enough for the dwarf king to not take offense. This was because Peter hadn't denied that their ancestor should be venerated, only that they shouldn't be worshipped. But who knew what the Umgi meant by worship anyway? To the dwarf king, the whole idea of an absolute god giving his creation free will was nothing short of bizarre, and made him think that maybe these Umgi were a little foolish to worship a greedy deity. After all, it was natural for mortals to worship the gods in order to gain their favor. Only then did they believe they could achieve great things. And if that was the case, then what was the point in worshipping a god that made it a point to almost never intervene? It had to be known that the Norse dwarfs were a strange lot, even stranger than the dwarfs who lived with humans. Had Peter had this same conversation with one of the more traditional Dawi in the south, a grudge could have very well been created. But to the Norse dwarf king, Instead of seeing Peter as denigrating his own faith, he saw the light of finally having an ally in the chaotic north. The Norse dwarfs had been isolated for a long time, but that didn't mean they knew nothing of their history. Wasn't it the Dawi who first civilized the barbaric Umgi, and by doing so gained an ally against the Green Menace? So, while Peter looked to the Dwarf King for something, naturally the Dwarf King looked for something as well. And finally, just before the breaking of glass ceremony, which signified the end of the feast, a deal was struck. King Hakon Vikramson of Raven's Roost Hold. Peter started, calling the dwarf by his official title to get his full attention. You've treated me and my men very well over these last 3 days, and though I hesitate to ask for more, I did come here with a request in mind. Nodding like he knew this was coming, Hakon put his goblet down and switching instantly into a businesslike attitude, said gruffly, "Go ahead then. What is it that you want from us? And don't be coy or try and hide terms. Say clearly, what are you offering to pay for it?" "I'll first say what I want." Then, motioning his hands, a knight brought over a stack of papers. The papers were schematics for several finished manufactured goods that Professor Helsing knew they wouldn't be able to make before winter. Most important of the various designs was the wood stoves, which would be needed if they didn't want to freeze. Looking over the designs, the dwarf instantly recognized their use and said in a rare non-disapproving voice, "For an Umgi these instruments aren't half bad. I can even see why you'd want them. But you haven't mentioned payment." Then pausing, almost seeming to think, Harkon's expression hardened for some reason and said, "Now I won't repeat myself again. Don't be coy and say what you plan to say." By now the entire longhouse was watching the two leaders. No doubt most of them spoke some amount of Kislevite and could understand. Shrugging his shoulders, Peter wasn't coy and said plainly, "You know our situation. We have no gold or industry to produce linen or anything else. We are hunting daily, but we need all the meat and leathers we can procure for ourselves." "Ha ha ha! You're not making a very good deal then." The Dwarf King laughed in a laugh that wasn't a laugh. After all, even if Norse dwarfs were stranger than their southern brothers, no Dawi took making deals lightly, and many friendships had been ruined between the races because of it. "I'm offering you the only thing that my people can offer. If you help us now, in our time of need, we will never forget it. In the future, it could be a long time from now, it could be tomorrow, I don't know when it will be. But if you help us now in our time of need, we will come to help you in your time of need." That, King Hakon Vikramson of Raven's Roost Hold, is the best deal I can offer you. Little did Peter know that's exactly what the Dwarf King wanted to hear, and smashing down his goblet, the breaking glass ceremony erupted everywhere, and he shouted with a voice that sounded like an avalanche. "Very well, Umgi. This is our oath, and may you never be an oath-breaker." Winter Campaign 15. Exhaling a mouthful of steam, Peter ignored the light snowfall, and, signaling for his marksmen to follow, they quietly inched closer to their targets. It had to be said, after the deadly raid on Mazen, Rivacheg and the surrounding lands had been blessed with a period of much-needed peace. Sure, there were small groups of river trolls, which would crop up every now and again, but through the rest of the spring and the first summer harvest, Peter had been able to recruit hundreds and hundreds of extra footmen and huntresses for building and opening up even more lands for civilization. The organization of lands outside of the walls of River Cheg was sloppy, but prioritizing tilling and planting more than anything else, they had ended up with hundreds of square acres of crops sown in a very short period of time. To make this happen, Peter had to dip into his precious stash of FC and directly buy hundreds of oxen to draw plows, and then he spent dinars to recruit hundreds of farmers and peasant women who had the experience needed to do that kind of labor. Of course, Peter would not allow anyone to be regulated to peasant status legally, but he needed to have people who could handle the oxen, which were slow and cumbersome, but could digest wild grasses and would hopefully survive the winter. With just under 2,000 extra pairs of hands, the months of spring and summer had been good, even though meat was becoming scarcer. The people wouldn't starve, and seeing their homes being built at a visible rate kept them hopeful. Truly, Peter had thought that the effects of the engineering passive skill from the mount and blade system was almost too good to be real, or they really had God looking out for them, as Father Anderson proclaimed in his sermons. Why? Because for months, when things came to the construction, everything always seemed to fall in the direction. There had yet been a single batch of bricks which had turned out cracked and useless. There had yet been a single time when a floor joist couldn't hold up or a pulley broke while being used. There had yet been a single time when a plough was blocked by an underground boulder. These coincidences weren't the case in Mazen, but even there, the number of accidents could have been counted on a single hand. It was really all looking up, and by the middle of fall, when the dwarfs started delivering hundreds and hundreds of wood stoves, preparations for rebuilding the stone bridge were already being drawn up. If conditions allowed, they would rebuild the bridge during the winter and start their operations westward in the following spring. Naturally, their operations included building new settlements and bringing to justice the surviving Aisling raiders. Indeed, everything had been smooth sailing, and Peter believed that given just a few more years, their position would have been unassailable even without the mount and blade system. But unfortunately, Troll Country wasn't known as one of the most dangerous places in the old world for nothing, and the amount of activity needed to jumpstart a civilization wasn't something that could go unnoticed for long. Of course, Peter and the others weren't ignorant of that fact, so the patrols still went out daily, sweeping the hills and river clean of threats. The forests were themselves constantly used for lumber and game, and though there had been strange sights over the months, the patrols had seen nothing to indicate the sheer number of creatures which had raided the oxen pens after the fall harvest. Perhaps Peter should have been grateful that this raid had occurred just after the second harvest, the one that would see them through the next half year. But when he thought about the apparent ease which these new enemies attacked his lands, he couldn't see anything to be grateful for, because the enemies which attacked in the fall were particularly nasty. The best way that a fleeing farmer could describe them was a herd of demons, and it turned out to be apt, for when Peter and the knights investigated the scene, they found hoofprints everywhere. Thankfully, there had been no deaths, but the oxen which Peter had purchased through the Fate Casino had either been stolen or slaughtered and left to rot in the pens. And this angered him greatly. So for the rest of the fall season, Peter, along with a score of marksmen, started combing the forest. Yet, while he had superhuman senses, finding the prey hidden in the forest took several long weeks. It was only at the beginning of winter, after wandering deep into the northern forest, when he had found them at their camp, which was a mere 30 or so miles from River Chegg. Beastmen was what they were called, and after seeing one up close and killing it, Peter didn't need to be told that they were evil. They were not simply ugly or simply primitive. The beastmen were evil. And that fact was reinforced further as he looked down at a sloppily built camp that was situated in a tucked-away valley, if it could even be called a camp, and watched wicked banners waving beside a large bonfire. Made out of what looked like human skin, the banners themselves were the least offensive sight. There were several thousand of them, each of different sizes, some perhaps as much as 9 if tall, Peter guessed. Watching with his eyes narrowing, he saw monsters in the shape of humanoid bovines perpetrate all kinds of indignities on the stolen oxen, even the bulls. It wasn't an orgy per se, or at least it didn't appear to be completely sexual in nature, because in just the couple minutes or so that Peter could bear to watch, he saw a procession of the ill-treated oxen brought up to a tall stone pillar and gruesomely slaughtered one after the next. And the animals, surrounded by blood and gore, not only didn't try to flee, they didn't even seem to make a single noise or take a single action. For months, Peter had held back on recruiting professional soldiers, but that wasn't because he lacked dinars. After 4 months, and having recruits another 800 footmen and huntresses, with an additional 800 farmers and peasant women, Peter opened up the system and saw denar, 165,988. This number had shrunk from his total after the raid, but he hadn't lost hope because, quite by accident, he had discovered he could sell corpses of all kinds of non-human monsters as trophies. The amount depended on the condition of the body, but a well-preserved river troll would sell to the system for a massive 600 dinars. When Peter had recognized this, he froze when he remembered burning the army of greenskin corpses after his first battle. But what was in the past had to stay there, and having finally uncovered his target, he inched quietly back up the valley. The trek was tedious, since he dared not be seen and had to stay downwind, but once he was there, he signaled to the few dozen men, then opened the system. Recruit 850, Vega Marksman, 163, 200 dinar, YN. And this time he didn't have Father Anderson to back him up, but he couldn't wait. Launching their attack in the middle of whatever dreadful ritual the beastmen were performing was their best bet. After all, there were many more enemies than anyone had predicted. The raid on the oxen pens was said to be about 200 individual monsters by the surviving farmers, and the hoof marks tended to agree. But in the valley below, Peter just saw at least 2,000 or 3,000. Quickly selecting yes, Peter organized the marksman's gear. Helmet with lamella guard, studded leather coat, leather boots, vulge, polearm, strongbow, barbed arrow quiver, X2. In traditional battles, the largest weakness for the Vaegir people was the general lack of preferring to use shields and heavy armor. But this preference could be explained when it was taken into consideration the cold land which they came from. And this tendency was doubly so in the famed Vaegir marksmen, career hunters in peacetime, who treated the mountainous wilderness and wild steppes like their backyards as they hunted down game of every type. As soon as Peter recruited them, one by one, 850 marksmen walked from behind trees and stood up from behind boulders. Though they were put there by the system, it undoubtedly was a testament to how these fierce hunters were adept at hiding and stalking prey. Looking over the mass of men in front of him, Peter quickly ordered his original 17 marksmen to form up and lead platoons of 50 each. Obviously, in battle, one person could not effective order around 50 individuals, but with time being of the essence, Peter wasn't going to wait around for the platoons to form their hierarchies, and so moving ahead with the plan he had discussed before, the army of marksmen made their way back to the valley. Moving silently down the hill, the army of marksmen halted right at the tree line, and signaling for 3 platoons to follow him, they broke out into the open valley. It stank, even from a distance of several hundred yards. The air was putrid. Gripping 4 heavy throwing axes in his left hand and one in his right, Peter led the 153 marksmen nearer and nearer the beastmen horde, who were starting to sound alarms. For the beastmen camp, 150-odd humans were nothing to worry about, but even still, they craved to fight, kill, and eat human meat, so started going wild. Stopping his 3 platoons roughly in the middle area between the tree line and camp, about 300 yards away from either, Peter himself walked forward. The beastmen formed no battle lines or thought to fight with any tactics besides that of the war herd. It was not that they were completely foolish, but not even these chaos-tainted mutants could imagine that an entire army could be spawned right outside their valley. 150 men may be able to escape their notice, but that was about the extent of it. After all, armies of men required long baggage trains of hundreds of wagons and camps that the war herd loved to attack the most. Bellowing and bleating, hundreds and hundreds of various kinds of beastmen rushed out the camp, and once they were about 200 yards away, the first volley was fired by the 153 marksmen. There was no need for a bolstering speech, Deus Vult or not. The marksmen were the premier soldier of the Vaegir people. If they were put into a situation that required them to kill, they would kill. And even with their hazy consciousnesses, seeing the humanoid beasts left little to consider. They would need to kill. For this encounter, Peter had chosen the smaller, strong bow over the larger and slightly more powerful war bow. He had chosen this for several reasons. Standing some 40 yards ahead of the marksmen, when they fired their first volley of barbed arrows, they began to fall back while still shooting. At first it was shooting their bows at a walking pace, but eventually it turned into a full-speed run back to the tree line. Met with the rain of arrows, some smaller beastmen fell dead, but most continued on, bleating, grunting, and snorting even louder than before. As for Peter, he surveyed the wall of furred flesh and, picking out some of the largest figures, threw his heavy throwing axes. By now, Peter was an expert at using throwing weapons, and in combination with his power throw skill, his axes hit like a car crash. Picking out 4 beasts that stood ahead over the rest of their fellows, Peter didn't miss, and each throw not only killed his target, but it also hurt the animals behind his targets when they were landed on by their larger compatriots. By now, the nearest of beastmen were only 30 or so yards away from him, and pulling his great axe off his back, Peter went to work. Moving at an impossible speed for a human, Peter swung his great axe like a baseball bat and directly cleaved through the largely unarmored beastmen. Aiming methodically for their necks, he acted like an executioner until the main host of the war herd was on him. Then, without thinking twice, Peter also ran towards the tree line. Capable of running at over 60 milov, covering the distance of a few hundred yards only took a matter of seconds, and taking his place in the front of the 153 marksmen, each of which had their polearms beside them, he held up his right hand. With the herd of beastmen running at full bore, it didn't take but about 30 seconds before the 153 marksmen started shooting more volleys. Then, when the beastmen were about 150 yards away, so close that he could see the blacks of their eyes, Peter dropped his right hand, and 700 marksmen emerged from the forest, firing volley after volley. The sudden appearance of hundreds more human archers faltered the herd, but no sooner when the first line of beastmen wavered, a crimson misty cloud descended over the area, and they were filled with renewed rage. "They have a shaman!" Peter was alarmed, and looking for who was casting the spell, he saw the glint of an ominous green light from the back of the war herd. Drawing another throwing axe, he threw as hard as he could over the rampaging beastmen, and with enough force to kill anything that got in its way. Or so it should have been. With a clashing sound so loud that it could be heard over thousands of hooves, Peter caught a glimpse of a beastman who was even larger than the largest of beasts in the herd. A minotaur, thought he, and deciding that he couldn't wait, he dashed forwards with arrows flying all around him. While perhaps not as individually dangerous as the river trolls, a minotaur fought alongside a war herd, and quantity had a quality all its own. Though the 867 marksmen could fire a volley every 5 to 8 seconds, killing over 1,000 beastmen before the first contact was made, after only 4 volleys, the front line of marksmen were forced to throw down their bows and pick up their vultures. Standing in 17 platoons of 51 men, 10 of them directly abandoned the bow and moved to form a line of polearms. And while Peter was at the head of it, he couldn't be there for long. He had to kill the shaman first. With still hundreds of arrows flying overhead, Peter ignored the wet crash of flesh on steel, and using his great axe, he began to cut a path through the herd. It had to be said that while Peter was very strong, his greatest strength was the speed at which he could move and think, and the reaction time resulting from it. Never allowing himself to be surrounded, he hacked and slashed and never stopped moving until he could see the green light, which turned out to be a staff, getting closer and closer. With the war herd dwindling and continuously throwing itself at the mass of humans, by the time Peter reached the shaman, there were only a few scattered beastmen around, and the shaman. Only they were big. Despite having felled at least 100 of the gruesome creatures, these few were the largest and most well-armored of the herd, and it caused even Peter to slightly pause. His axe was chipped, the wooden handle was shaky. Clearly weapons designed to fight on the human battlefields of Calradia were not made for the punishment that his superhuman capabilities could dish out. But now, breathing deeply but steadily, Peter eyed a group of 8 minotaur which stood in the way between he and the shaman. Standing still for a brief moment, which seemed like a long time, they snorted and bellowed, and he in turn roared, "Foul abominations, go back to whatever pathetic demon created you, Deus Vult, Winter Campaign, 16. The Minotaurs were tall and broad, all well-armed, and had various styles of iron armor. Even a single individual would be enough to give a squad of human soldiers great problems, but the group of 8 of them would be a formidable force to even a platoon-sized group. This was what had briefly caused Peter to hesitate before, but now, holding the axe high up on its neck, the time for hesitation was over. With a shadowy crimson mist wafting over the area, the shaman continued to chant in a language that Peter couldn't understand as he rushed towards the first big bull. While he moved forwards, the Minotaur themselves were not idle. Ducking under a large cudgel, only a few of the Minotaur had elongated metal helmets, and so naturally Peter would save those for last. Coming up with the tip of his axe, he slammed the blade into the lower underjaw of the first beastman, and with a quick and decisive pull, he ripped sideways, tearing the fanged bovine mouth off to the side. Despite having practically crippled the first Minotaur, there was no time to celebrate or to even think about anything besides battle. These monsters were the heart of the warherd, and they would not be so foolish as to try and fight Peter one by one. They charged together, and he had to fall back or get buried under tons of meat. Dancing around 7 charging bulls, Peter attacked when he saw an opening, but mostly was regulated to a kind of retaliatory defense. After several minutes, although each Minotaur was cut or battered in some way, the area was thick with the crimson mist, and with a bellow that almost shocked Peter enough into taking a direct hit, mystic green runes appeared above the shaman, and almost immediately Peter felt something crawling up his legs. Insects? Pulling his last throwing axe off his belt, Peter hurled it at the goat beastman, only for a Minotaur to sacrifice itself by standing in its way. Back at the line of marksmen, the formations of Vulges had held off the warherd remarkably well. Though many had died, they were trading their lives at a 1-for-4 ratio, something unthinkable for the armies of men almost anywhere else. Then the bugs came for them too. When fighting against the warherd, concentration was key. It took multiple arrows or lethal stabs to kill a beastman, but only one hit to cripple a human, so there was very little room for error. But suddenly attacked by all the crawling ants, spiders and centipedes, and swarmed by flies, bees and wasps. How could they concentrate? In truth, the insects themselves did very little damage. After all, the shaman could not create a swarm of insects out of thin air. It could only call and command insects from the surrounding area. Yet, in a situation where the marksmen were already fighting with their lives on the line, it only took a little bit for the scale to tilt. By now, the warherd had lost thousands of individuals, and perhaps only 750 in total remained. But the humans had lost many too, and from the 867 marksmen that Peter had just an hour ago, now only 600 remained. Then the insects swarmed, and 50 more men were killed in mere seconds. Any normal human army would have collapsed then. Only due to the lack of consciousness by the newly recruited did the marksmen stay in line formations. Back at the rear of the warherd, Peter had finished off second beastman, and doing his best to not be hit, he held his great axe far back on the grip, chopped up and to the left, practically beheading a Minotaur with the swing. Throughout this battle, Peter had treated his weapon with care, but beastmen had thick hides, and it was taking a toll on the axe, which by now had become dull and rickety. But now, with 3 Minotaur dead, the pressure had lifted, and Peter pushed harder than before. Killing one Minotaur with a chop in the stomach that tore its guts out, Peter then rolled away from a swing from two-handed hammer before using the axe like a spear and impaling the bull in the chest. Crack! The weapon finally broke with his upward thrust, but not flustered by this, he used the broken handle and plunged it into the monster's neck. With 5 dead, and only 3 to go, Peter scrambled away, picking up a crude weapon that would have been impossible for a normal man to wield. The longer he fought, the thicker the crimson mist grew, and chanting another spell, the shaman raised its staff and sword into the air. Feeling a sense of dread that he hadn't before, Peter held on to the chopper in his hands and sprinted at full speed to the shaman, who was nearly done. Without the full team of Minotaur protecting it, Peter was able to finally get there in time, and just as a crimson rune began to light up behind the beast, he lopped off the arm holding the staff. Hearing the sound of hooves just behind him, he still didn't stop, and in a flash held the chopper with 2 hands and beheaded the shaman. Jumping to the side, Peter dodged the Minotaur's tackle, and as the crimson mist began to dissipate, he killed the 3 beastmen. It was only now that he could turn back and look at his army, decimated as they were, They were still holding the line. And seeing this, Peter dropped the chopper and picked up a large hand axe, one 2 sizes too big for a man, and dashing, he crashed into the back of the right side of the war herd. Sensing something was wrong, and without the shaman's crimson mist to bolster their madness, the herd finally began to give way, and then they finally broke. "The battle is won. Grab your bows and don't let them escape," Peter hollered over the stampede of hoofbeats. The distance to the tree line made it impossible to completely wipe the war herd out, but given a boost of energy when they saw the beastmen feeling, each volley fired by the marksmen killed their enemies by the score. When it was finally over, out of the 867 marksmen they had started with, barely 350 were left in fighting condition, though they started the battle with hardly 1/3 the number of warriors that enemy had, and so in some way the battle was a great victory. For almost any other force, these kind of losses would have halted any near-future campaign. But even if he didn't like the losses, it wasn't so for Peter. Picking up a vulgi off the ground, he gave the men an hour to rest and headed back to the shaman. He picked up the staff the wicked creature had been using. Ding! Congratulations, user, Peter Ivankov, on acquiring a magic weapon. Magical equipment can be sold for a premium. Guna Giran staff. Sell $85,000 dinar YN. Despite barely having 3,000 dinar to his name, Peter was still not in a rush to sell. He first wanted to see how much he could sell off the beastmen corpses for. So, putting the magical staff inside his inventory, he went around picking up and selling one mundane item at a time as he walked towards the center of the beastmen camp. The camp of the beastmen was absolutely disgusting. Bones and gore were everywhere. There were even some sacrifices that were strung up, making no noise, but the ones that had eyelids would blink from time to time. Naturally, many of the sacrifices included flayed men and women from who knew where. But impaled on wooden stakes and stripped of skin, Peter didn't rush to help them. As they were, there was no chance that they could survive. Using the vulge as a walking stick, he rummaged through junk, selling cheaply whatever the mountain blade system recognized, until finally reaching the middle part of the camp. It was a giant stone with green lights shining through it at regular intervals. The lights made a pattern that hurt his eyes to look at, so after saying a prayer, Peter looked around first and was surprised to find more beastmen, or rather, beastwomen. Inside the only structure in the camp, a large tent which was made from a kind of leather that made Peter shudder, there were 15 of them. Looking like cows and large bipedal sheep, they were fully furred, and if not for having udders, he wouldn't have recognized them to be female. They looked at him calmly, and somehow he saw their shyness, and that might have softened his heart, if not for the fact that beside the 15 beast women, there were roughly 50 human women in various states of abuse. He didn't need to know the biology of beastmen, or even inspect these women to know what had happened to them. In that moment, he saw the complete cruelty of the beastmen, and in a rage, moving like a hurricane, he slew the beast women before they could even flee from the tent. As Father Anderson had preached, "Suffer not the monster to live," and Peter would not. If the men and women who were flayed outside on pikes were too far gone to save, the victims in the tent were not, and quickly leaving, he called over his men to move the women out of the camp. Some followed along numbly, some had to be carried on stretchers made from whatever they could find, but a few seemed to actually be able to understand what was happening. All the time searching the camp, the green lights from the stone seemed to dig into Peter's head, and unable to put it off any longer, he approached. The stone was tall, and even though he didn't know what it was, he knew it was evil. Thinking that he just had to tear it down, he found some rope to wrap it with. He naturally wouldn't touch it with his bare hands. And just as he began to do so, he received an unexpected prompt. Ding! The Fate Casino detects mid-grade Chaos Relic. Corrupted Waystone. Sell 2,000 FC. Trade 15 spin to win. Note, the Fate Casino will only offer to sell or trade for 1 Chaos Relic of each rank. Seeing this, Peter wiped his face and breathed heavily. Though it had been several months since he was last offered a chance to gain FC, he often wondered if he should have chosen the spin-to-win option. After all, even if he knew it was likely a trap, his luck had been beyond good when he had drawn Alexander Anderson and Abraham Van Helsing. And because of that, there had always been a what-if in the back of his mind. Still, could we pass on the surefire thing with 2 million FC? He understood clearly that the Fate Casino offered literally anything imaginable, and he needed a weapon better than what he could get with the mount and blade system. Standing there for a long moment, in the end, Peter went with his heart instead of his brain and selected Trade, 15 spin to win. After selecting the option, the corrupted waystone directly vanished. In the future, he hoped that he would develop enough of a relationship with the Norse dwarfs in order to have them forge him a solid weapon, and in that way he could save the million or so FC that he would have otherwise spent. Still, losing on 2,000 FC was hard, and to soothe his heart, he decided to first settle out the battlefield before spinning the Wheel of Fate. Working for several hours, it was almost nightfall. By the time they counted 3,216 dead beastmen and set up a rough camp. The corpses were in various states of damage, but on the average, the carcasses sold for 105 dinars each as trophies. Though Peter didn't think of it in terms of personal gains, he truly was only in the forest to see justice brought down on the monsters that slaughtered his oxen had been a profitable day. Aside from the 337,080 denar he received from the corpses, he had made 213,040 denar from selling the warherds mundane weapons and armor. And to top it off, he had come across 2 more magical pieces of equipment, one being the necklace which the shaman wore, and the other being a sinister dreamcatcher-like object that had been placed in the tent where the women were kept. Selling the most expensive magic object brought Peter an addition, $85,000 dinar, and then he traded the other 2 for an additional companion slot. Before choosing his next companion, Peter made his way to a campfire and sat down while looking over the Mount and Blade system screen. User, Peter Ivankov. Current dinars, 635,020, 26,323 WK. Recruit, Vaigir Mercenary. Active forces, 861, 931. Villages, 2. Castles, 0. Towns, 0. Caravans, 0. Inventory, 460 slots. Ransom, 0 prisoners. Sell loot, cargo, recruit companion, 1 to 2. Open store, NA. The Mount and Blade system regarded infantry much different from cavalry, and the costs were reflected in that. A rank 5 Vaegir marksman was 25% cheaper to maintain than a rank 4 Vaegir horseman, and the cost to maintain a Vaegir knight was almost twice as much. Of course, in some ways, this could be understood since the system also provided the horses, but this difference in treatment made Peter think that instead of returning to Rivercheg for the winter season, he may as well stay in the wilderness and hunt down as many monsters as he could. It would be cost-effective, and if I could just find 2 or 3 more of these camps, then we could... Thinking along these lines, Peter started forming a plan. After all, come spring, they would start expanding down the river, and if he had enough dinars, then they would be able to set up small communities as they went. These communities were not just for show. They were in essence the best way to tame the wildlands, known as Troll Country, and bring civilization to a land that only knew barbarism. Thinking along these lines, Peter asked himself if it was even possible to stay in the mountains over the winter. Even if I can buy tents and firewood, it probably wouldn't be enough. And then there's the arrows to think about. Even if he had gotten the 2 min FC, it likely wouldn't have been enough. So, tapping his leg, Peter picked up a small rock before throwing it into the fire and thought, "All right, first let's see what we get." Opening the Fate Casino and tapping on the appropriate tab, the blue holographic screen lit up with all sorts of colors. In the middle of the familiar screen was a stereotypical roulette wheel, with the only difference being that there seemed to be a literally infinite number of possible landings. Inputting 15 for the number of spins, Peter sat and watched. Ding! Recruit Levi Ackerman. Model Attack on Titan. Congratulations. Ding. Small movable camp. Congratulations. Ding. Blackguard Bow. Model Middle-earth. Shadow of War. Congratulations. Ding. Structure. Castle. Model Malbork Castle. Congratulations. Ding. Leviathan Axe. LVL. 5. Model God of War. Ragnarok. Congratulations. Ding. Structure. Castle. Model Conway Castle. Congratulations. Ding. Recruit Edward Kenway. Model Assassin's Creed Black Flag. Congratulations. Seeing what he won, even though Peter didn't recognize all the names, he knew one very well, and that reading name over and over, he was silent for a long time. LVL 5, Leviathan Axe, Model God of War, Ragnarok. From the author UberNuber. I was really waffling if I wanted to add Levi to the character list, but in the end, he'll fit well into this world. As for the Leviathan Axe, well, it's very strong, ice element and all, but it doesn't grant abilities, it's wielder super abilities, like say Excalibur would. Winter Campaign 17. Standing on the side of a snowy hill, a large blonde-headed man held an ornate axe with one hand, and after judging the distance, threw it hard. Landing with a loud clack, the silence of the nearby forest was broken when the waist-sized tree was split, and a soft voice could be heard from behind. "Excellent throw, Lord Ivankov." Laughing slightly, the blonde-haired man turned, and as he did so, extended his right hand, which instinctually grabbed the returning weapon. Hefting the Leviathan axe over his shoulder, Peter looked at the camp defender who had followed him that morning. Seeing her blush when his brown eyes lingered on her, he smiled and said, "Yeah, I don't think I'll ever get bored of throwing this thing, but all right, let's head back Vara. Lezelit should be returning soon." After spinning the Wheel of Fate and getting several useful items, Peter decided to camp out in the mountains for the winter. The small movable camp was essential for this choice, but not more so than the Leviathan axe, which in addition to being able to spontaneously cause frostbite to whoever he struck and return to his hand after being thrown, was also so durable that he never had to worry about it breaking. Being given a weapon that could withstand his strength made Peter truly dangerous. But he wouldn't allow himself to become prideful, after all. If the Leviathan axe existed, then it stood to reason that somewhere in the multiverse there was Kratos, and every other powerful being. Of course, Peter recognized that he was superhuman, and could lift around 5,000 libes. That level of strength wouldn't be enough to walk around during the impending Vermintide, unchallenged, much less challenge some of the demigod-level beings that existed out there. In the end, Peter told himself, he was a small existence that could never forget his purpose. To survive in this world, he needed his people, and he needed his faith. Nothing else would be enough. Leading Vara back to the camp, there was hustle and bustle everywhere. Following the battle with the Beastmen, Peter had recruited 250 more marksmen and 150 camp defenders. He needed the marksmen to act as scouts, to constantly search for the enemy, and he needed the camp defenders to act as guards, manage the camp, and most importantly, to make arrows. The fact that they were female had nothing to do with it. They were just more economical than using their male counterparts. In addition to their value, the camp defender women were actually incredibly helpful, with the 50 or so human women rescued from the Beastman camp. Of course, the trauma those women had gone through would never fully dissipate, and a few hadn't recovered their motor skills in the 2 months since they were rescued. But it had to be said that they were examples of the human mind's ability to persevere. In general, the women who had recovered went to work right away. Even when they were ushered back to their tents to get some rest, they would drift around and try to do whatever they saw needed to be done. Their skills were no less so than the camp defenders. Though they obviously malnourished and physically weaker, a couple of them even stood out. "Well me back, my lord," greeted one petite Norscan woman who had platinum blonde hair. She called herself Sif, and having been one of the most recent cows captured by Beastmen, she was also one of the first to recover. Objectively pretty, She was smaller than the rest of the women in both height and stature, and thankfully hadn't given birth to any of the mutated monsters that the beastmen used human women to create, because she would have undoubtedly died in the process. But more important than all of that, she was the main figure whom Peter used to learn the Norscan language, or at least the dialect of it spoken by the tribe known as the Sals. They were apparently one of the largest tribes of Norska, and from her, Peter had learned a great deal about them. And some of what he learned made him sick. At best, they were pagans who worshipped rogue nature spirits, and at worst, well, Peter would give Father Anderson the final judgment when it came to that. But pushing all of that to the side, he smiled to the woman and asked her had the marksman returned, to which she replied in her own language. Some of the scouts have, but Captain Les Elite still has not. Then, pausing for a brief second, she continued, "The scouts are happy, Jarl." Nodding to her, Sif was learning to speak English, but of course she wouldn't learn English as fast as he could learn Norscan. Thinking that if the scouts were happy, then they found another beastman camp, Peter himself was in a good mood. The winter campaign so far had been a stunning success, but finding another large beastman camp would really be the cherry on top. Having run into scores of monstrous beasts and even a small greenskin camp, after 2 months Peter had almost 800,000 dinar and hunted so much pork, venison, and leathers that the marksman no longer took aim at the giant boars or jumpy deer. Not needing to ask her anything else, Peter just mentioned for her to inform him when Les Elite returned, and heading to his tent, Peter didn't say anything as Vara followed. Spending 2 months in the wild had been lonely without Anna to accompany him, but where she had to stay in Rivercheg for obvious reasons, Peter had gained the company of Vara. On her deathbed at the age of 65, like Anna, Vara had never had a family. Unlike Anna, Vara had spent a life in one mercenary band after the next, strong enough to never be regulated to the level of camp follower, or a nightmaid as some vulgar men called them. Vara had learned to live the life of a soldier. If she had come into contact with the Sword Sisters at a young age, she may have become one, but unfortunately, that wasn't her fate. Instead, she lived the life of a camp defender from the time she was a young woman. Sometimes she was thrown into a battle, but mostly her life revolved around keeping everything in order. When she was given the chance at a new life, she naturally accepted it, and it wasn't that she was aiming for Peter, but one had to admit, Peter was handsome. Even before the super soldier serum, with his blonde hair and brown eyes, he was always confident that he was never the ugliest person in the room. After the serum, though, he could make even an old woman blush. Or more accurately, he could make all the old women blush. And while he had never thought of himself as a hound dog when it came to the opposite sex, Peter was man in quite literally perfect health, and since he had no obligations to any other, he naturally wouldn't push a pretty lady away. As for Anna specifically, he would naturally support the child, and support her too if need be. But there had never been any promises or oaths made that had him feel like he was betraying her. So, as nature tends to do, one thing led to another, and now Vara let herself into Peter's tent to stand guard. "What did the Nord say?" she asked as Peter went to sit down at a table littered with crudely drawn maps and path markers. Shrugging his shoulders, he just answered, "It was about Les Elite." Then, feeling her wanting to say something else, he asked, "What is it?" "My lord, we should send those women to a convent. It's just not safe to have them walking around." "Because they were kidnapped by the beastmen?" Peter asked, somewhat incredulously, but not totally ignorant of what Vara was going to say. "No, because they are, or were, devil worshippers. And who knows what else," the camp defender replied, speaking with emotion but not raising her voice. Shaking his head, Peter knew this was what she was going to mention, but still said, "We don't know for sure that they worship the demons, and after what happened to them, I'd be surprised if they could still believe in the gods of their youths." "But what about the Werekin, and what you told me about what she said about her tribe being close to the gods?" This Peter had no good answer for. After learning the Norscan language well enough to speak, which took less time learning thanks to his familiarity in learning Kislevite, Peter had spoken at some length to Sif about the gods of the Norscan people, They were pagans, but speaking of the God of change, the God of courage, the God of rebirth, the God of love, and a myriad other minor spirits, nothing that the woman said indicated that they were absolutely chaos worshippers. Now Peter was totally ignorant, and he saw the disgusting rituals and human sacrifice carried out by the marauders who sacked Mazen. But to this, Sif had responded in clear disgust as well, claiming that it sounded something the Easlings would do. This was the first time that Peter had heard the name of that tribe, and after hearing about them, while he was sure that the Aisling were demon worshippers and so would either convert or be sent to their gods, it cast doubt on the whole of Norscan society and made him question how far their planned crusade should go. Suffer not the monster to live. Suffer not the worshipper of chaos. These were something Peter was not in doubt about, and killing these sorts of creatures, Peter wouldn't consider a demon worshipper as a person, would be something he never hesitated on. But the idea of killing people, or otherwise non-evil men, was something he held great reservation about. After all, even though he was prepared to launch a crusade as soon as the snow thawed, Peter believed in the role of missionaries and would-be saints. He was resolved to be a warrior, and so everything that entailed, but would forever resist turning into a madman. Thinking to himself, not answering Vara right away, he thought this may be another way that he was a hypocrite, but just shrugging, he could only be himself, and looking up he answered, "We'll keep them separated from the towns and settlements, while keeping an eye on them. If they act suspicious, we'll set up a convent and send them to it, worst comes to worst. More drastic measures will be taken." Nodding her head in agreement, Vara was still wary but satisfied. And while Peter and Vara continued talking, across the camp, another conversation took place. To be captured by the savage kin, then to be rescued by soft hands, the gods mock and scorn us. Looking over her shoulder, Sif snickered at the larger woman and said, "Do not speak ignorance, lowly thing. We have been favored. Only you are not faithful enough to see the gift laid out in front of your fat face." Taken aback by the sudden jeer, the larger woman looked at the smaller one and said gravely, "Do not speak to me like that, and do not forget what you are now, little princess. The Jarl isn't here, and even if he was, Tusk, he wouldn't lift a hand to protect a sullied cow like you." Holding a leather working needle in her hand, Sif restrained herself and didn't kill her old thrall. On one hand, she knew the fat bitch was right. Sif was no longer a little princess after allowing herself to be captured in the Beastman raid. Even if she had never let herself be sullied, it wouldn't matter for the tribe, and her father would probably never recognize her as his daughter now. But none of them mattered now, Sif knew, because when she saw Peter move, when she saw him rip apart the female beastman with his bare hands, she knew he was the chosen. As the gods were the source of her suffering, they were also the source of her triumph. And only after seeing Peter did she know she was truly favored. Holding back her rage, her will to offer the head of the fat bitch to Karnath, Sif calmed herself. She now had a task that superseded mere sacrifice. She would serve the gods by leading their chosen to his fate. Rubbing her face and looking down, Sif thought she needed to gain a bit more weight. The chosen liked women, she knew, and while she was small, she had always been praised for her beauty. So thinking this, she ignored the larger woman who continued talking. Using the leather working needle expertly, she held a serene look on her face. Then suddenly, a barely audible whisper touched her ears, and standing up, she moved to the opening of the tent. "Where do you think you're—" Bam! Slamming a needle down through the woman's hand, Sif quickly pulled out another and held it to throat. Still smiling serenely, she said, "Lowly thing, if you cannot see the favor shown us, at least shut your mouth." Then, rubbing the point of the needle around the woman's hideous-looking face, she continued, "Or, I'll shut it for you." Turning to leave, she suddenly stopped, turned around and yanked the needle free, sending the woman to the ground in the process. Not sparing another look, Sif walked out of the tent, and rushing over to where the whisper said to go, she saw Lezelit return. Using this as her chance, Sif ran to Peter's tent, slightly bowed to Vara, and said in Norskan, "My Jarl, the commander is back, and as much as he smiles, surely he brings good news." Interrupted from talking to Vara, Peter heard what Sif said, and with a laugh he stood up, thanked her by patting her slim shoulder, and went to the side of the camp where Les Elite would be returning from. Seeing the dark-haired former noble, Peter didn't start with small talk, and immediately asked, "Have you found them, soldier?" Nodding to this, Les Elite did a perfect salute, and replied, "Lord Peter, yeah, we found them all right, and only about 20 miles north from here." "That close? I'm not sure if they're cows or rats. All right, so how many?" Shaking his head, Les Elite answered, "Several thousand at minimum, and kinds bigger than what you described. The area was too large for us to get a good look, but from the smell, my God, there was a lot." Hearing this, Peter wondered just how such a large herd could have gone undiscovered by he and the marksman for 2 months. Then again, 20 miles in this mountainous wilderness could hide a lot, he corrected himself. Either way, now that another war herd was discovered, they would naturally take it out as soon as they could. Smiling while thinking about the battle ahead, Peter himself didn't see how much he had changed in the many months since he arrived in this world. No, at this moment he only thought of one thing. Suffer not the monster to live. Winter Campaign 18. Receiving the news of a major war herd that was relatively nearby, a piece of news that would absolutely horrify any other leader of men in the old world, Peter jumped into action and started sending out scouts to call back the marksmen, which were still out in the wilderness. Not including the camp defenders, he had just over 650 of the most dangerous archers that Calradia could produce, and with his current 746 380 denars, he could directly recruit around 4,000 of the best trained infantry that the Vega could field, or roughly 3,500 knights and sword sisters. Though against the beastmen, Peter was much more partial to using infantry rather than cavalry, the usefulness of cavalry to patrolling the steppes was something he couldn't ignore. After all, he only planned to spend the winter in these mountains since he believed that the destiny of his people lay on the steppe lands of Troll country and then wider Kislev. Getting his camp in action, Peter asked Les Elite if he could bring him to where they found the war herd, or if he needed to rest, and the man didn't let him down when he said that he was ready to go. Though it had only been 2 months since he recruited the former noble, Les Elite had broken through the boundaries of peak human and was now slightly superhuman thanks to the mountain blade system. Name, Les Elite. Level, 5 to 18. STR, 9, 15. AGL, 8, 12. Int, 11, 12. Char, 8, 10. Health, 48, 54. And his most notable skills were Power Strike 5, Weapon Master 4, Trainer 4, Riding 4, Leadership 4, Spotting 4, Pathfinding 3. Different from Alayan, Peter's goal was to use Les Elite as a general and not as a domestic mayor. This not only was more in line with Les Elite's martial personality, but after experimenting with Alayan, Peter could now be pretty sure on how to use attributes and skill points to bolster his companions' strengths, allowing them to do specific tasks better. According to the Mountain Blade system, physical attributes of 10 represented so-called peak human abilities. While the mental attributes were less certain to him, peak intelligence seemed to be 12, and charisma seemed to have a relation to how quickly a person could problem solve. For certain, Peter knew charisma did not make a person look any different. The only question he had about it now was how it meshed with intelligence, because they seemingly went hand in hand. Skills were different from attributes. Some provided capabilities that could only be described as magic, but mostly they were down-to-earth skills that any professional would learn. Well, up to about level 4 or 5, Peter laughed when he thought about it. The Mountain Blade system wasn't too exaggerated since it dealt with a normal setting, but like with attributes, there was a point to where it would boost a person beyond typical human capabilities. Having learned all that he thought he could from his first 2 companions, he had decided that his next companion would not be from Calradia. But that would have to wait, because for now he and Les Elite were rushing through the forested mountains to see the war herd. Running through the untamed forest, Peter continued to think that there was a surprising number of prey animals. Sure, there existed the predators. Some monstrous wolves, but mostly bears of one size or another. However, the number of deer, elk, giant boar, rabbits, and turkeys were way higher than what he would expect. Not that he had ever been an outdoorsman on Earth. Of course, Peter knew he didn't know the ecology of this new world, so he only kept it in the back of his mind as a point of interest. Even knowing where they were going, covering 20 miles over forested hills still took several hours. Les Elite was incredibly fit, but he would tire out at more or less the same rate as a man would. At the end of the day, he wasn't a regenerator like Father Anderson, nor did he have the super soldier serum like Peter did. But still, they made their way much more quickly than any two hunters would. Cresting over the forested hills, Peter eyed his surroundings as they made their way into a small open valley which had a dirty stream running through it. It's not far. The fetid water was what tipped us off in the first place. Nodding his head, indicating that he understood, Peter followed behind Les Elite, and together they ran off to the side and up another few hills before coming to a stop. Crouching low, the former noble motioned for Peter to do the same, and inching forward, they finally crested the final hill. Holding his breath, Peter saw a massive, mostly flat, valley surrounded on all sides by mountains. It was hard to judge the exact size of the place as he scanned the geography, but he guessed it to be a few miles wide and several miles long. In terms of the land, this was far and away the best location for a settlement that he had seen in the past 2 months. However, this idea clearly hadn't been lost on the locals because from his position, Peter saw thousands of beastmen. Looking down at them from an elevated position, the valley looked like a scene taken straight off the African Serengeti during a wildebeest migration. Except that instead of four-legged mammals grazing on a backdrop of grasslands under pristine sky, this place was covered by bipedal monstrosities, beasts that Peter had never seen before, and various bonfires which flickered with multicolored lights. There was a smog that covered over and hid certain parts of the herd, but it wasn't enough that Peter couldn't see the absolutely jaw-dropping numbers. "What do you say, 15,000 give or take?" he asked Les Elite quietly. Shaking his head, Les Elite continued to survey the valley before saying grumpily, "There wasn't that many yesterday afternoon." It had taken the marksman about 7 hours of hiking to cover the area that Peter and Les Elite did in about 3 hours. Turning his head back to the valley, Peter didn't reply, but Les Elite continued with a mixture of emotions. "And there are more fires now than there were. Could they be gathering? But what for?" What Peter knew about the beastmen was they hated all civilization, but first and foremost, they hated human civilization. Currently, about 60 miles north of Rivercheg, there were bound to be tribes of Norskans somewhere around. Though they hadn't come across human villages, he knew that was because they were sticking their search to the mountainsides. Could there be any major Norskan settlements around? Or the idea that this war herd was gathered for either Rivercheg or Mazen first only crossed his mind for a split second before he tried to dismiss it. Of course, Peter had no idea the significance of destroying the herdstone. He could only think that it was highly unlikely that these monsters would gather 60 miles away before marching on a warpath. And a warpath to where, he asked himself, becoming more and more paranoid as he followed his own logic, not knowing that after destroying a herdstone, the Beastman warpath would be launched in every direction. Neither Rivercheg or Mazen has ever seen beastmen, and there wasn't anything left behind from our earlier assault. He had sold or burned everything from the smaller warherd camp. Perhaps there was arrows, but so what? Those marksmen were newly recruited. As he crouched there behind an evergreen tree, Peter couldn't shake the notion that this herd was coming for them. And even if it's not specifically for us, can we avoid it? This was the question. Of course, he had spent winter in the mountains to gain dinars, and so far it had been an outstanding success. And though dinars gained from this, many beastmen would be enormous, The size of the herd in front of him was something that gave him pause. This was due to the fact that whereas the tribe from before was mostly Ungors, he could see the war herd here was nearly all the larger horned Gors, or some other horned varieties that he never saw before. And that made him pause instead of rushing down, and making his mind up quickly. Peter turned to Lezelit and said, "Let's hurry back to the camp." Though the decision would ultimately fall to him, Peter knew that there were many carrier soldiers among his retinue of marksmen. Turning to head back, he offered to carry Lezelit, but the military man refused in his most polite, not a chance in hell sort of way, which for foul-mouthed, the military instructor actually showed how much he respected Peter, since he would have used much more colorful language for anyone else. Laughing at the refusal, Peter just slapped him on the shoulder. Trying to keep his mood up and not to brood, after running down the hill, he suddenly stopped and held Lezelit from going forward. Disregarding the man's grunt, Peter kept his eyes forward before darting them side to side as he quickly grabbed the Leviathan axe off his back. There were 8 Gors and 4 Chaos Warhounds barely 50 yards away. Seeing the 2 human men, as soon as they left the tree line, the beastmen and their pets stopped as abruptly as Peter had done. But while they were just as surprised and more brutal, Peter was far quicker, and rushing as quickly as he could, he launched the axe with enough force to split a waist-sized tree in half. A humanoid-sized object which could move at 60 mm at close range would be just a blur to most creatures, chaos born or not. And so it was for Peter, who after throwing his axe had covered half the 50 yards when it mashed through one unfortunate Gor, and by the time he recalled it, he was reading himself for a wide swing which killed 2 of the warhounds. With a weapon that he didn't have to worry about breaking, Peter was a proverbial bull in a china shop. Gors were powerful, standing around 7 feet tall and weighing around 350 lbs. They could naturally overpower most men without difficulty. But for Peter, who could casually lift a couple tons, they were simply overwhelmed. After smashing 2 of the mutated dogs, he rammed the butt of his axe sideways, crushing the sternum of another Gor, before bringing his axe around to finish it off. Moving like a god of war, Peter crushed the larger yet weaker foes before they could bellow out. By the time Lezelit dashed over, barely 15 seconds had passed, and Peter was giving the finishing blow to the last Gor, a particularly humanoid-looking creature. "By the 9 levels of hell," he said, looking down at the monsters. But Peter quickly told him to be quiet. With his brain working in overdrive, and in conjunction with his anxiety from before, Peter made a snap decision by directly putting the 12 corpses in his inventory. Then, without a word, he threw Lezelit over his shoulder with one arm, and with his other hand holding on to the Leviathan axe, he ran for it. Only making sure not to break any of the man's ribs, Peter darted through the wilderness for almost 20 minutes before stopping. He wasn't scared, but he certainly didn't want to be forced to start a battle when he wasn't ready for it. Dropping Lezelit down, Peter looked at him and asked, "You all right?" as he stood up. Being glared at for a moment made Peter raise his eyebrows, but in the end, the dark-haired former noble replied, "Yeah, I'm fine. Let's just hurry back." Nodding to this, Peter led the way, and the 2 superhumans made their way back to the camp just before nightfall. "At ease," Peter yelled as they made their way into the camp, stopping the salutes before they started. With over 600 marksmen streaming in, and the additional 200 women, the small movable camp was a bee's nest of activity. "Gather the lieutenants," was the last thing Peter said to Lezelit, who was struggling mightily after running for hours on end, but still did as commanded. Walking to his tent, Peter briefly acknowledged Vara before sitting at his desk and grabbing a paper and crude pencil, wrote a message to be sent back to River Chegg. He wanted both Father Anderson and Alain to head over with a few horses and to bring any soldiers not involved in either the patrols or city watch duties. Of course, this would only amount to about 100 individuals, but the main thing was to bring the 2 leaders. The capabilities of Anderson didn't need to be explained, but even Alain was in peak human condition. Not to mention, having Alain would give Peter another valuable commander, since if he was going to be forced to use all his dinars, there was little chance that he, Lezelit, and Father Anderson could effectively command an army of 4,500 give or take. Even though Peter himself had never been in the United States military, simple logistics made the need for good commanders apparent. After all, a lieutenant would lead a platoon of 60 men, and a captain's company would include 2 lieutenants plus his own platoon. So, how many captains were needed for an army of 4,500? 25. 25. Companies was nothing in terms of modern militaries, that many men could be under the command of a single colonel. But for Peter and his people, that amount would redefine their military structure. It was already the case that the Vaegirs rarely ever had standing professional armies. Like most of Calradia, they were seasonal soldiers under most circumstances. A Vaegir knight was a knight after all, not a mercenary cavalryman. A Vaegir marksman was a professional hunter who would be called on during campaigns but spent most of the year hunting and trapping. Naturally, there were professional soldiers kept by the Vaegir nobility, representing the most skilled of the infantry were the guard and archer respectively. And while the Vaegir guard was nothing to just dismiss, a Vaegir guard could go toe-to-toe with a Huskarl. Peter didn't heavily prize them for now, while they were in the beginning of settling a new civilization. And because he favored the marksmen and knights, he had to take their personalities into consideration. But still doing what needed to be done, after writing 2 identical messages, Peter signed them, and calling out to a group of 12 marksmen, gave them the task of bringing the letters to Profession Helsing. It's the utmost importance. Get your things together and leave tonight. Confused at first, the men nevertheless understood quickly, and giving a series of yes sirs left right away. By now, Les Élites had gathered the lieutenant. A total of 10 were in the camp, with 2 still being out. But this would have to do. Bringing them into his tent, the 11 men stood in a rough semicircle as Peter sat at his table and described the situation. To put it mildly, the situation was bleak. They had lost more than half their force of 800 marksmen to about a herd of about 3,500 Ungors, with only a few Gors mixed in. So how would 4,500 of them fare against a war herd of at least 15,000 that was comprised mostly of Gors? A Gor wasn't twice the size of an Ungor, but it wasn't far off. Then there was the point of the Bray shaman. In the first war herd, there was only 1. But what if there were more? As they spoke, Peter noticed a small presence listening in, but after determining who it was due to her platinum hair, decided not to remove her. They weren't discussing anything secret after all. As they listed possibilities, they were settling on the idea of guerrilla warfare when Peter suddenly thought about something. Pulling the carcass of the Chaos Warhound out of his inventory, he dropped it on the ground and started describing how this warherd seemed to have tamed pets. How would these affect our hit-and-run tactics? He asked, but was suddenly interrupted when Sif burst in. Looking down at the warhound and then at Peter, the Saal woman ignored the glaring eyes of the lieutenants. She was startled, Peter could tell, but before he could wonder why he would use his inventory in front of her, she spoke up. My Jarl. Forgive my intrusion, but I overheard the discussion, and this woman thinks she knows what you can do, if you would be so inclined to hear your woman's suggestion. By now, Peter knew enough Norscan to speak it, but her strange use of personal nouns threw him off, and not in the mood to discuss language, he simply said, "What is it?" Looking straight into his brown eyes, Sif answered, "If it's a herd that's grown too large, let us turn the greenskin against it." Greenskin? Peter thought, frowning slightly, but still intrigued, asked, "Can that be done?" Then, answering with a smile, the small Norscan woman said, "It's been done in the past. This, your woman, thinks it's possible to do again." UberNuber. Sorry for the delay, but Warhammer Fantasy, pre-end times, is super inconsistent, and as I was looking over this next part of the story, I was amazed by just how much artistic freedom they gave their authors, Lewel. Norska, for example, ranges from Antarctic wastelands to something that looks more like Sweden. One edition shows it being covered in impenetrable mountains, while another edition shows it having vast valleys crisscrossing the mountains where all sorts of monsters live. There's also no good hard data on the sizes of the various kinds of beastmen, so the measurements being used is my best guesses. An idea of the terrain they're currently in. Spoiler. This is where they've spent about 2 months continuously hunting. Collapse, spoiler. Collapse, spoiler. And this is the landscape that made Peter think would make a good place for a settlement. Collapse. Chaos Warhound. Spoiler. Collapse. Turning foe against foe, 19. After seeing Peter summon the corpse of the Chaos Warhound, Sif had become utterly convinced that he was the god's champion. And seeing her destiny in front of her, like any good Saal, she snatched at her opportunity. Because even though she knew a cow like her could never be chosen, she was resolved to play a role in the great game all the same. For the addled mind of a true believer in the gods, being a cow for their champion was an honor in itself. To win that honor, Sif would be as strong as any warrior of Norska. Jumping into the meeting, she didn't falter a step, and though she didn't believe the champion needed assistance, she would say whatever she needed to in order for him to think that she was helping. The idea of turning the enemies of mankind against each other was not new. Though it almost always failed, it was a common tactic attempted almost once in each generation. Though the learned scholars in the Empire of Man would outright proclaim that no one should ever turn monster against monster due to the unforeseen consequences, and would rightly point out that the views and customs of monsters were not like those of humans, and it was a mistake for a person to assume that they were. But for Peter, new to this world, and with enough fire in his belly to even match a wizard of the Bright Order, his mindset was still simple, and he still considered beastmen and orcs as essentially savage humans instead of the entirely different species that they were. Plus, he reasoned, they didn't need many greenskin, a few thousand would be more than enough for his aims. As long as there were enough goblins and orcs to keep the war herd busy, Peter could directly recruit thousands of professional soldiers to attack the rest of the herd from any side. Once the beastmen were dealt with, naturally the greenskins would follow them to the grave. Liking this plan more and more, Peter began questioning Sif for various details. Are there any greenskin territories nearby? How many were there? How did large war herds move? Was it possible to get the groups to fight to the point of battle? Except for the last question, Sif had solid answers about the rest. She knew where a known greenskin territory was, though didn't know exactly how far away it was without looking at a map. Likewise, she didn't know exactly how many greenskins there were, but knew that the Jarls would avoid the area most of the time, and that signified more enemies rather than less. Speaking in this way, which sounded more truthful since she wasn't pretending to hold all the information, she told them that the herds were unpredictable, but the nature of beastmen made it clear that they would attack any signs of civilization they crossed. Finally, when asked if the two groups of monsters would fight to the point of battle, Sif laughed and said that, as long as it isn't the cowardly goblins, them orcs won't turn down a fight. And with that answer, after Peter relayed her words to the marksman lieutenants, the crude map given to them by the Norse dwarfs was brought out, and seeing this, Sif pointed to an area roughly aligned to where the dwarfs had indicated. Norska was a land of tall mountains with valleys of all sizes, and pointing to an area probably 100 miles away, Sif said, "This land is called the Trollheim." Then, seeing the obvious question mark on Peter's face, she continued, and pointing to a specific area, Sif said, "Trolls and greenskins will oftentimes live nearby one another. They fight and eat each other, but no more than they fight and eat their own kinds." Indicating that he understood, he asked somewhat hesitantly, "Could you take me to this area? I know it won't be easy, but I would protect you." With a light flashing in her eye, Sif nodded that she could bring him there. Grinning to her words and relaying the information to the marksman present, as they didn't speak Kislevite he had to translate, they agreed that it was a tempting strategy, and after a bit more discussion, Peter gave his orders. "We'll need more beastmen corpses for the ruse to work. I'll head back to the war herd and pick a few off, then come back." Not listening to his men's objections to that, nor to their proclamations that he should take Lezelit or a group of marksmen along, Peter ended it by commanding them all to get together the best of the men in camp and to train them on how to be either captains or lieutenants. In the battle that was shaping up, it would be impossible to have just a mass of thousands of soldiers taking to the field. So, the plan was relatively simple. While Sif and I stir up a conflict, you all will start training up whoever in camp can learn to lead. Then turning to Lezelit, he said, "Congratulations, you've just been promoted to Major. Until Father Anderson arrives, you're in charge of the camp, and any potential promotions have to be signed off by you. Understood?" Of course, the military title of Major didn't exist in Calradia, but after hearing the responsibilities, Lezelit knew he was being selected for higher leadership, and so saluted with a serious look on his face. "I'll do you proud and whip them into shape, my lord." Accepting the man's salute, Peter decided not to waste any time. I directly left the tent. He hadn't taken more than 3 steps before another voice called out to him, "Lord Ivankov, before you go, I'd just like to have a word." Turning his head, Peter saw Vara and told her that time was of the essence, and to hurry. I just don't think you should listen to that Nord. I don't have proof of anything, but I can just tell that she's skimming." Seeing Peter not speak, Vara hurried and continued, "You know how we all came here? Sir Peter, my life was spent in one mercenary camp after another, and I know what it sounds like. But living that kind of life forces you to learn how to read people. And she's just not good." Listening to Vara speak, Peter was neither annoyed at her nor moved by her argument. He knew Vara had also been listening in to the meeting, but he didn't stop her, or any of the others, conveniently standing near the tent, since there was no secret being discussed. They were discussing an attack against the Beastmen, and it was literally impossible for any of the Calradians to be on the side of those man-eating monsters. When it came to Vara in particular, he didn't know whether she was jealous of Sif or not, but he didn't think that was it. No, he thought that Vara probably really did have bad vibes when it came to the rescued Sal woman. But so what? Looking at his lover for a long few seconds, Peter admired her brown hair, and while looking into her blue eyes, started to say, "The war herd we saw was over 10,000 strong. We could defeat them, but it would cost the lives of thousands." After saying this, Peter walked closer to Vara and explained lowly that he had given thought on how to destroy the Beastmen without any sort of schemes. But the only way he believed that they could win was by recruiting more and more soldiers while they lost people by the 100. So it was possible to beat the Beastmen, but not at a price that Peter was willing to easily pay. Hearing this and understanding his reasoning from, despite her misgivings, the camp defender said that she understood and thanked him for hearing her concern. Of course, Peter knew he would always have the final say. Perhaps his confidence came due to the super soldier serum, but that didn't mean he would never allow anyone to question him. So long as that anyone didn't become everyone, he fundamentally believed that a leader should be approachably and inspire confidence as far as he was able. Having set the record clear with Vara, Peter didn't hesitate any longer. After making sure his inventory was mostly empty and the Leviathan axe was secure on his back, he dashed off into the wilderness. Moving like the wind, if Peter had to say which of his new abilities was the most pronounced, it wouldn't be his 5,000 OTLB strength, his ability to run 60 PMEMs, his bullet speed reaction time, nor even his increased memory and problem-solving skills. No, while all of that was incredible, Peter reckoned that his pure endurance was actually the ability that he could most hang his hat on. To put it simply, since the very first day that he arrived in this new world and selected the super soldier serum in a rush, Peter had never felt physically exhausted. And after that first week, he had never even felt mentally exhausted either. This was what he believed allowed him, a mere high school graduate and former brewery worker, to gain a vast new skill set in just the period of 7 months or so. It was true that now he never forgot anything that he didn't want to, but even that was only useful so far as his mind and body could keep going. Definitely he still needed sleep, but with just 4 hours of sleep each night, he was fully rested. And for how long he could go without sleep? Well, he was about to find out. Running over the hills without having Lesolite to worry about, and already having seen the way once before, Peter crossed the distance in just over 2 hours. Looking over the wide valley, Peter's eyes had long adjusted to the darkness. Besides the huge central fire, there were smaller bonfires scattered here and there with figures all around. By now it was somewhat late into the night, and while the herd was still more or less active, it had died down a lot compared to before. Seizing this opportunity, Peter crouched down to get closer. Relying on his senses, he ducked and weaved, killing gores and ungores by breaking their necks, and generally doing his best to not be seen. There was smoke everywhere, and the air stank of animal musk and burning greenery, which would often pop loudly, adding to the noise of thousands of beastmen. His goal was to get roughly 50 corpses, and things were going well until he felt the ground begin to shake. It wasn't the pop from the fires, it was something else. Boom, boom, boom. Crouching even lower, Peter stayed as close to the disgusting ground as he dared to, but the bangs were getting closer. Before he ran off, like a mouse in the shadows that you could only barely see from the corner of your eye, Peter saw the outline of a monstrous creature, a chaos giant. Standing perhaps 20 feet in height, it was over 3 times taller than Peter was. And while he couldn't make out the finer details, what Peter could see before hightailing it out of there were the beast's massive horns and the massive club it held in his hands. Even more sure of his plan to use the greenskins now, Peter kept moving, and heading for the tree line, he heard a rustle coming from the brush. Steadying his breathing, he continued to crouch, but now he instinctively grabbed the Leviathan axe off his back. He didn't do so for any other reason than it felt right, but sneaking closer to the rustling noise, he was glad he had. There in the woods were 2 Minotaur, who for some reason were torturing a trio of ungors. Not caring to make sense of why the Minotaur were doing this, or what could be the reason that they were in the woods and not in the valley, all Peter saw was the creme de la creme, the 2 corpses that would really go good with his plan. Holding the Leviathan axe tightly, Peter inched forwards. The backs of Minotaur were towards him, and though the ungor seemed to be looking in his direction, he couldn't be bothered with them for now. Closer and closer, just in range for a surefire kill. Pulling his arm back for a throw, the Minotaur who was about to strike one of the ungors was caught off guard by another one of his victim's grunts. Turning around in a flash, the beastman was fast, but not faster than the Leviathan axe. Seeing the beastman turn around, Peter didn't hesitate, and with a massive throw, he started booking it to the others. Not 2 seconds after the axe split one of the monster's head in 2, Peter dove on the other beast, sending a flailing kick to the ungor that grunted, directly caving the side of its skull in and killing it. Despite his own human size, Peter was about 3 times stronger than the Minotaur, but the creature's size and his desire to keep the corpse mostly intact made it awkward as he grabbed at the thing's neck to stop it from bellowing out. Receiving punches and scratches all across his face and arms, it was the first time that Peter had been bloodied despite all that he had been through. Finally getting behind the monster, he wrapped his right arm around its neck and with his left hand controlled its muzzle. It was only when he was about to be completely swung off he finally got a good position, and with one powerful yank, a loud wet pop was heard, and the Minotaur stopped resisting. Breathing heavily and wincing at the smell, because now he thoroughly smelled like a Minotaur, Peter turned to look at the 2 remaining ungors. They looked at him with clear fear, and now he realized that these looked slightly more human than most of the others that he had seen. One even seemed to be begging. But by now Peter had seen too much to show mercy, and extending his hand, the Leviathan axe returned to him. Without even thinking twice, he killed the 2 mutants just like that. Peter was capable of mercy, but when he said, "Suffer not the monster to live," he meant just that. Storing away all the corpses, Peter continued on his way. The entire trip to the war herd and back took him 12 hours of running as fast as he could. It was well into the night, but there was Sif, still awake and waiting for him. Seeing her ready to go, he nodded and bending his back over slightly said, "Jump on." Without needing another word, Sif did just that while smiling. Not mentioning his smell or anything else, she just pointed her arm to the right and said, "We go that way, my Jarl." And off they went. From the author UberNuber. Next chapter, look forward to the introduction of an orc POV. Should be fun. Most Bray's Ungors are very human, mutant-looking, unlike the Gore, Bestigor, Minotaur that look way more feral. In this fanfic, any beastman greater than an Bray's Ungor has very little outright human features. Wah! 20. Gah! See Desir? Stomping over the snow to a scene of slaughter, a rather gnarly-looking green orc waved his hands at the scene in front of him. Speaking loudly so the boys behind him could hear, he said angrily, "Nows, I fucking understand if dem herd boys need some nosh, we's all gotta eat, ain't we?" Getting a round of agreement from the group of boys who was following him, the gnarly green orc bent over and after breaking an arm of a slain orc, started chewing. "Boude leven grub right air." Saying this short sentence, the orc cannibal swallowed his mouthful of day-old meat, then, with a huff, walked to the slightly smelly corpse of a Gore. After a couple good tugs, he ripped off the Gore's arm at its shoulder, and lifting it up to his nose, he sniffed and growled in anger. "Gah! A noda foul one, worse den the last one." Though he said this, he still took a bite out of the arm, apparently not minding the fur, but as soon as he chewed some, he spat out the furry meat wad and threw the rest down. "Gah! It ain't even stomached this gob. Dem gits his levendem air to duff us, thinking that we's nothing but squigs." "We's ain't no squigs," shouted one of the gnarly green orc's followers, to which he bellowed in reply, "Dat's right, we ain't no squids and I had enough nows." "What you want to do then?" asked another, particularly lanky and grey orc. Turning to the questioner, who slunk back slightly, the gnarly green orc stomped a few times until he found the words to answer. "We's going straight to the new boss, and if'n he ain't get us some proper herd boy nosh, then I's a-gonna go and crump a couple o' eads anyways." When the gnarly green orc said this, the group that followed him lifted the choppers off their hips and waving them in the air started whooping mash, mash, mash to show their agreement. Thinking he liked the sound of that chant, the gnarly green orc decided to call himself Mash from then on. While all of this was going on, Peter was far away. Feeling like an idiot because he hadn't considered that the beastman would start spoiling inside his inventory, he nevertheless stuck to the plan, and over the last 5 weeks had been dropping off more and more rotten beastman corpses at the scenes where he ambushed small groups of greenskin. Little did he know that what had been a dumb oversight on his part was to the orcs a tantamount declaration that the beastmen thought they weren't even worth rotten corpses. For that brutish species, which could delight themselves fighting over sticks, stones, and petty insults for centuries at a time, only to suddenly band together and launch a war against faraway lands, the rotten corpses of the beastmen were seen as a terrible insult. Humans could truly not see into the mind of the greenskin. What Peter could tell, though, was that the orcs and goblins had been getting more and more restless, and as a result, he had only been back to the main camp twice. By now, Father Anderson and the others had arrived at the camp, and bringing along a dozen knights and sword sisters, the training of captains and lieutenants was going on in full swing. And thinking to leave nothing to chance, Peter had even redeemed Levi Ackerman. He chose the man over Edward Kenway, because he knew that Kenway's strengths were on the sea, and Peter thought that Levi, who was a peak human in his own right, would be an enormous help battling against man-eating monsters. That, it turned out, had been a mistake. Having known the general story of Attack on Titan, even though Peter was not a fan of the work, he still knew generally who Levi was. Acclaimed as humanity's strongest soldier, the man's skills were unquestionable. Unfortunately, due to a life of absolute horror and misery, Levi had apparently not chosen to come to this new world and suffered from severe PTSD. This was when Peter learned that unlike the Mount and Blade system, the Fate Casino had no ethics or scruples. Levi's mind had been tilted to be respectful to Peter himself, but Levi still was himself, and after finally being given a chance to rest in death, was sucked into another dreadful abyss, in no way eager to rush into another battle against the enemies of mankind, or to do anything else. Peter had eventually just barely succeeded in convincing the former Titan hunter to instruct the knights in the new, unified cavalry structure put forth by Professor Helsing. Knights who had done battle against trolls, orcs, goblins, wolves, and other beasts didn't need training in skill at arms. What they did need was knowledge on how to handle groups of 40 headstrong men, how to communicate with the rest of the army, and most importantly, how to explain to other former knights that they were being wrapped up into a professional cavalry corps. For this, Levi was capable, though he only took to the task somewhat half-heartedly. With those thoughts in the back of his mind, Peter hefted a stag over his shoulders and started to head back to his small camp where Sif was waiting. Of course, throughout the 5 weeks in the wilderness, he had her with him. They hadn't developed any physical relationship, but Peter was eager to learn all that the Saal women could teach him about the Norskan mountains. The sheer range of creatures that inhabited these northern mountains was astonishing. If Troll Country had the highest population of monsters and beasts in the Old World, then it was precisely because so many fled from Norska. In Sif's own words, the further north you went, the more likely you were to experience the touch of the gods. And while Peter was appalled by the idea and told her without reservation that those were demons, it illustrated the point that on the northern side of the Norska Peninsula, reality itself was weaker. As for his own claim that those so-called gods were demons, the petite women didn't protest, but instead wanted to know more about Peter's religion. Needless to say, for a god that Peter claimed to have created the universe, mankind, and everything else, but did not usually offer blessings or miracles, and instead worked through his believers' acts, Sif was unimpressed and just assumed an indulging attitude. This attitude wasn't lost on Peter, but in addition to needing the women's help, he actually hoped to convert her, and was using her as a sort of test on how to treat the Norskans in the future. After all, while he could be called a hardliner, he wasn't an outright fanatic like Father Anderson, who would possibly try and purify Sif's thoughts via her being tied to a pole and lit on fire. Finally reaching the small camp, Peter hung the stag up and started preparing it. Looking over at Sif, who was bundled up, doing her best to stay warm in the bitter cold, he thought about their last talk. God is not worshipped because he gives blessings or performs miracles. He's worshipped because he has given us the free will to do that for our own selves. God could have made us perfect in every way, but then we wouldn't have been made free. The crux of Peter's argument was to just look at the results. Were the Norskans tribes better or worse off for believing in their gods? For Peter, who had seen the ritual sacrifices at Mazen, the answer was obvious. In his own mind, the only people who could not see the inhumanity of paganism were either blind or dumb. Naturally, despite being an imperfect one, Peter was still a firm believer and couldn't help but to dig in more and more against Sif's claims that the Norskan gods gave them strength, and it was that very strength that allowed them to survive. You're really confused if you think that false power granted by some demon who claims to be a god is true strength. In the future, you will see exactly what true strength is. Saying that, he ended the conversation there. That had been 2 days before, and they hadn't spoken to one another since. When the stag was cleaned, Peter didn't wait, and immediately began preparations to start roasting it. He wouldn't like it as much as boar, but the meat would hit the spot during this cold patch. While he roasted the deer, Sif was preparing a simple pot of onion soup, and once everything was done, they sat down somewhat close to each other. Not looking at her, he spoke lowly. "Eat your fill. Tomorrow we'll start going around and see if we can't cause any more scenes." To this, she nodded. "Look at it, boss." Standing slightly taller than before, Mash held up the rotten leg of a gore, showing it off with disdain. "Now's how's we's gonna be expected to put up with it. We came here after the old boss was killed by that bad ooman, but we's ain't no squigs." When he said this, the few orcs behind him shouted in agreement, and their shouts would have continued if the boss didn't turn around and plop down his giant stone maul. Silencing them with the loud bang, the tall troll looked down at the gnarly orc and said in an almost aged voice, "Hand me the limb." Reaching out his huge, clawed, 4-fingered hand, the boss only slightly snatched away the rotten gore's leg, and giving it a smell, he winced and threw it aside. "So there's a war herd in the area?" asked the boss, eyeing Mash curiously. Looking dumbly for a second, Mash just shrugged and said, "We ain't seen no living beastie boys. Dey's attacked a gobs a bunch and left dey stinking corpses for us to find." Mulling this over, the huge creature in front of Mash considered what he had heard and questioned the orc some more. But after a while, the boss just internally sighed, thinking to himself, "Like I thought, orcs are just too simple for reliable information." Even still, no matter how strange the orc's report was, being the king of this area, he would not allow such an incursion. It had been a mere 10 years since the last time his territory was invaded. Back then, it was the remnants of the Chaos Lord, Teldros, and he, being too weak and too late to react, had to resort to trickery and redirection. With intelligence that very few monsters in this world possessed, the boss knew he made the right call, but his nature was such that he didn't like it. It was due to that incident that now, despite being the most intelligent of his species, and for that matter being more intelligent than 99% of all greenskin kinds, he didn't reason too much. After all, hadn't he brought the orcs into his territory just for this purpose? Sure, they were a scattered and tattered army after being smashed by human and dwarf forces, but he knew it wouldn't be long until there were more. After all, there were always more when it came to orcs, especially when they were given the right reason for there to be more. Looking down at Mash, the boss suddenly had an idea, a rather cunning plan. With his intelligence, his trolls, and the orcs' numbers, couldn't he sooner bring upon the age of beasts? What were beastmen, those foul creatures, other than men in disguise? "Patu!" He spit off to the side, and that spit started riling up the orcs. "Gather the wolf riders and find the war herd." Then, hefting his giant stone maul over his shoulders, he looked down on Mash and roared, "It's time for a proper scrap. Gather the boys, all the boys, and tell them that War Boss, Throg, won't let you be squigs. You aren't squigs." "We's ain't no bloody squigs," shouted Mash and the others in agreement. But Throg didn't react to being cut off. He was too busy riling the orcs up. And there was one thing, above all things, that could rile orcs up. It was ignited when he called out, "Wah!" The orcs didn't hesitate a breath, and in the lair of the Troll King, a shout of dozens of orcs could be heard for miles away. "Wah!" 2 days later, while Peter and Sif were looking for a group of stray greenskins, they saw the darndest thing. There, in an open spot of land, covered by a foot of ice and snow, not 50 feet away from them, 6 orcs suddenly burst from the ground. Steaming hot and naked, after Peter soon finished them off, he went over to the hole and saw greenish-brown mushrooms sprouting everywhere. Were the orcs eating this? Thought he, but Sif interrupted him when she said, "My Jarl, I think our labor here is fulfilled." From the author, UberNuber. If you enjoy the fiction, hit the heart icon and consider leaving a rating. The Wah begins. While not as exaggerated as their 40k counterparts, don't underestimate the spawning power of the greenskin. Throg, otherwise known as the King of the Trolls, is the only smart troll alive. Trolls are strong but stupid, literally so stupid that they could be attacked and forget to defend themselves. This is why, despite their OP abilities, they're not that dangerous unless led by a chaos champion, etc. Squigs are the lowest order of greenskin society. They're also orcs' favorite pets, food, and objects to torture. Gods chosen, directing the Green Menace. 21. Watching as Peter had torn through greenskins and whatever other beasts they had encountered, Sif believed him to be a champion of the gods. Whether or not he knew it himself. After all, the she was the daughter of a mighty Sal Jarl and had seen many powerful warriors over the course of her 19 years of life, but none of them held a single candle to the ferocious wildfire that was Peter Ivankov when he took to battle. And while it was true that he didn't hold himself like any champion that she had ever heard of, he dressed his mere linens and furs, spoke on a more or less even level with his subordinates, And even if his armor was nothing more than chainmail and gambeson, there was one thing that Peter had that completely shone his favored position. The weapon that he called the Leviathan axe. Ornate in appearance, dreadful in ability, even with her diminutive magic sense, the weapon shone with a magical aura like Sif had never seen before. There were at least 2 runic enchantments on it, and while that was impressive, what made it so special was that the enchantments clearly came from different lores of magic. The lore of ice was easy enough for Sif to point out. The Leviathan axe would spontaneously cause frostbite to whatever Peter was striking, and one time she saw it directly freeze the hindquarters off a mutant wolf that had been foolish enough to see the 2 of them as food. As for the other ability it had, where the weapon would always return to Peter's hand after being thrown, Sif thought that was either the law of metal or the law of heavens. Naturally, Sif knew that she hadn't seen the world, but if there was one thing that the Norscan tribes did know a lot about, it was weaponry. And for an enchanted blade to carry 2 different laws of magic, at least she had never heard of such a thing. Almost dyed crimson red from the blood of all the enemies she saw him kill, only a true champion could have been blessed with such a weapon. Of course, Peter himself claimed that her gods were demons and that he followed a different religion. But so, what? All Norscans were pagans, and while he insulted her gods by calling them demons, she could readily accept the god that he followed as being real. Whether or not she felt that such a deity deserved worship from such a powerful champion was another matter. Being the small daughter of a big Jarl had taught Sif many lessons in life, though. The first was how to be cruel, but the second was when to recognize the impossibility of violence and to use other methods. "Knife," said he, and brought back to reality, Sif quickly handed Peter the tool. Barely an hour before, as they were scouting around the edges of the greenskin territory, they were suddenly attacked by a massive white bear. Standing perhaps 6 feet at the shoulder, when the creature reared up on its hind legs, it was twice the height of Peter. But that was of little consequence. Aiming his axe directly towards the monster's head, Sif watched from afar when Peter split the white bear's lower jaw from its head, and then proceeded to finish the job with 2 powerful blows to the neck. He was a dragon in strength, a viper in speed, a leopard in grace, a hare in awareness, a fox in cunning, and all of that was wrapped up in human form. She believed this to be true. And it was her duty to lead him to his destiny. Watching Peter skinning a bear twice his height and many times his width, Sif decided on a new tactic. If he won't voluntarily walk to the 4 true gods, then perhaps I should start by walking to his god, and from there lead him. Thinking this, Sif began to form a plan. Peeling off a couple £100 of fur too nice for him to just sell to the mount and blade system, Peter thought to himself that he needed to start making the fake beastman camps which would lead the greenskins to the valley. Until 2 days ago, he had no idea what the reproduction process worked for the greenskins, since they clearly had nothing that resembled genitals. But now he knew. They literally pop up from the ground. He thought with a grimace. Sif had told him that she had heard of such things before, but had never seen it with her own eyes. He didn't know when, but sometime in the future, he knew he would have to set people out to study how that worked and how to stop it. The idea of a tide of skaven rat things was already enough to worry about, but at least hypothetically, Peter thought, they could just all be killed. But for orcs, goblins, and those other greenskin monsters, if they could just literally reproduce and grow in the soil, that would be challenging. After peeling off the pristine white bear pelt, Peter quickly but expertly started prepping it by hanging it over a tree branch that he had set up. Then pulling a number of straps and needles from his inventory, he got to work. Once the straps were firmly in place, the pelt was hard to pierce, even for his great strength, since the needles kept bending. He tied them firmly to a tanning rack that he had already set up, and then directly stored the entire apparatus into his inventory. The mount and blade system inventory would not freeze time, but the skin would last a bit longer before more work was needed to be done. Finally, he cut, portioned, and salted the rest of the bear, not willing to spare any meat before stowing it away in his inventory too. With a precious kill taken care of, Peter turned his attention to Sif and said, "All right, I think we've seen enough activity, so now going to start making fake camps, which will lead in the direction of the valley." Getting a head nod from her, Peter asked if she had anything else to add, to which she replied, "It would be a mistake to leave corpses at the camps." Nodding his head, Peter had thought about this and so said, "We'll drag a couple of Ungors behind us. The camps won't be anything special, just some bonfires. Around the fires we'll leave dregs of trash with the scent of gore." Even though Peter had the corpses of Minotaur, he wouldn't use them now. He was told by the Norse dwarf king, Hakon Vikramson, that greenskins by and large were cowards, and that the only orcs worth anything were the bosses. Not knowing what kind of boss led these greenskin, Peter decided not to take the risk, and deciding that their current location was as good of a place as any, he ordered Sif to get a fire ready, then rubbed dead gore everywhere. Of course, Peter could not have known that the greenskins were able to tell rotten beastmen from living ones, and this ruse would make the orcs even more infuriated. With the first campsite done, Peter lifted Sif in a princess-style carry and dragged 2 Ungor behind his back. He wouldn't make a straight line of bonfires to the valley. Instead, he scattered the camps out in numerous directions. On one hand, he wanted to make sure that the greenskin would be able to find the Faka campsites, but on the other, he thought it was more natural to have them scattered around. The process of making fake camps leading near to the valley took almost 2 bitterly cold weeks, but despite the hardships, Peter was glad to see Sif start to come around to Christianity. Of course, he didn't need her to suddenly become a devout believer, but he wanted to see what it took to convince her so that he could use that information with the rest of the Norskans. And unbeknownst to him, though probably not to Father Anderson who knew the history of the Church on Earth, Peter began to slowly alter the story of his religion, much like the early Christian missionaries had done during the days of the Vikings. Found Anoda one boss. Standing with his back a little taller than before, Mash took his role as boss seriously. Yeah, he wasn't the war boss, so what? Things could always change. "Gah, Anoda empty camp?" he asked, irritated enough to bash the goblin rider, but held himself in check, knowing that the Git was their best chance to find the scrap they was searching for. Little did Peter know that by setting up the campsites in the way he did, he wasn't leading the greenskins. He was taunting them. Led by the Troll King, Throg, and now with Mash acting as a second in command, as the greenskin found one empty camp after another, their Wa'ag was in a precarious position. The Wa'ag grew by the day with more and more savage boys, dressed in rough furs, ornaments of antlers and boar teeth, and all armed with stone weapons, joined the ever-growing force, but without any enemy right there to fight. The boys started fighting with each other or directly trying to eat the goblins and squigs. Throg had gone to collect stone trolls from their slumbering places in the mountains, and Mash had a task that if he didn't complete, he figured he'd probably be eaten. Back to reality, the goblin rider continued his report by saying, "And with the smell of humies too." "Humies? We'd get dem too, after what happened to de old boss." If Throg had been there, he may have just bit Mash's head off for not being able to see the problem with that report. But nobody ever accused orcs of being very bright, and so, ignoring that goblin rider, Mash threatened him and the others to hurry and find dem beastie boys. Continuously moving to the east, albeit constantly going off course, the growing greenskin horde got closer to the war herd by the day. Wiping out any animals or beasts who were unlucky enough to be in their way, their weapons became more and more diverse. "It's working. Thank God. It's worked." Talking to himself in a hushed voice, Peter watched from far away as crude-looking groups of orcs were moving generally to the east. It had been almost 2 months since they discovered the large war herd, and Peter himself hadn't been there in nearly that same time. It was now near the end of winter, a winter that had been blistering cold, but seeing the groups of greenskin, Peter knew it was worth the effort. At this point, Peter dared not to be seen. Naturally, he was not afraid of an orc, but he was afraid of ruining his effort, and so, slinking away, he found Sif, who was perched high into a tree. Looking up at her in a wide smile, he said, "It's time to go." And jumping directly from a branch, he caught her before she hit the ground. "They move in numbers to the east?" she asked, while in his arms but knew the answer. Sif had come to understand Peter's personality over the last month. Peter liked to talk. He liked it when the person he spoke to smiled. He didn't mind being questioned, as long as the questioning wasn't persistent or harsh, and liked to give answers that he was positive about. Fair and much humbler than any great man she had ever had close contact with. Outside of battle, he could even be called gentle. She knew he had an excellent memory and sense of direction. His physical gifts were almost impossible to believe. He never seemed to get tired, and she rarely saw him sleep. Crafting all her knowledge about him and putting it in her every action, she played the role she believed she needed to, and it was actually working. After all, what Sif didn't know was that for almost all of Peter's life, he was just an average guy. He never had experience with women so manipulative. And since she hadn't actually asked him to change any of his original plans, there was even less of a reason for Peter to be suspicious when the Saal woman began coming closer and closer to accepting his religion. So, smiling while still holding her, Peter answered that they were and said they needed to head back to the camp. By now, the marksmen, knights and sword sisters should have been well enough trained for command, and with those experienced men and women, the new soldiers would fit right into their military plans. Seeing her smile back, they bounded off into the wilderness. Only a few days away, they still needed to make camp at night, and for the first time, lying on top of a mound of furs, Sif came to Peter in the night. It was very cold. Nights in these northern mountains tended to hover around 10 degrees Fahrenheit, which made them only slightly milder than Siberia back on Earth. Without asking, she slipped under his cover, wearing only a blouse, and almost shocked at her boldness, Peter asked her if she was fine, in consideration of how he had found her. "I hadn't been captured for long when you and your men came. I was not tainted by them," she answered meekly, perhaps showing her only true sense of insecurity to Peter now for the first time. When he didn't push her away, her hand slowly, but steadily, reached out to him. Peter's abounding vitality made him extremely sensitive to feminine charms, and many women preferred a share in him to the monopoly of any other man. The nights and following days passed by quickly, and soon enough they reached the main camp, which had turned into a fortified garrison. Greeted by the first camp defenders who saw him return by their stern demeanor, Peter could tell there was a dour mood in the air. The Serpent 22. Sitting down at the wooden table in his tent, Peter looked down at an assortment of bloody red talismans that were obviously demonic in nature. The symbols and talismans were very similar to the ones carved on the bodies of the people who had been slain in Mazen, and despite the efforts of Anderson to purify them, they were still shining with a slightly murky light. Devil worshippers, Peter thought as he shook his head. Throughout this time, Peter hadn't tried being an inquisitor or a thought police and figured that if they kept their beliefs to themselves and never tried to openly worship, he wouldn't overreact. But this had changed him. He was somewhat surprised that one of the rescued women would try and worship the demon gods openly. But he was absolutely stunned that a woman with no apparent skill or blessings could create something so obviously evil. Vara may have been right in suggesting that they be sent to a convent, Peter judged, thinking that only in a strict environment could this sort of thing be dealt with. Of course, even though the Vaegir people were a superstitious and religious folk, modeled largely from the medieval Slavic peoples as they were, there were too few individuals for there to be any monasteries or convents established yet. In time, Peter figured, there would be religious institutions cropping up across the land, doing their part to replace the worship of demons, who may be false gods, but were still very much real and presented a very real threat to all mankind. Until then, however, he had thought to play the role of a missionary for those barbaric tribes who were peaceful, and only crusader to those who were warlike. But now, looking down at the Chaos Talisman in front of him, objects so full of malicious power that it almost hurt to look at, he wondered if he had been wrong. A lot had happened during his time in the wilderness. Thinking about this, he turned his attention forwards and looked down on Levi Ackerman, who had been beaten, bound in chains, and was on his knees looking up at him. Besides the prisoner, to the left side of the tent stood Father Anderson and two red-robed priests, men who had been monks back in Calradia and who had been recruited by Anderson to be the first generation of the Catholic clergy. To the right side was Leslie, Alayen, Vara, and three other professionals who were the most experienced captains for the marksmen, knights, and sword sisters respectively. And outside of the tent, barely 20 yards from Peter's front entrance, was the culprit, a Saal woman who had been tied to a stake and stood on a mound of dry pitch. It was a miracle in of itself that she hadn't frozen to death already, but that was not why the procession was gathered before him. Levi Ackerman, Peter started slowly before lifting up one of the dark talismans. In the world you were in before, you were proclaimed to be humanity's strongest soldier, a true hero who slew untold number of titans and put his life on the line so many times it would be hard to believe. Yet here you are, the first of us to have broken the law. I'll give you a chance to explain yourself. Of course, Peter knew the situation from Father Anderson and the others. When the talismans were reported by another of the former cows, a broad woman who was actually grateful for being rescued, Father Anderson had given the maker of the evil objects the option to either publicly forsake the false gods and accept the one true God of the Catholic faith, or to be burned at the stake as a witch. When the woman refused, Anderson ordered her to be seized, and seeing what was happening, Levi jumped to the women's aid. At first, Levi sought to defend her with words, but that soon failed. Anderson was a master of rhetoric, and being assured of his decision, probably no one in the world would have been able to change his mind. When words failed, Levi resorted to violence. That would have worked if not for the presence of the priest himself, or the fact that Levi hadn't actually started to fight with the intention to kill. Naturally, over the weeks, Levi had developed a relationship with the knights he was training, but those relationships were flimsy compared to the spiritual guidance offered by the priest. Coming from a world almost the same as Earth, the Vaegir people didn't need much convincing after witnessing the literal monsters that they had come to this world for a reason. So with the mission of God deep in their hearts, no matter how they felt about Levi, they wouldn't easily go against Anderson. After throttling a number of knights who tried to restrain him, Levi was quickly beaten up by Anderson, then piled on by a few others. And this had led to a scene that had yet to happen over the last 7 months. One of their own had to be imprisoned, and if not for Levi being someone personally brought by Peter, Anderson would have decided his fate then and there. But Levi had been brought by Peter, and for Peter, it wasn't just the man's peak human status that made him unwilling to judge the man harshly. After all, in the world that was called the fated place, even figures like Father Anderson and Peter himself would have to keep a look over their shoulders, to say nothing a mere peak human who would grow old in a couple of decades. No, it wasn't power or even experience that made Peter unwilling to easily cast judgment on Levi. It was completely due to the fact that Levi was a true hero. Even if Peter didn't know the full story of the man's life or have total knowledge about the world that Levi had come from, he knew that Levi had lived day in and day out, fighting for the survival of the human species and against nigh invulnerable man-eating titans. Levi had seen many of his friends and comrades die at the hands of titans and evil men alike, but still struggled on until his body became wrecked. So, giving Levi the chance to speak, Peter was almost taken aback when he saw the man look up at him with dead eyes and whisper, "You're fanatics. You'll burn a woman to death and make a show of it all over some trinkets?" Saying this, Levi shook his head slightly and continued, now talking slightly louder, "You think that your church, or your God, is the justification." Then, as he spoke, his voice continued to rise, never to the point of a scream or shout, but using more and more force in his voice until the man's presence became like a monolith inside the tent. "Is your church so weak? Is your God so insecure?" "Careful, lad," interrupted Anderson, who was becoming more and more stone-faced. But Levi didn't even glance over at the priest, and continuing to look at Peter in the eye, said forcefully, That these things are so strong that you'd have to kill a woman in the most brutal way possible, that you'd have to resort to killing her at all. Then, stopping mid-sentence, the Titan killer shook his head and came at it from another angle. I understand punishment, but what harm have these trinkets done? Twigs and twine. Is that what your god is afraid of? Devil's kith and kin, shouted Anderson, who tightened the glove on his hand as if he was about to proclaim judgment then and there. Father, called out Peter almost instantly, having foreseen exactly what was about to happen. Then, darting his eyes between the two men and then looking around the room, he saw the other advisors were also stone-faced. Their reaction was obvious, and while understandable, Peter didn't want the situation to get more out of hand. After all, reiterating to himself, Peter understood that the lives of the people present were all wildly different from Levi. Levi had lived in an entirely different reality before coming to the fated place. In his former world, there were real threats to mankind, and he himself had shown himself to be a hero, bearing any cost to protect humanity. But at the end of the day, those threats were not supernatural, they were physical, which put his ideals at odds with everyone else in the room. Whether it was Father Anderson, whose primary enemies were supernatural demons and vampires, and who knew full well the taint of evil, or whether it was the Vaegir people, whose world was much like Earth, and now faced with actual monsters wouldn't rule anything out. If Peter or Father Anderson claimed that there were demons in this world, then by God, they would stop at nothing to overcome them. The others didn't know of the man they had tied down in front of them. To them, Levi was probably a mere blasphemer, but to Peter he was more than that. So answering the man's accusations calmly, he said, God is stronger than these talismans. Unfortunately, the hearts of some men or women are not. Ackerman. Peter paused for a second before continuing. I believe in a free society, but that doesn't mean it's anarchy. After that, Peter spoke for a good while about the dangers of chaos. Whether or not Levi could understand it now, Peter emphasized that demons were very real, always seeking get-in, to influence the souls of men and women alike, and that he couldn't allow such things to threaten humanity. He emphasized that those demonic elements would have to be uncovered and purified no matter where they lay. We will uncover all of their objects as well as their people. We cannot suffer the forces of chaos to live, Peter said in finality. Looking at him, Levi seemed to slump down slightly, and once again spoke in a whisper. Demons are trying to get in, I guess, in the same way that everyone in this tent had come to this world. This analysis, comparing their own summoning to that of the demons, caused everyone in the tent to start a commotion, and only after several minutes did it stop, and Peter answered, I don't understand chaos, and I probably never will, but those word games are just that, word games. Turning to Anderson, Peter told him to start the trail, and told Lezelit and Elaine to drag Levi out to watch. Laying the Leviathan axe on the table, he followed them out after another moment. In truth, Levi's words had shaken Peter. His words had shaken everyone in the tent besides the priests. But, in a twist of fate, that mental blow would result in a foundation more solid than stone, when after trail, where the Saal woman refused to forsake her gods, Anderson started his short sermon as the entire camp watched on. Brethren, today we do not merely face a foe of flesh and blood, but the embodiment of sin itself. It is a test, a trial of our resolve, our faith, and our dedication to the path of righteousness. For us who take of arms in the name of God, our path for a holy crusade. A crusade to purge the evil that seeks to desecrate this world. A crusade so that our progeny may seem soundly in their beds. Do not pity this witch or find this task too grievous. As his light shines against the darkness, surely it is our duty to defend his creation in our way. Standing on the brink of confrontation with the shadows that besiege this world, our faith shall not falter. This is the task that he in heaven has sent us to complete, and our purpose shall never wane. Amen. Given the speech, the fire was lit, and Peter, along with hundreds of knights, marksmen, camp defenders, and sword sisters, watched on. They watched on as the wet pitch began to produce smoke, and as the smoke wafted up, the woman didn't holler or scream. Instead, she looked in Peter's direction, looked right into his eyes, and the smoke began to twist. In a scene that everyone in that camp would forever remember, as the woman started to burn alive, the smoke curled into a shape. A shape. And then, in the time it took to realize what was happening, the smoke formed into a great serpent, and as if time itself had frozen, the serpent neared Peter, bringing its yellow eyes almost directly level with his own, looking directly at him. Stunned for a brief moment, a moment that Peter would never forget and forever try to prepare for, from the corner of Peter's eye he saw a paper feebly float. That paper was a scripture, and then the spell was broken. Opening up his hand, Peter summoned the Leviathan axe back to his grip and in one smooth motion smashed down on the serpent's head, smashing it back into the smoke whence it had come from. Breathing heavily, everything had happened in under a heartbeat, but Peter's face was pale, but otherwise he held himself up. Not everyone was so lucky. Many of the weaker-willed Vaegir soldiers fell to the ground gasping. Some stronger ones voluntarily sat down. They had all experienced the illusory serpent and had all seen it when Peter banished it with his axe. Turning back to Levi, who looked like he had jumped in cold water, Peter spat out defiantly, "Twigs and twine," from the author UberNuber. If you enjoy the fanfic, hit the heart icon and consider leaving a rating. 3 things I want to add. Firstly, recruits are not automata. I won't dedicate many chapters to their drama like I did here, but this is to show that the personalities of his recruits do matter for how that act. Secondly, this fan fiction is set in the old world, not Age of Sigmar. This just means that while the setting is over the top, it's Warhammer after all. It's not so over the top that you will constantly be seeing gods, archmages, leeches, vampire counts, etc. Those things exist, but in less number. Thirdly, abilities of recruits will transfer over, but will be altered to fit the setting. So Levi is still an Ackerman, with Ackerman-like abilities, even though there was no Emir or Titans in this world. The Clash of Claw, Steel and Fang 1 of 423. Oh, he was here, he was here, he was here. Following along behind a long line of soldiers as they marched over snowy and forested hills, Sif could barely stand her joy. She could barely walk without her thighs tingling. She had seen Landshaw's avatar, felt Landshaw's own presence, and just knew, that her Jarl was chosen. No, not just Jarl Ivankov, she told herself again and again, because the god that had descended wasn't the hound, wasn't the crow, and definitely wasn't Raven God. It was the serpent. Over the last several days, Sif could not help but to fantasize about the serpent, the lord of excess, the god of obsession, that perfect prince. Passion, pleasure, pain, it all makes sense to me now. I know. For a Norscan, seeing the serpent avatar of the god, Lanshaw, Slanesh, was akin to a Christian seeing Jesus or a Muslim seeing the Prophet Muhammad. It was a religious moment that could be dreamed of, but never expected. And for an avatar of the gods to show themselves in front of so many people at once, well, Sif thought, that hadn't been heard of since the last ever chosen. Although she had acted as well as anyone after the avatar had been banished, meek and afraid, despite her overwhelming sense of joy and wonder, almost instantly running through her mind was how she would serve to aid Peter in his path towards the true gods. How she would stand there for him. How she would bask in the glory of the gods with him, and how she would. Suddenly a thought struck her. He's so different from the stories I've been told. Perhaps he wants a brood? With a slight smile on her lips, Sif walked in step with the other camp defenders, with a small sack strapped to her back, with not a care in the world about the battlefield that they were moving towards. Sniffing the air, a 10-of-tall killing Machini slammed a wicked Iron Axi into the ground with a bang. Find the followers of Mork Gork, seek their camps, offer them, bring the Alpha back. Snarling in a mix of dark tongue, growls and howls, the Beast Lord threatened the Bestigors surrounding him, And despite being a group of the most ferocious Gors in the warherd, each bestigor standing around 9 ft in height, not a single one of them dared to look up at the snarling beast lord. Because while they loved to fight and eat, they didn't love to get killed and be eaten alive, which would be exactly what would happen to them if they displeased the one called Kargar the Red. In Beastman society, not many Gors would dare use the epithet of the Red, or in other words, declaring themselves to be chosen by Khorne. But for Kargar, it was natural. It was a name he was personally given by the Ever-Chosen, the 12th chosen of the gods, the one they called simply the Anointed. The Cloven One was at least 150 years old, almost an eternity in Beastman years, and during that time, Kargar had stomped through the north unrivaled in battle, and had only tasted defeat during the final battle that saw the Anointed fall and go to the gods in humiliation. And though it was ultimately the Anointed that had dishonored the gods, all the chaotic survivors of the Great War felt the sting of shame and disgrace. Paying penance to the gods for his failure, Kargar had broken into many dwarf strongholds, slaughtered every human settlement that dared to be near the beast paths, and amassed a warherd the size that had not been seen since the Great War. Finally now, having expanded the bloodgrounds as far as he needed, Kargar intended to descend on the humans of the south once again to wash away his dishonor. But in the moment of accomplishment, in the moment where he would make things right, the filthy followers of Mork and Gork had to step in his way. With no Ever-Chosen, he could only hold the massive warherd together by sheer force, and he could not tolerate anything at all, to get in his way. Intelligent for his kind, Kargar knew the true enemy was not the Gork and Mork. The true enemies of the gods were the wretched humans, the sneaky elves, and the craven dwarf that hid inside their walls. But if the followers of Gork and Mork did not understand their place, the order didn't matter. Kargar had already decided to stampede them all. "Skulls for the Skull Throne!" shouted the Beast Lord, and stomping his feet, his bestigors ran helter-skelter to order the ones under them to find the greenskin camps. "Get back here, you git!" Tackling a Gor to the ground, Mash brought down his chopper 1, 2, 3 times on the Beastman's skull. Then, seeing the Gor stop moving, he stood up, looked down, and chopped another 3 times just to make it even before roaring back to the group boys and goblins who was following him. "Never forget, we is strong and tough. The strong ones win and then eat the weak." Then, as if to prove his point, Mash picked up a mangled piece of the Gor, shoved it in his mouth, and started talking while he chewed. "Some of you's gobbo runts is a right, but if you don't make yourself useful, then use for the pot too." "Got it, boss." "Your boss?" "That's right, boss." "We's ain't no squigs, boss." Amidst a chorus of compliments and agreements, one voice somehow floated above the rest. Is Mash the boss?" questioned one goblin runt with a dumb look on his face. Greenish-brown, covered in pine needles and moleskins, while holding a pointed stick, this runt looked like a wart, and like the other young greenskin, it was practically a feral creature. How this newly spawned goblin runt would have ever thought to ask that kind of question would have been a mystery to even the most learned Empire scholars. But to the greenskin, it was natural for it to ask. After all, gobbos were stupid. And just like that, the inquisitive goblin runt was eaten by the nearest orc in the span of a heartbeat. Moving on as if nothing had happened, Mash ordered the young boys to go and find some nosh, and with a small honor guard, which was a group of orcs who wanted Mash's position as commander, he went to find Throg. As for the honor guard's intentions, Mash knew it and even supported their idea. An orc who didn't want to lead won't know proper orc to start with. And why should he care anyway? He was bigger than them all. Over the past month, unnoticed by him, but most certainly noticed by Throg and the other greenskin, Mash had grown to the size of a big un. Not nearly the size of a boss or big boss, Mash was still larger and more ferocious than almost every other orc that followed Throg. The fact that he could take down a Gor wasn't surprising. The fact that he was comfortable leading a bunch of young boys and gobbo runts, armed with mostly stone and bone weapons, against a mature warherd wasn't surprising either. After all, orcs were stupid. With that said, as dumb as the greenskin generally were, Throg was not. Knowing the tendencies of orcs well enough, Throg had left Mash in charge mostly to bolster their numbers. To deal with an orc almost makes one feel as unsophisticated as they are, thought the man-eating troll. In truth, calling for a war was not the best idea Throg had thought. Only at the time, he risked losing a significant portion of his power and so figured, what was there to lose? Only if he had known the size of the war herd, he would have thought twice. But he didn't know the size of the herd, and had it not been for his personal understanding of the principle that if you were going to attack, then you should attack with all your might, Throg may have suffered an unthinkable defeat. He may have even been killed. Yet, when Throg finally came down from his mountain lair, he followed along the destructive path made by Mash and the other orc biguns. He did so, leading an army of 400 stone trolls, each armed with giant stone mauls, while they themselves stood 12 feet tall. And by the time Throg finally caught up with Mash, albeit smaller than their cousins, another 200 river trolls were added to the horde. Thinking to himself, logically, with 600 of the most gnarly monsters in the old world, even if the war was fresh, it was impossible to lose. And once the beastmen are settled, well, the civilized men will follow right behind them. Leading the procession of 600 marksmen, 200 knights, 150 sword sisters, and 150 camp defenders over icy hills was dangerous, but leading his people, Peter knew he had to stay strong. It had been a week since the demon had shown itself, but that incident was something to consider at another time, for almost instantly, the very day after the witch had been burned, a group of marksman hunters had come back with reports of seeing several dozen greenskin barely 15 miles away from the camp. The marksmen had run for most of the day to give the camp the news, and as grateful as they were to see Peter in camp, Peter himself was considering other matters and could only give them perfunctory thanks. Mentally tired for the first time in almost half a year, Peter knew he couldn't rest just yet. So gritting his teeth after dealing with the hunters, he first set out orders for scouts to comb the area and had Lezelit and Alayen go observe the war herd. He still hadn't told the others how the greenskin came into the world, straight out of the ground as fully formed killing machines. But thinking it wasn't an urgent piece of news, he started working with Father Anderson and the designated captains and lieutenants. In most cases, each captain would have 2 lieutenants, and together they would have to quickly gather a company of newly recruited soldiers. The size of the companies was determined by factoring in how many men could a single person effectively lead, and the totals they came out with was Knight Company, 40, Sword Sister Company, 50, Marksman Company, 60. In general, company sizes were determined by heavy cavalry, light cavalry, and infantry, with the Sword Sisters being a sort of hybrid cavalry force, thus having a larger number. These preparations were the actual difference between success and failure, because none of the humans knew if the fighting greenskin and beastmen would team up once they were discovered. To prevent a slaughter of their own, speed was key. Now, several days after the first reports had come in, and after confirmation by Leslie and Alayen about strange moves being made by the beastman herd, Peter figured it was time to go. As for Levi, the man had been released from his chains, but hadn't spoken to anyone since. Deciding to allow him to be free, Peter wouldn't be the first to approach the former Titan Slayer. Either he'll come to me and apologize, or he can fuck right off, was Peter's attitude on the matter. With that said, though, Levi hadn't left the camp and was following the procession of soldiers through the snowy mountainous terrain. Slipping and catching himself, Peter stopped thinking about Levi and focused on the ground until he finally found a small valley where the soldiers would camp for the night. Finding a place to camp was hard when they had nearly 400 horses in tow. Those horses, invaluable on the battlefield, represented the single hardest challenge logistically. After all, in these mountains there were no roads for baggage trains or carts to roll over. So, the horses generally had to be walked, and instead of carrying supplies for their human counterparts, a good deal of their cargo was their own feed. In fact, Had it not been for Peter's inventory, this type of a campaign would not have even been possible with the Voyageur's current level of civilization. Marching over virgin, snowy terrain made everything go slow, and from time to time, Peter had to stop to hear reports from the teams of marksman scouts that were spread all around the formation. As the army marched in relative peace, unbeknownst to most, there had already been a half-dozen skirmishes between marksman and monster. Finally getting to a clearing that was big enough to house the 1,100 soldiers, Peter decided to stop and camp for the night. In order to prevent being seen, they wouldn't be able to make fires, so the night would be long and cold, and to make matters worse, that night would be the last time they camped before making it to the large valley that held the war herd. Peter rested as best as he could, bringing up the Mount and Blade warband system before sleep took him. User, Peter Ivankov. Current denars, 596,443, 32,823 WK. Recruit Vegir, mercenary. Active forces, 1,131. Villages, 2. Castles, 0. Towns, caravans, 0. Inventory, 5560 slots. Ransom, 0 prisoners. Sell loot, truck, cargo. Recruit companion, 2-2. Open store, NA. Looking at the bare thread information, Peter focused on his dinars and couldn't help but shake his head, thinking how much less dinars he had than before. It took too long to incite the greenskins to attack, was what he thought, and though it was truly the case that he would have rather had the war herd fighting greenskins than not. Losing 33k dinars a week made his nearly 2-month task cost a lot of resources. Had it not been for the concerted efforts of Anderson, as only the priest and Professor Helsing knew that Peter needed trophies to sacrifice, the amount of dinars would be even lower. Rubbing his eyes and dismissing the screen, Peter knew that he would need his rest for the next day. And so, putting away his worries and fears that he may arrive too soon or too late, that the monsters may join together and his people would be slaughtered, Peter drifted off into a restless night's sleep. From the author UberNuber. If you enjoy the fanfic, hit the heart icon and consider leaving a rating. Took some liberties in this chapter. In Warhammer fantasy lore, there are no dedicated difference between freshly spawned greenskin and older greenskin, but it's known that greenskin get stronger the older they get. So with this in my head, I made the Goblin Runt and Young Boys. These Gobbo's orcs are no different from regular greenskin. They're just young and use mostly stone weapons. To be clear, they are not savage orcs, because they would 100% use better weapons if they found them, but they haven't had the chance to get better loots. The Clash of Claw, Steel and Fang 2 of 424. Lord Ivankov, wake up, come quick. Opening his eyes immediately, Peter was on his feet in the blink of an eye, and looking down at the marksman who came bursting into his tent, he asked urgently, "What's happened?" Flustered from Peter's quick action and out of breath from constant running, the marksman heaved once and spoke quickly. "A portion of the beastmen have started marching west, a bunch of them, including Lord Ivankov. I don't dare lie, but I swear I even saw a giant. The lieutenant colonel and the others are keeping watch now, and I was ordered to inform you at once." Nodding his head to this information as he was given it, Peter barely let the man finish before clarifying, "A portion? How many is that? Give me a percentage." "With my own eyes, maybe a quarter of the herd, thousands of the beasts, but I dare not guarantee any exact numbers because I was sent to report almost as soon as the movement got underway." From what Peter had seen, the war herd was between 8,000 to 10,000 beastmen strong. Of course, that was only a conservative estimate, and if 25% had left, including that monstrous giant, now was a good opportunity. No, it may be the best opportunity. Thinking this, Peter didn't wait for any confirmation, and moving quickly, the camp became a beehive of activity when he gave out orders for everyone to prepare and march. The marksmen who had night watch were tired, but even if they had run 100 miles, they still had one to go and immediately started acting as scouts for the army as it began to move. In addition to leaving behind bulky tents and other camping equipment, Peter ordered the knights and sword sisters to start walking their horses to save the animals' stamina. The army was about 5 hours from the huge valley where the herd and he couldn't risk the horses not being able to run. For the first time since Peter had come into this world, he led his army through the fog of war. If the report from the marksman was wrong, then many would die. After all, once they arrived at the valley, there was no turning back. Several hours before the marksman had run into Peter's tent, Kargar the Red held the neck of a bestigor in his huge hand before squeezing hard and twisting it around. With the sound of dull, wet pop, the monster's neck was broken, and Kargar leapt into a fit of fury and threw accusations at the other Gors who had returned. Pathetic things! Punching a Gor in the snout with a fist harder than stone, Kargar didn't kill any more because he needed information. Their lives were temporarily spared. It wasn't going to be easy for them. Dishonored, shameful, weaklings, cowards! For beastmen, each of these words were so painful they wished to have been the bestigor who mercifully had his neck broken. After all, it was one thing to be killed and eaten. That was just the cycle of life. But it was another thing entirely to go to the gods as failures. And without a doubt, what Kargar was doing was cursing them. Literally cursing them in the eyes of their gods. Why are you back? Where is the Alpha? Met with the shouts and beatings of the Beast Lord, one Gor spoke out, seemingly ignoring his mangled arm and ruined eye. The followers of Gorkmork follow a war herd of bogglers. The language of beastmen was simple, and without a proper word for troll in their guttural tongue, they referred to them as simply bogglers. Or in other words, they were things that live in the bog. Bogglers! How many? Kargar was unimpressed by the notion that the bogglers could have made any difference. Bogglers often tagged along with the followers of Gorkmork. They were big, but so dumb that even the beastmen despised them, and that raiding party had a herd of 10 bestigors and 40 Gors. As many hairs on my hide, answered the Gor with a mix of frustration and supplication. Hearing this, the Beast Lord almost killed the Gor then and there, thinking to himself, as many hires on a Heidi, how? And indeed, even though trolls would often follow around greenskin armies for the easy food, there weren't ever that many of them. If there were an army of 1,000 greenskin, then having between 10-20 trolls was already a lot. After all, trolls were only associated with greenskins. They were not, however, proper followers of Gork and Mork. And in general, unless there was an ever-chosen, trolls would simply not be compelled to follow any leader in large numbers. Without the aid of the gods, they were far too stupid and far too savage for that. But hearing what the subordinate Gor said, Kargar couldn't just dismiss the claim, knowing that there was literally zero chance that a mere Gor could lie to a beast lord. Thinking through his primitive thought process, Kargar the Red ruled out the idea that a new champion had been made ever-chosen because he would have heard the call. That could only mean there was a fake, a fraud, an impostor of the great god's will. And that thought made Kargar seethe with rage. Bellowing with a mixed roar, growl and snort, he raged. Stampede! Trample! Gather the mighty raid! The mighty raid was Kargar's call to gather the most ferocious individuals of the war herd for a single knockout punch. Having subjugated many smaller clans, Kargar the Red had 5 chieftain, Wargors under his command, each of which had their own bestigor bodyguard. Besides them, the mighty raid was made up of a chaos giant, 250 minotaur, over 1,000 of the strongest Gors, a dozen Bray shamans, and even 300 ruthless Centigor. All in all, the raiding party was just over 2,000 of the most fearsome beastmen that had been assembled in living memory. Not even 12th Ever-Chosen, who was simply known as the Anointed, had amassed such a powerful beastman force. Kargar left that morning, a morning on the last days of winter, to kill whoever dared be an impostor of his fell gods. Taking away his harem of dozens of beast women, lest any of the unworthy ones had any ideas. Kargar left behind him a force of some 11,000 beastmen in the valley, mostly Gors, but also those other animals who were too dumb or too brutal to follow orders quickly. Hours after Kargar had assembled the mighty raid, and just before Peter finally made his way into the huge valley that housed the massive war herd over the winter, the Troll King sat on an icy boulder. That boulder was beside a small lake which had frozen over, and even now, despite it being so close to spring, there was enough ice on the surface of the water to hold the weight of an adult-sized troll. Sighing slightly, now after weeks of gathering his giant subjects and after weeks of marching through forested hills, Throg had to stop. He had to give the simpler creatures of his species something to do other than walk, and in particular, he had to get them food. Now, naturally, trolls could eat just about anything, and during the march, without ready access to meat, they had done so, stripping entire mountain sides as they went. Stones, shrubs, and even whole trees had been eaten as the giantkin had made their way through ancient forests and chaotic landscapes that lay north of Troll Country. However, despite their ability to eat sticks and stones, and continue to eat them at a nearly non-stop rate, those inorganic meals could never really satisfy them. Even worse than a horde of greenskin, trolls would only leave barren wasteland in their wake. If Peter had seen the path taken by these fell giantkin, the only thing that would come to mind was ecological disaster. Though Peter would not have been wrong, for Throg it was natural. After all, in the mind of the king of trolls, trolls were the perfect life form, with strength that could tear apart ogres, elemental bears, wyverns, or whatever else, with the ability to regenerate lost limbs, even their own heads sometimes. And with their sheer size, they could bruise their way through companies of humans, hordes of orcs, or ranks of dwarfs. With all their superior gifts, Throg believed that it was natural for trolls to consume whatever it was that they wanted. If only I could make them smarter when I am not around, was Throg's one and only complaint for those other members of his species. Strong enough to take down mammoths, dumb enough to stand still while the enemy hacked them to pieces. With him directly overseeing them, the trolls were still stupid, but they were at least not so dumb that they wouldn't fight when he told them to. Feeling in a general rotten mood, Throg sat on the icy boulder as his subordinates cleared the small lake of any and all life. The process didn't take long, but it was just long enough for Mash to come running over with a group of boys behind him, with at least hundreds of other greenskins pouring out of the tree line and heading to the lake. "Oi, boss!" the big un shouted up at him, and Throg wondered if he should kill Mash now, but relented after a moment of thought. He had decided to eat the greenskins, and Mash especially, after everything was over. Throg even wondered if he should parley with the Beast Lord and make the greenskin their common meal. His reason for this was simple. By looking at Mash, Throg knew he had made a mistake by allowing the orcs to follow him to war. For Throg, calling for a Wa meant calling for war. But to the greenskin, it meant something more. Chalking it up to a learning experience, Throg had never dreamed that Gork and Mork would actually bless their followers, and would have never dreamed that the couple hundred greenskin who stumbled their way into his lands not even a full year ago would now number in the several thousands. And to make matters worse, the green things themselves were growing at an exponential rate. Shaking his head to rid himself of those thoughts, he looked down at the orc and simply said, "Speak, Mash, but remember that I haven't eaten in a long time, and I am hungry, so speak well." Nodding his head to Throg's words, Mash showed a toothy grin. A toothy grin then showed he had all of his teeth, and said back, "Then we's got a good news for you, boss." Raising his eyebrow, Throg made a sound, and Mash continued happily. "Plenty o' nosh comin' right this way. Yeah, me and de boys thought about crumpin' 'em. But then, I says to myself, how about de boss? And den, I had a cunnin' plan, and so me and de boys—" "Get to the point, Mash," interrupted Throg, who suddenly had a bad feeling. "Me and de boys found 'em bestie boys, and led 'em right to yous." Ending his announcement with a boo-ah-ha-ha. Throg frowned at Mash, then looked over at where the greenskins had emerged, only to see that the trees were shaking. No, not just the trees. Standing up from the icy boulder, Throg felt the ground shaking too, and opened his eyes wide to see thousands of beastmen emerging from the tree line less than 500 yards away. Stunned and furious, it took Throg all the willpower given to him by the fell gods to not eat mash right then and there. But looking at the fully armored Gors, Bestigors, Centaurs, and other chaos creatures, Throg knew that those 1,000 or so greenskin were going to be needed. So controlling his voice, Throg looked down and said, "Mash, where are the other orcs? I'm sure this is the kind of fight they are looking for." Shrugging his shoulders, Mash didn't look at Throg, but took the giant mace off his hip and, seemingly seething for a fight, said offhandedly, "Nah, dis is it. Dem other boys gone to crump the proper herd." The proper herd? Throg was dumbfounded. Eyeing his enemy, Throg even counted a chaos giant in the ranks of the beastmen. Having been born after the fall of the last Everchosen, Throg had fought and eaten many beastmen in his life, but he had never even heard of such a diverse war herd. Thinking to himself that greenskin may be stupider than his own species, Throg shook his head violently and in an instant turned almost feral. With a stomp and roar that aroused the trolls from the lake, in less time than it took for the war herd to fully gather up, the 1,200 or so greenskins who had followed Mash were added by a force of 600 trolls who burst out from the now fetid water and drooled at the beef that had come to them. And there, in an amazingly small area, an area no longer than between 3-4 football fields and no wider, and 4-5 football fields, two armies of Savaga giants faced off. Starting with roars, brays, bleats, hollers, and shouts, after realizing their enemies wouldn't be scared away, the two sides charged. There were no tactics, there was no strategy. There was only beast against beast, and leading the charge of their armies was Throg the Troll King and Kargar the Red. Holding his horse by the reins as he walked, doing his best to save the animal's stamina, Peter finally made it to the valley which contained the war herd. Followed by Lezelit and a lion on his flanks, who despite themselves had wide eyes and a pale faces, in an area miles long and miles wide, Peter saw a scene he could have never imagined. With the giant bonfires mostly put out, the air was clear enough to see, and there about 2 miles away, he saw two of the most fearsome armies of monsters he could ever imagine fighting fang against claw. Walking somewhat slowly, but not stopping because he knew he had to be strong for his people, Peter estimated that there were over 10,000 beastmen, at least, and at least 6,000 greenskin. Wanting to turn away, for the beastmen were much more numerous than he had thought, Peter knew he could not. The beastmen would kill the greenskin, and he had to be there to kill whatever remained of them both. And so, with a face of both fear and resolve, he swallowed, touched the Leviathan axe from his back, and opened the mount and blade system. The clash of claw, steel, and fang 3 of 425. Walking down a slight incline, Peter could see into the wide valley like looking down into a bowl, and though they were miles away, the sheer amount of greenskin and beastmen was terrifying. At least their fighting was all he could tell himself in that moment of doubt. But though they were fighting now, he wasn't sure that it would continue, and thinking that these monsters could turn on humanity at any moment, Peter knew that showing his back was not an option. With his enhanced mind working as fast as it could, he quickly realized that their plan was flawed. The original battle scheme was for him to recruit roughly 1,500 cavalry, mostly knights, and the same total number of pure marksmen. With bows that were deadly effective at 200 yards, the prevailing idea was that with 1,500 marksmen firing at a rate of 1 shot per 5 seconds, even if they didn't catch the beastmen from behind, they would be able to fire a minimum of 6,000 arrows before contact was made. Those 6,000 arrows were the absolute minimum estimate, but even still, in addition to a cavalry charge of 1,000 knights, it was suspected to be more than enough to deal with whatever was left of the war herd after they had just battled the greenskins. That entire battle plan was assuming there would be somewhere around 5,000 to 6,000 enemies remaining in total, not the massive number that Peter was looking at now. It has to be changed, was the idea that continuously ran through Peter's head now. After all, there were more than double the number of beastmen and greenskins than what Peter had scouted months ago. Thinking about this and walking towards the monstrous battle going on, Peter hesitated for only another split second before hitting Recruit. User, Peter Ivankov. Current dinars, 596, 143, 32,023, WK. Recruit, Vagir, mercenary. Total active forces, 1,331. Villages, 2. Castles, 0. Towns, 0. Caravans, 0. Inventory, 50-60 slots. Ransom, 0 prisoners. Sell loot, cargo. Recruit companion, 2-2. Open store, NA. Looking at the systems panel, Peter moved quick and without tapping, quickly made moderate changes to the battle plan. Recruit 1,000 Vagir marksmen, 192,000 dinar, YNN. Recruit 1,000 Vagir knight, 216,000 dinar, YN. Recruit 450 sword sister, 76,500 dinar, YN. Recruit 500 Vagir guard, 96,000 dinar, YN. Unable to turn back and with few dinar to work with, Peter recruited 500 of the most professional infantry that the Vagir people could produce, and without needing even a moment of thought, altered their gear. Lamella armor, Vagir war helmet, iron greaves, leather gloves, ashwood pike, bardiche, fighting axe, heavy kite shield. For economic reasons, Peter had never outfitted any of his recruits with pikes or spears from the system because the need for iron was so great. After all, lumber was relatively abundant, and one axe head could be melted down into several spearheads. He did so now for only one reason. Upgrade 150. Camp Defender, 12,000 ton dinar, YNN. For the first time since he had come to this new world, Peter upgraded those who he had recruited from the system. Not knowing exactly what would happen, he figured that their upgrade would be similar to what happened to him after getting the super soldier serum, and so turning his head and called out orders. Alayan, go check the situation in the back, organize the camp defenders into companies of 50. Lezalit, new plan, 500 guards inbound, arrange them in the front line. 3 companies of axemen and give their pikes to the women. Glancing at Father Anderson, who was walking in front of the red-robed priests, he saw that the man was looking ahead at the monsters and decided to not say anything to him. As for Levi Ackerman, Peter didn't even look in his direction. Breathing in deep after giving his orders, Peter selected yes, and a whirlwind of activity was heard on all sides behind him as Vagir marksmen, knights, guards, and sword sisters appeared from behind trees, from over hills, or even seeming to walk straight out of a fog that no one had noticed before. In the span of a few heartbeats, Peter's force of 600 marksmen, 200 knights, 150 sword sisters, 150 camp defenders morphed into the strongest human army seen this far north in living memory. Still holding his horse by its reins, walking slowly but deliberately, from behind him formed 10 companies of Vagir guards, heavy infantry, and the true elite regular soldiers of the Vagir nation, 50 men in each. Following the guard were 26 companies of Vagir marksmen, expert bowmen and hunters who pound for pound were the most formidable ranged troops in Calradia and were ready to start firing their arrows from 250 yards away. Flanking directly behind the marksmen were 12 companies of sword sisters, 3 of which were unmounted and armed as pikewomen, as the system didn't give them horses or new armor after being upgraded, with 50 sisters in each. And finally, there were 30 companies of Vagir knights, with 40 knights in each, totaling 1,200 men in all, which was by far the strongest single force that Peter had ever assembled. Though there was some confusion in the ranks, as marksmen captains had to quickly decide who would lead the guards, after about a mile of walking the human force of 4,050 men and women had mostly formed into an actual army that was ready for battle. Walking closer, now they were only about a mile away from the fighting, Peter realized that while a lot of the monsters had died fighting each other, they were still outnumbered 3-1. Peter had dealt with being outnumbered before, but those were mere mostly unarmored, Ungors, and Greenskin, who he had taken by surprise while they were in camp. But now he would not have those advantages, and jumping on his horse as a signal, the knights and sword sisters followed suit. Ready for battle, this time Peter didn't run ahead, but trotted slowly in front and waited for the knights to get on the flanks, where he would take his own position. This time it would be Father Anderson and the other heroes holding the middle, while Peter and the knights crushed the enemies from the side. And then, with barely 500 yards left between the humans and battling monsters, almost at once thousands of Gors turned, and even some of the greenskins stopped chopping with their stone and bone clubs and axes. The monsters all seemed shocked to see the humans, and likewise, noticing over 10,000 eyes on them, to say nothing of the normal people. Even Peter, with his enhanced mind, with his superhuman strength, endurance and speed, felt suffocated. It was then, booming over the rolling thunder of footsteps, Father Anderson's voice could be heard by everyone, and his tone of disgust couldn't be hidden. A scourge upon the land. Behold the horde of darkness that stands before us. Twisted abominations, not fit for our Lord God's creation. I say, nay, thy Lord himself commands that we shalt rain down hellfire and damnation upon this evil incarnate. Then, as his voice gave way, the disgusted tone shifted into one of pure zeal. Soldiers of the righteous, today we march into the heart of darkness, into where the light of God's grace shines brightest. Replace the fear in your hearts with faith, for we are the chosen instruments of divine retribution. For most of the newly recruited soldiers, with their minds still cloudy, the priest's speech meant little. But for those who were aware, his words were a panacea, and as soon as he finished, 1,000 men and women gripped their weapons tight and roared so loud that even the most bloodthirsty monsters of the horde and warherd took notice. That roar, signifying the valor of humanity, a belief in something greater than themselves and the courage to fight back, seemed to be an anathema to the monsters. Be they followers of the fell gods or the followers of Mork and Gork, just like that, the beastmen and orcs largely stopped fighting and charged the human army with a wild rage. Blood for the blood, God! Crash. Skulls for the skull throne. Boom. Kill, maim, burn. Squish. Pulverizing their way through young boys and goblin runts by the score, the onslaught of the mighty herd was only stemmed by the mountain of grit known as Throg. Swinging his giant maul as easily as a man would swing a rapier, the Troll King struck left and right, killing whatever unfortunate Gor or Bestigor was in his range. Standing 16 foot in height, Throg dwarfed his stone troll subordinates, who at best hit the 12-foot mark, and using his higher perspective, he surveyed the melee. Failing limbs, crushed bodies, and even groups of Gors jumping on trolls to bring them down. The battle was pure chaos. The greenskins were making use of themselves as useless distractions, and nothing more, Throg thought angrily. But all in all, the trolls were giving it as good as they got. Feeling himself getting stabbed in the back, and the axe getting stuck in his hard skin, the Troll King's massive arms were like vipers, and grabbing the struggling Bestigor with one massive hand, he brought it to his mouth and chomped. Crushing through the makeshift helmet as easily as if it wasn't there, the Bestigor's head popped like a grape. Crunching down twice more and feeling the blood run down his throat was enough to make him forget his intelligence, and there for a brief moment he had returned to a feral state. In that moment, Throg only wanted to assert his dominance, his supremacy over all beasts. There, looking around the battlefield, he found his targets, a pair of 20-foot-tall chaos giants, and strode forward with a speed unfit for his massive size. Bulldozing his way through dozens of Gors, breaking the back of a Centaur who dared come too near, Throg was only slightly halted by a large 9-foot-tall Wargor who brandished a shiny metallic spike mace. That mace, one obviously touched by the winds of magic, struck Throg in the side with enough force to turn a normal man in a pile of mincemeat. Still in a semi-feral state and howling at the pain of his broken ribs and ripped skin, the Troll King brought down his own weapon, a large tree with a human-sized boulder strapped on top, and squashed the beastman like a pancake. But despite so easily killing such a formidable foe, It was not the foe that Throg had wanted. Growling and pushing his way further, no other major force stood in his way until was barely 30 yards away from the Chaos Giants. The giants were surrounded by greenskins who were idiotically throwing themselves to their own deaths in order to try and bring them to the ground, but with most not having any proper weapons, no ropes, no hooks, or any other proper tools. The 5 or 6 foot tall orcs and 2 or 3 foot tall goblins were like small children next to the 20-foot tall Chaos Giants. Seeing his forces being killed didn't affect Throg in the slightest. He had already decided to eat the greenskin after the battle. No, he didn't care about the greenskin. Throg only cared about the fact that his feral mind had selected them to die, and die they would. With barely a thought and moving in one motion, first Throg hurled his maul at the furthest away giant. Then, running at a full charge, he body-tackled the other to the ground, and after flailing around for a few seconds, held the giant's head to the side before biting through the creature's neck in one bite. Making sure to stomp on the giant's chest as he stood up, Throg roared so loud that the entire battlefield could hear him. Most importantly, the roar could be heard by Kargar the Red, and in response to Throg's challenge, Kargar started the chant again. Blood for the Blood God! Skulls for the Skull Throne! Kill, maim, burn! Then, deciding that he had enough, the Beast Lord sought to kill the Troll King. Hearing the renewed chants from the Beastman herd, Mash had never felt better, had never felt more right. He kept feeling like that this was the sort of scrap that he had always lived for, but was annoyed by the beasties who kept howling about this and that. More fightin', less talkin', he bellowed at a fully armored Gore before bashing the creature's skull in with a shiny spike mace. How many had he killed now? He didn't know. All he knew was that these gits kept comin', and as long as they kept comin', he'd keep crumpin' 'em. Laughing with a terrifying snarl, Mash lifted his spike mace, a shiny new weapon that he had picked up from a particularly big dead git a while ago, and rushed to find a new enemy. Unrecognized by Mash, his fighting zeal was infectious and more the greenskins gathered around him. And while he was the most pronounced, having grown larger than an orc biggin in the course of just a couple of hours, the greenskins as a whole were morphing into something more than they had been. Unheard of in battles against humans, the dark winds of magic seemed spurred on by the overwhelming bloodlust gathered by the two monster armies. And by the time the battle was near its conclusion, there were simply no more orc young boys and goblin runts. Well, there were no gobbos left at all, but the fact was that by now all the orcs young boys were the size of big uns. And being as cunning as they were, after all, they were the survivors who were smart enough to initially fight beside the trolls. The remaining 100 or so orcs had picked up weapons and armor from the dead Gores. Looking back at the former ragtag group of young boys, who were now as well armored as even the most experienced of the greenskin hordes, Mash led the force of 100 and continued to fight until he saw the beastmen and trolls largely stop fighting. Curious, he walked over, pushing trolls aside as he did so, and found at the center of the clearing, Throg fought the biggest beastie-git that he had ever seen. As strong as Throg was, the red beastie-git was fast. As fast as the red beastie-git was, Throg's regeneration worked faster. This led to a situation that was not stale, as neither side seemed able to kill the other. It led to a situation of pure ecstasy, where the most formidable of trolls battled against the most formidable, the most corn-blessed of the Gores. Seemingly enchanted by the scene in front of him, Mash could clearing see that the beastie-git held the advantage in speed and skill. But, standing there wide-eyed for several minutes, Mash's arms started to swing back and forth slowly until he started thinking, "Iz could take 'em." Then, with an impulse only known by the greenskins, Mash decided to do just that. Running in the middle of the fight, he used his new spiked mace like a thrusting dagger and ploughed into Kargar's side before following it with a nasty headbutt that stunned both Orc and Beast Lord. But even if he was stunned, Mash wasn't out of it. And seeing Throg coming around to smash the beastie-git, Mash had enough sense to shove his enemy out of the way. Doing so, he turned around, looked up and Throg and shouted, "Zog off, you spiky git!" Shouting this way was no less than a challenge, and no matter what, Mash had indicated that Throg was no longer his boss. Standing there in sturdy, if not a bit ramshackle armor and holding his shiny new weapon, Mash eyed Throg dangerously. And when he did so, the 100 or so orc biguns followed suit, separating from the trolls who were dumbly eating and watching Throg's battle. Looking around, only now did Throg's intelligence fully return to him, and seeing the Mexican standoff, he growled in frustration. If not for Mash's treachery, and it was treachery because Throg knew that Mash didn't know that he planned on eating him after the battle, the beastmen would have likely been wiped out. Out of their original numbers, barely 300 individuals survived, and even though there were many Minotaur and Bestigor left, the Centaur and Wargors had been devastated to the point of annihilation. The trolls weren't much better. Out of their original numbers, barely 150 remained. Outnumbered by the beastmen, the stone trolls in particular had held their weight, but even the regeneration of trolls could be overcome with enough damage, and the beastmen that Kargar had brought were not strangers to battling giants of any kind. Finally, there were the greenskin, or more accurately, the orcs. Numbering just over 100, Throg was amazed how much the followers of Gork and Mork had changed in such a short period of time. He knew he had to kill them, but also knew that he couldn't do so now. All of these thoughts ran through Throg's mind in an instant, and concluding that whoever kept fighting would undoubtedly be first die, he snarled, roared, threatened, and then turned around and left. He left with the same thought that Mash and Kargar had. Go back, get more strength, and then come back for revenge. Unbeknownst to Peter or any human anywhere. In the winter of IC 2440, on a small battlefield by an unnamed lake far in the north, a spark of a great war was lit. Whether it was for vengeance, as was the case between the Troll King and Beast Lord, whether it was to have a war of epic proportions as it was for the Orc warlord Mash, the power of three monstrous forces would first explode like powder keg against each other, and then the Norscan settlements in the mountains of the Norscan Peninsula. News of these events would take a long time to reach their way further south. But as was always the case, when the north rumbled, the south would tremble. The clash of claw, steel, and fang, 4 of 426. Holding steady despite their fear of facing a charge of more than 15,000 monstrous beastmen and greenskin, the Vaegir Guard and unmounted sword sisters formed a line of pikemen in the center, while the guards' men, who had given their pikes to the women, formed companies of axemen on the side. All of this was to give more time to the marksmen, who began firing their bows at 250 yards to pelt the oncoming onslaught with volley after volley. Hold! Hold! Fire! All across the long battle line, captains and lieutenants ordered freshly recruited marksmen to fire in volleys. As Peter saw it, unless there was going to be a massacre, the marksmen would have to perform well today. After all, even though the greenskin were a bit smaller, the beastmen stood on average about 6'5", weighed roughly 300 lubs, and were mostly covered in armor of various qualities. They were big. An army of them against an army of humans who averaged 6 foot and perhaps 190 lbs was enough to make even a brave man tremble. But trembling or not, against the vile hordes of hell, the faithful would not recoil. With Peter leading the countercharge of 18 companies of knights on the right side, the flanks of the line itself would be anchored by the human heroes Les Elites and Alayen, each more than capable of taking down Gors and fighting for hours. But the actual source of Peter's confidence came from the man standing in the center. Naturally, there in the center of the battle line was Alexander Anderson, who, humming prayers, filled the line with a righteous fervor that was irresistible in the face of these monstrous beastmen. And that fervor was needed because despite the volleys of 1,600 arrows at a time, which did kill enemies by the thousand, the sheer sounds was enough to make a man's bowels turn into water. It was the war cries, bestial and savage. It was the trembling ground that sounded like rolling thunder. It was the sounds of orc and beastmen alike, howling as they fell, and then were trampled by their comrades. It was the fact that the stomps of over 10,000 grotesque enemies could be felt in the humans' very bones. Rumbling up from their legs and into their chests, the stomps made it physically harder to breathe. All of this happened in under 5 minutes, and with roughly 12,000 arrows fired, the horde still had over 8,000 left alive when it crashed into the pikes of the guards and unmounted sword sister. From Peter's vantage point, riding his horse hard to get around to the other side of the beasts, he saw the front lines just melt away. Alarmed at the sight, he immediately realized just how foolish his plan had been. 500 guards, armed with pikes or not, holding a battle line against more than 10x, their number was already incredibly foolish. Given the fact that their enemies were larger, stronger, and more physically resilient, could only mean a human slaughter would take place. Although Peter didn't know it, there was a reason why all human civilizations used the winds of magic, despite the enormous risks that magic fundamentally carried. It was because against the foes of chaos, against those twisted by dark magics or touched by the fell gods, mortal means were simply not enough. And indeed, had it not been for one particular superhuman standing in the center of the battle line by the time Peter realized his mistake, a mistake realized by countless numbers of human commanders, it would have been too late. But there he was, standing in the middle of the formation. Anderson, who himself was not trained in medieval warfare nor had ever participated in any battle of this size, realized the danger before Peter and with a series of shouts called for half of the marksmen to drop their bows and take up their bardishes. Naturally, in the midst of battle orders, took time to reach the captains, a time period that seemed to go in slow motion for the priest. All up and down the line, the stationary guards held their pikes tight and were in the center of a numberless charging horde from the front, and frantic, uneven reinforcements from behind. Boom, bang, ding. Ah! Hit with the force of thousands of rushing bulls, pikes snapped in half and men were crushed, and though the Gauls were slowed, their momentum wasn't spent. "Stay behind me!" Pushing the woman behind him, Alayan stabbed through the throat a Gaur who had just blasted through 3 unmounted sword sisters. With no time to see that Vera had obeyed him, Alayan pulled his sword from the beast's neck and fought for his life. Using the bodies of fallen beastmen and sword sisters as obstacles to slow the stampede, still hell-bent on moving forward, Alayan created one of the few islands where resistance was possible in those opening moments of the battle. As a man worth his station, Alayan didn't know much about Vera, only that she had spent much of the winter mingling with Lord Ivankov. And though it was quite by chance, when he was put in charge of the camp defenders turned sword sisters, he made sure to keep her close to him. Swinging his sword, dodging to the side, Alayan fought like a rat fighting a cat, and it took 100% of his enhanced physiology to stay alive. In those moments, he knew nothing of the greater battle and totally relied survival instincts, but later on, he would recall how he survived and just how close he had come to death. "Filthy bullocks!" Holding a 2-handed warhammer and smashing a Gaur across the face, Lieselit cursed again and again as fighting was going on all around him. He didn't care what made the greenskins all of a sudden start attacking the beastmen. It undoubtedly helped him, but he didn't care. No matter what it was, he was going to do his damnedest to take out 10 monsters for every person they killed. "Stay in formation, I'll kill you myself," he roared back at the nearby guards, who for their part had only a fuzzy awareness and would naturally follow orders as if they were in the mount and blade game. Pushing one of the guards aside, Lieselit walked over corpses as he continued his rampage, only barely noticing that the men around him were getting fewer and fewer. But even still, relative to the areas without a hero, Lieselit's position held for long enough for the supporting marksmen to rush to their aid. All in all, despite his harsh methods, Lieselit commanded efficiently, and as a result had a clearer view of the battle than almost any other single individual on the field that day. Seeing the madman threatening to kill his own men, Levi didn't have time to interfere, but hated that form of leadership more than any other kind. Moving with an agility almost superhuman, the Ackerman dispatched one enemy after another, creating a parity with Lieselit, despite the former being empowered by the mount and blade system. All around him the bodies of Gaurs and Orcs piled up, and saving no small number of sword sisters, marksmen, and guards. Levi showed why he was once hailed humanity's strongest soldier. Now shooting almost straight into the air, the marksman's original 26 companies had turned into just 12 companies, or in other words, just 720 men who were firing arrows. The others, almost 850 men in total, had rushed to aid the front lines with their long two-handed axes, the bardish, in hand. On totally flat ground, these companies of marksmen were less effective than they could be, but that didn't matter. Each of these men were expert archers, archers with a lifetime of experience on the battlefields and in the wilderness of Calradia. Firing here and there, even as their rate of fire got slower, their accuracy never suffered until a new rumble could be heard over the din of clashing orc, beastman, and human. Dropping their bows and picking up their own bardishes, they stopped firing because they knew the cavalry had arrived. In the center of the battlefield, a prayer could be heard. "Grant them eternal rest, my lord." With visible streaks of light flashing this way and that way, the priest showed what a true superhuman could do. Moving faster than even most beast lords could comprehend, blessed bayonets found their homes in the monsters' throats, eyes, and through chest cavities. Killing by the dozen, Anderson himself had no match on this battlefield and continued to hum prayers and recite the Holy Scriptures, and he clove apart the stampede charging at them. For this, it was no wonder that the center held firmest and was the only place where the horde came to a complete halt. Yet it was also the only place where the greenskin didn't turn and attack the beastmen. But these matters wouldn't be noticed for some time, and echoing his prayers louder and louder as he killed, Alexander Anderson heard the knights charging and nearly laughed in jubilation with these words. "And at that time shall Michael stand up, the great prince which standeth for the children of thy people, and there shall be a time of trouble, such as never was, since there was a nation even to that same time. And at that time, thy people shall be delivered." Having got around the rear side of the massive horde, it only took about 10 minutes for Peter to make sure the knights properly lined up for the charge. This maneuver, while simple in theory, was incredibly hard in practice due to the horses, and throughout Earth's history, most medieval battles only had a single cavalry charge because of it. This was something that Peter had never experienced due to the fact that his newly recruited knights were always in the vast majority of those past battles, which meant that the vast majority of horses had foggy awareness too. Now though, with some 600 veteran war horses present, he found that getting a skittish horse to stay in place during a battle was no easy feat, not even for an experienced rider. All of this resulted in precious time being wasted, and with barely 150 yards between where the knights were lined up and where the battle was taking place, the sounds of their people being slaughtered almost drove him crazy. "All right, men!" Peter shouted, and with no time for any other words, he yelled as he bolted towards the fray. "Charge! Charge! Charge!" Pushing his horse to its utmost, Peter was almost standing with his feet in the stirrups and with his left hand holding the horse's reins. His right hand had the Leviathan axe ready for business. Charging generally from the left side of the battle, a horse could cover the distance of 150 yards in about 10 seconds, and the stampeding thunder of 1,000 war horses was enough to rouse the backlines of the beastman and orc mix to stop fighting and to meet the common foe. But even if the two monstrous forces could stop fighting, they could never work together, and leading the way, Peter targeted the largest gore he could see and threw his axe with all his might. Bang! Hit square in the chest with the force of a high-speed car crash, the bull was knocked off its feet, and to the surprise of the greenskin, who greedily dove to get the precious weapon, Peter, with a yank, recalled it to his hand before his horse got in range with the first monster. Cutting through whatever was in between Peter and it, blood flew everywhere as the axe met with his hand, and using the momentum, Peter slashed upwards, bisecting the first foe of the day to die by his own hand. It was the first, but far from the last, because even though the knight's charge slew hundreds and hundreds of orcs and Gors alike, the momentum of those veteran war horses was not the same as the momentum of the Gors, and very quickly, even Peter, who was strong enough to physically lift his own horse and control it, found it impossible to keep the animal under control. Jumping off as soon as it became clear that the horse would no longer listen to him, Peter didn't waste a moment, chopping left and right. With strength, speed, and endurance no human could naturally possess. Peter was the proverbial bull in the china shop, and as he fought, he let go of his previous concerns. To the average Gaur that weighed 300 latlbs, Peter was a foe who could lift 5,000 latlbs, and closer to a dragon or chaos giant in strength. Every swipe chopped through something. But while he was doom incarnate, his own mortal means could not kill fast enough to save knights who got surrounded by the greenskin and Gaur. For the greenskins' part, having picked up whatever weapons they could find on the ground, they seemed to just enjoy jumping on rider and horse alike, bringing them down and killing them with their fangs. For the part of the beastmen, they almost solely targeted the horse first, crippling the poor animals with their claws, huge hammers, or blades before stomping on the downed knights under their hooves. In a scene where the humans were still outnumbered 2-1, despite the marksman's arrows and knightly charge, it was carnage. No hesitation on either side, only carnage. Doing everything they could to stay alive, as the minutes ticked on, Peter adapted more and more to the frenzy, fighting in a more and more unorthodox style, unlike how the priest had shown him to handle his weapon. Throwing his axe to save a man's life, a guard who had luckily survived until then, he crouched below the swing of a Gaur's spear, grabbed the monster by its cloven ankle, and with one jerk upwards, threw the animal clear into a group of its herdsmen some 25 yards away. And while Peter was killing, the Anderson also never stopped. Now covered totally in the blood of the many hundreds that he had slain, many hundreds slain in barely half an hour of fighting, Father Anderson never slowed down. Even as the center became relatively clear of combat, Anderson never slowed down, directing many of the captains still alive to aid the right side of the battle. By now, nearly all of the marksmen had turned to their bardishes and thrown down their bows, and only when the numbers of monsters became relatively even with the humans did the absolute slaughter slow. But as the monsters' numbers dwindled, the overwhelming power of Anderson and Peter made it turning tide snowball into a quick victory. In this way, ironically, the right side of the battle ended first. With a charge slightly smaller than Peter's, the knights and sword sisters suffered greatly, and besides those warriors nearest to Lezelit or Levi, who themselves could go toe-to-toe with several Gaurs at once, it was just devastation. Naturally then, it was the coming of Anderson and the middle who had changed the tide, and with the priest leading the way, the tired men behind him had the willpower to keep fighting. Taking down the last group of Gaurs himself, Anderson turned around to see Peter's Leviathan axe flying through the air and then zipping back into his hands, and together with the survivors watch as their leader finished off a score of beastmen in a matter of seconds. Whether it was their true feelings all along, or whether it was due to the excessive emotions, despite being tired, the men and women from the center and right did not fall to the ground. Instead, watching Peter with awe while he moved like a blur, the surviving human warriors started chanting, K-ing-ki, King, King. As for the man himself, he couldn't hear anything, and his frantic pace seemed to leave him when, after breaking the neck of the last living orc, he looked through the carnage and saw Alayan, armor dented, beaten, and bloody, walking over to him with Vera following raggedly behind. End of Winter, 27. With his adrenaline dropping back down to normal levels, Peter looked over the aftermath of the battle and almost gagged. The sheer amount of blood and gore seemed to make the ground itself bleed, with puddles of blood dotting the entire area. Still not quite used to a scene of such slaughter, though Peter had been in a near-constant state of violence since he was pushed into this world, he only gave perfunctory comments to those around him, before instinctually occupying himself with the system menu. But as soon as he opened it, he wished he didn't. User, Peter Ivankov. Current dinar, 3,943, 32,1923 WK. Recruit, Vaegir Mercenary. Total active forces, 1,112, 1,677. Villages, 2. Castles, 0. Towns, 0. Caravans, 0. Inventory, 50-60 slots. Ransom, 0 prisoners. Sell loot chich cargo. Recruit companion, 2-2. Open store, NA. Peter had gone into the battle with a force of 1,600 marksmen, 200 knights, 750 sword sisters, 150 unmounted, and 500 Vaegier guards. Even without factoring in the either Peter or the other heroes from the system, this was a force that few elector counts of the Empire could muster. It was a force that practically no boyar outside of Kislev, Prague, or Erengrad could even dream of fielding. But even still, and even with the force of 3 peak humans and 2 superhumans, that outstanding human army of just over 4,000 veterans, some of the most experienced and professional soldiers that humanity could produce in a cold weapon era, had been beaten down to just under 1,300 individuals. As he began to start moving again to help those injured or trapped under dead bodies, Peter multitasked by looking through the raw numbers of the system and was only somewhat surprised to be confirmed by what he had seen firsthand. That was, the knights, the erstwhile most professional warriors of his recruit pool, simply died when their charge was halted. Mounted on their horses, they were essentially big targets as soon as they stopped moving, and equipped in mostly lamellar armor, they were just not protected enough when they were put in awkward positions where they couldn't quickly strike down at their enemies. All of this led to the impressive force, 1,200 knights, being reduced to a mere 430, and of those, over 100 were injured to the point of being unable to hold a weapon. Grimacing as he peeled back the mangled body of a man, a guard who had been trampled by the looks of him, Peter sifted through another 3 corpses before finding his target. It was a marksman who, despite having all his limbs, was barely holding on to life. Not entirely sure how he had heard the man's faint breathing, Peter wasn't complaining as he called for a stretcher to be brought over. Then it hit him that they probably didn't have enough stretchers, making his head hurt worse. Pressing his eyes and thinking about what to do, he heard footsteps walking in his direction, and turning, he saw Vera. Still bruised and in battered armor, she was weary but mobile enough to report, "Lord, the sisters have started to go back and get the tents. We'll quickly turn them into makeshift cots." With a silence lingering for a moment, Peter nodded and said that he ought to get the knights to round up the horses, to which Vera replied that Captain Alayan and Lieutenant Levi had started to do that. And Peter shook his head with a smile, marveling at just how fast they had all jumped into action after the battle. About to reply to her, he was cut off by a booming voice who said, "Don't worry about the faithful, Peter. We will see that." Turning to see a smiling Alexander Anderson, Peter wasn't afraid of the man who was covered in blood, but instead was kind of glad that he was there. It was no secret, and Peter had never denied it, that without the priest he would have been somewhat lost. And in some ways it was natural, as Father Anderson was the model of a gentle shepherd to those who flocked under God. He may have had no tolerance to heathens, monsters, demons, heretics, or apostates, but he also understood that no man was perfect, and so played his role as priest to perfection. And so, speaking to Peter with a smile, Anderson spoke in a tone of a suggestion. "Focus on the mission that God had given you, and dispose of these monsters. Rid them from the lands, and send them back to the hell that they came from." Slightly nodding his head at this suggestion, Peter looked around and knew that Anderson was right. To sell the monster corpses as trophies, he would need to go one by one to store them in his inventory. It was a simple process, all in all, but would have been a time-consuming one if he didn't get to work. So after telling Vera to stay with the wounded marksman that he had pulled from the stack of dead, Peter began to move from one dead beastman to the next, and the orcs too, while selling them one by one. It was a process that he didn't hide, and seeing the demons being banished back to hell was a sort of religious experience for most of the already superstitious Vaegier people. After all, the Vaegier themselves were based on the 1400s era Slavic peoples of Earth, and already being religious and superstitious, finding themselves in a new world made it completely natural that their Lord could do such things. In their minds, Peter was God's representative to cleanse this world of all the horrors that haunted it. Unaware of what the soldiers were thinking, Peter just worked and thought that the mount and blade system seemed to love the trophies of monsters. It was amazing to him that the corpse of a 10F tall bear may only sell for 125 dinar, while the corpse of a Gaur would go for 180, and you could get double that amount if the beastman had weapons in particularly good condition. The orcs were worth less, around 150 dinars per trophy, but similar to the Gaurs, the value of an orc was dependent on its weapon too. Having sold over 300 trophies in about 5 minutes, Peter looked around and saw that the cleanup would take too long, and so directly recruited 150 footmen and 150 huntresses. Outfitting them with practical gear, hatchets, and hide armor for the most part, it wasn't but a few moments before the crowd of dazed men and women came walking down the slight incline that Peter and the army had used just an hour or so before. Upon seeing the new arrivals, some of the captains and lieutenants jumped into action without needing order, and taking groups of the newly recruited, they started stripping the dead soldiers as honorably as they could. With the knights rounding up the horses and the sword sisters getting together makeshift stretchers for the wounded, there was naturally far too many dead soldiers for the marksmen to strip of their armor. It was a dirty job, it was a heartbreaking job, but collecting the armor and weapons of the fallen human soldiers was almost as important as Peter selling the monster corpses for dinar. But no matter what, Peter had agreed with Father Anderson and Professor Helsing that the weapons and equipment of the monsters should not be reused. They had even debated on whether or not they could be reused if the metal was melted down and reforged, but without any blast furnaces, that in of itself was a moot point. With the extra pairs of hands, the process sped up considerably, and after about 4 hours, the bodies of the fallen soldiers had been stripped of metal and had been neatly placed on top of each other, ready to be cremated. In this world, where the undead stalked the land as readily as the monster and demon, without access to a sanctified graveyard, it was impossible to simply bury the fallen. And that was how, piling up almost 30 stacks of 100 bodies each, by the time Peter had finished selling the last of his trophies, the fires were ready to be lit, and in a scene that would stay with them all for the rest of their lives, as Father Anderson and the 2 other priests began humming prayers for the dead, the surviving human soldiers watched the infernos take away their people, and in their hearts they hated what they called evil. And in their hearts they could never suffer that evil to live. And their hearts began to turn into stone against anything that wasn't like them. Then, finally, deciding to not pursue the smaller herd that had wandered off to who knew where, after 6 hours, the human army left that giant valley and the black smoke that choked the air. Moving slow but moving with determination, Peter and the rest were ready to get back to River Chegg, and that night when they set up camp, they were more than 10 miles away from the valley. Using the warhorses as a long baggage train, that night nobody got much rest, but when Peter did finally lay his head down, he opened his system one last time and read, User, Peter Ivankov. Current dinars, 3,363, 403, 44,509, to WK. Recruit, Vagia, mercenary. Total active forces, 1,112, 1,527. Villages, 2. Castles, 0. Towns, 0. Caravans, 0. Inventory, 4160 slots. Ransom, 0 prisoners. Sell loot, cargo. Recruit companion, 2-2. Open store, NA. Then, clicking on his forces, he saw people's lives outlined almost like a spreadsheet. Total current forces, 1527. Marksman, 192 dinar. Upkeep 20 dinar, WK each. 481. Knight, 216 dinar. Upkeep 39 dinar, WK each. 553. Horseman, 160 dinar. Upkeep 27 dinar, WK each. 2. Sword, sister, 170 dinar. Upkeep 28 dinar, WK each. 431. Vagia guard, 192 dinar. Upkeep 20 dinar, WK each. 60. Even though the system wasn't so magical as to show locations, he could further click on each recruited soldier and see their basic information, shown in a traditional Mount and Blade character screen. But he was too tired for that, not physically, but mentally. After all, even though the super soldier serum helped his mind cope and accept things better, it wasn't the same as making him tranquil. And even if he could look at it objectively and knew in his brain that he should celebrate the fact that he had gained over 3 million dinar in the course of the winter, Peter wasn't in that kind of mood. In his heart, he had just watched almost 30 stacks of 100 men and women being cremated. Men and women who he put there on the field. So he wasn't in the mood to think anything else, and rolling over he tried to forget it, lest he have another tortured night's sleep. Making his way back to his valley by nightfall, the war herd stood dumbfounded, and for an instant, Kargar was no different. After having lost so many of his strongest fighters, the Beast Lord had thought that even if he had to make do with the dregs of his herd, he had the power to go and finish off the trolls and Greenskin then and there. But now, Kargar was not smart, but he was not dumb. He still had his harem, but to replace thousands of Gors was not simple. He had been building up his war herd for over 30 years. It was far from simple. Looking for the culprits, finding the cremation pits and easy, but to their surprise, they couldn't recognize the smell of these humans. Driven mad with rage, after crushing a few worthless subordinates, Kargar jumped in one pit after the next, until finally he found it. Holding in his hands a small charred head. Kargar knew what this was. This was a woman's head, and it was from a tribe not far away. Crushing the skull into dust, the Beast Lord bellowed, and as Peter was moving south to Rivercheg, Kargar was heading west. Because the smell of that skull he had recognized belonged to one of the rescued women, killed during the fighting. It was the head of a Norskan Sal, from the author UberNuber. If you enjoy the fanfic, hit the heart icon and consider leaving a rating. So the work will not be melodramatic, but yeah, at this point in the story, Peter is still almost a normal dude. The super soldier serum makes a person more, in the sense that your personal beliefs will become exaggerated. But it's not like the gamer's mind ability or anything like that, where you stop feeling everything else. In the comics, Steve Rogers has stopped being Captain America, for example. Lastly, I really debated whether to stick the blame of the big battle on the Sals, but I think that it makes sense, so opens up a lot of opportunities. So, should the Beastmen had been able to track the scents of Peter's army? Yep, probably. But Kargar is a rage bull, blessed by Khorne, so he gets the blessings and curses that go along with that. Now the North will have basically 3 monster factions warring, and the Norskan tribes won't be able to sit it out. Should be fun.